Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876. Ling Han is born and Yan Siai comes out of seclusion. Nowadays, although this tree has only been in the Dao for more than 30 or 40 years, its cultivation has reached the middle stage of foundation building, which is a few points faster than the cultivation speed of the cultivators of the same level, and is completely comparable to the cultivation speed of the genius cultivators with two spiritual roots. Regardless of whether it is the second generation or the third generation of spiritual trees, they are all building their foundations alone, and their spiritual power is extremely sharp. In addition, these two trees are extremely strange. Although they seem to be spiritual fruit trees, they can simultaneously produce 3 Wanayuzufi fruits that help to break through the realm, but in fact they are also extremely violent. Unlike ordinary spiritual plants, they are not afraid of fire at all, and their strength is extremely strong. They can be regarded as attacking spiritual trees. The cultivators of the same level may not be their opponents, especially Ling Pengyun's third generation Wanayuzufi tree. Perhaps because it was nourished by Ling Pengyun with spiritual power when it was still a spiritual seed, and it also had a breath of yin and yang Taichu Qi to help it, its understanding and spiritual wisdom are also far superior to that of the second generation of spiritual trees, just like one generation is stronger than the next. As a result, it has the ability to control magic weapons, although due to its weak spiritual consciousness, it can only sacrifice one magic weapon to fight. But a few years ago, with the assistance of Ling Pengyun, this tree began to practice the Jiamu condensed sword technique suitable for Jiamu spiritual plants. What surprised Ling Pengyun was that this technique, which originally took a long time to sacrifice a special natal flying sword, underwent earth-shaking changes when it came to the third generation Wanayu blood jade tree. The tree's ability to absorb blood and souls as cultivation resources was also used in this technique. Originally, it would take at least 9 years to successfully enter the Jiamu condensed sword technique and sacrifice a first-level low-grade flying sword. However, this third-generation spiritual tree only took 3 years to successfully sacrifice and refine. Moreover, after only a dozen years, its natal flying sword has entered the realm of first-level upper grade. In addition, this sword is of the same origin as its original form. Once it is used, it can hit whatever it points to, and it can reach the target with one thought. The spiritual power and consciousness required to activate it are not much. It can completely control an ordinary magic weapon to control this flying sword. Therefore, its strength has increased again, and it is completely comparable to the combat power of the late foundation building cultivator. It is also worth mentioning that when this tree entered the foundation building stage, although the spiritual power it fed back to its owner Ling Pengyun did not help Ling Pengyun much, after all, Ling Pengyun's cultivation was as high as the golden core realm. But this tree not only feeds back cultivation after breaking through the realm, but also lifespan. When it broke through the foundation, it also fed back 30 years of lifespan to Ling Pengyun. When it entered the middle stage of the foundation building stage, the lifespan it fed back was less, but it was still 10 years, and the lifespan it fed back when it was practicing Qi was about 20 years in total. Added together, this Wanayuzufi tree in the middle stage of the foundation building stage also added 70 years of lifespan to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun's lifespan had been greatly improved due to his physical training. As a result, his vitality became stronger, and his remaining lifespan reached a terrifying 470 to 80 years. This remaining lifespan alone was enough to be comparable to the total lifespan of an average giant and cultivator. You know, he has lived for more than 150 years. For this reason, Ling Pengyun was very satisfied with this Wanayuzufi tree, which had a low level of cultivation. Even if this tree could not help him practice now, at least the lifespan it gave him was not less than the lifespan brought by the spiritual plant that could increase lifespan. After Ling Pengyun came here, he walked in front of the third generation Wanayuzufi fruit tree, which was his own spiritual plant, and frowned slightly. According to the time, this tree has entered the middle stage of foundation building for nearly 3 years, but its cultivation has not improved much. It seems that the blood of the key training monster beast is not very helpful to this tree. At least it is difficult to help it improve its cultivation rapidly. and the foundation building monster beast blood in my hand has been used up. It seems that I have to ask someone to transport some foundation building monster beast blood from the family. This tree is really a gold swallowing beast. Monster beast blood is also valuable, and can be used to refine talisman ink and other spiritual objects for drawing talismans. And Ling Pengyun's third generation natal spirit tree alone has a greatly increased appetite since entering the foundation building, and the blood consumed every month has also increased a little. Even if it is economical, this tree alone will cost about 500 or 600 spirit stones of monster beast blood every month. In addition, the second generation spirit tree, with a low cultivation level and aptitude problem, only needs to spend about 200 spirit stones of monster beast blood every month. As for the monster beast souls absorbed by these two trees, they are not very valuable. During the monster rebellion, many cultivators had no time to collect the monster souls, so Ling Pengyun used a large number of soul bottles to collect hundreds of thousands of monster souls. After hesitating for a while, he waved his hand and summoned a glass bottle filled with blood-red liquid from the storage bag on his waist. As soon as he opened the bottle cap, a strong bloody smell carrying countless rich spiritual energy gushed out. The third generation and second generation 1IU blood jade trees here noticed this, and their bodies trembled. The leaves on the branches kept humming, as if they were extremely excited. However, these two trees did not dare to act rashly. The third generation spiritual tree had been sacrificed and refined by Ling Pengyun as a life spiritual plant, and the second generation spiritual tree had also been arranged by Ling Pengyun with a special spiritual plant secret method. They were also cultivated by Ling Pengyun since childhood. They were also extremely afraid of Ling Pengyun and obeyed Ling Pengyun's words. As long as Ling Pengyun did not give orders, they would not move. At this moment, Ling Pengyun tilted the glass bottle slightly, and poured out 3 drops of spiritual blood from it, which dripped onto the trunk of the third generation spiritual tree in front of him. Before the 3 drops of spiritual blood fell, they were caught by the 3 blood-red roots of the third generation spiritual tree and absorbed into its body in an instant. Its body suddenly flashed with blood, and its aura slowly rose. On the bark in the center of its main trunk, the fist-sized flying sword pattern also flashed with blood at this moment. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun whispered secretly, "With the help of the 3 diluted golden elixir monster blood just now, this tree's cultivation speed in the past month is estimated to be restored to the previous speed. By then, give it a few mouthfuls of the Monster King's blood, and it should be able to hold on until the family gets the blood and soul of the foundation building monster." After retracting his distracting thoughts, he began to perform the Kanglin breeding plant technique and the awakening spirit technique on his own life spirit plant and the third generation Ling family tree next to him one by one. After finishing this, he left the place and returned to the cave to meditate and comprehend the secret method of spiritual plants. However, less than half a month had passed, and Ling Pengyun's expression changed. He noticed that there was something unusual happening at the 2-1IU blood jade trees deep underground. He quickly turned into a breeze and entered the underground space in just a moment. Then, he saw that the flying sword pattern in the center of the trunk of his third generation 1IU blood jade tree was emitting a thin breath and a large amount of violent sword energy. After waiting for a long time, the unusual movement stopped, and the flying sword pattern also emitted the breath of a second-level magic weapon. Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. "I didn't expect that the natal flying sword of this tree would reach the second level so quickly. I thought I would have to wait for a few months. Its cultivation has also improved a lot in the past half-month. It seems that even after the giant and demon king's blood is diluted, it will help this tree much more than I thought. It seems that the demon king blood left by the large number of giant and demon kings I have killed over the years can be supplied to this tree for cultivation in advance. This may help this tree to enter the giant level faster and then help me." Ling Pengyun has killed many giant and demon kings over the years. Although most of the corpses of those demon kings were used to refine demon corpses, the refining of demon corpses does not require the blood of demon kings, so the blood of those demon kings was kept by Ling Pengyun. Except for nearly half of it given to Ling Yanhuang and Ling Changxin for refining pills, and Ling Pengyun for setting up formations, he still has more than 10,000 kilograms of demon king blood left on his body. He originally intended to keep it for use after his natal spirit tree, the Wanayak Sufi fruit tree, enters the Jinden stage. After all, The most suitable food for this tree is the blood and soul of mortals and cultivators, while the blood and soul of monsters are the second-rate cultivation food. After this tree enters the golden elixir stage, the effect of the blood of monsters in the key training and foundation building stages on it will definitely be greatly reduced. I am afraid that only the blood and soul of the golden core monster king can maintain its normal cultivation. Ling Pengyun needs the soul of monsters to refine the demon corpse, and the only blood he can use is the blood of the golden core monster king. If he does not save it, Ling Pengyun may not be able to support the normal cultivation speed of the 1IU blood jade tree, which is a big gold swallower, after entering the golden elixir stage. However, the situation has changed, and Ling Peng also needs to change. Then, he used the earth system technique to build a 10-foot high earth wall around his third generation 1IU blood jade tree to separate the blood of the key training monsters in the blood pool here. Then, he took out a glass bottle containing 10 kilograms of giant monster blood from the storage bag, and used a secret method to dilute it 10 times, turning it into 100 kilograms of diluted demon king blood. After doing this, Ling Pengyun poured it directly into the wall where the third generation 1IU blood fey fruit tree was. The third generation 1IU blood fey fruit tree also immediately conveyed endless excitement and gratitude to Ling Pengyun, and it also controlled its countless roots to quickly absorb the diluted demon king blood in the wall. Such things aroused the envy of the second generation spiritual tree in the early stage of foundation building not far away. This tree, which has a little spiritual intelligence, also expressed its desire for the blood of the golden core demon king to Ling Pengyun. However, Ling Pengyun ignored this tree, but just told this tree to honestly absorb the blood of the key training monster and practice, and then left this place. Time flies, and 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. This winter, spring festival. Bingling Valley. In a courtyard, red lanterns are hung everywhere, looking very festive. From time to time, there are also sounds of gossip. It's getting late now. Cheng Ping and the others should be here soon. Let's go to the door to pick them up. Yang Qiuyan's loving voice sounded. As soon as these words fell, Ling Pengyun, Ling Chengsha, Ling Xiaoshan and Yang Qiuyan walked out of the house, stopped at the door, and looked up at the dark sky in the south with dots of stars. After waiting for a long time, a white figure appeared in the southern sky. Soon, this figure flew into the Bingling Valley and landed outside the courtyard where Ling Pengyun and others were. Its figure also appeared. This was a fairy crane several feet long. Lin Fan and Ling Chengping were sitting on its back. After the two of them said hello to Ling Pengyun and others who had been waiting for a long time, they jumped off the back of the fairy crane. At this time, Ling Pengyun and others noticed that Ling Chengping had a faint human aura. Their eyes were all fixed on Ling Chengping's belly. Although Ling Chengping was wearing loose clothes in the winter, they could still see that her belly was slightly bulging. Chengping, why didn't you tell me that you were pregnant? If I had known this, I shouldn't have let you and Lin Fan come here in the cold wind to meet. Ling Pengyun's mother Yang Qiuyan was surprised and hurried over to take Ling Chengping's hand. She looked at Ling Chengping's slightly bulging belly and said kindly, "Mom is right, you are too careless. If my grandson gets into trouble, I will hold you responsible." Ling Pengyun scolded slightly, but the smile on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. "Qiuyan grandma, Dad, I've only been pregnant for less than half a month. I wanted to give you a surprise, so I didn't tell you in advance." Yankee smiled on Ling Chengping's playful face and said, "What a surprise. If something happens on the way, it will be a shock. The world is not peaceful. Since you are here, don't leave after the spring festival. Stay in Bingling Valley to take care of the fetus. I happen to know a method that can help take care of the fetus. We can take care of you and avoid accidents during your pregnancy and childbirth." Ling Pengyun saw Ling Chengping smiling and suddenly became serious. Then, he looked at Lin Fan who was standing aside and said to him, "Xiaofan, you stay too. If you don't understand anything about cultivation on weekdays, ask me." Lin Fan heard that, and his face became more happy. Ling Pengyun is the strongest in the family and has a very high attainment in cultivation. If he has Ling Pengyun's guidance, it will be of great help to his path. He also thanked Ling Pengyun. Ling Chengping who was standing aside also asked curiously at this moment, "Dad, is the method of nurturing the fetus you mastered powerful? Is it high grade?" Ling Pengyun rolled his eyes at Ling Chengping, but considering Ling Chengping's pregnancy, he said a little more. "How dare I say it if it's not powerful? That technique is a third-level spiritual plant secret technique, which is of superior quality. It can mobilize the power of the earth veins to cleanse the fetus in the belly, help it increase its essence, and make it more energetic when it is a child. At least it can reduce the pain of pregnancy for a few months and give birth earlier. It can also leave a mouthful of pure wood vein power in the child's body. If it does not have spiritual roots and is just a mortal body, the power of the wood veins is enough to ensure that it will not have minor illnesses in this life and live for another 30 years. If it has spiritual roots, the power of the wood veins is enough to increase its cultivation speed by 1 or 2 times within 3 years. The technique that Ling Pengyun was talking about was the art of inducing wood mysterious origin that restored the power of the essence of Yan Siai's lava turtle egg. Ling Changping's eyes suddenly lit up. She had heard about the pain of pregnancy. It was said that once pregnant, the spiritual power in the female cultivator's body would be disordered. Not only would the speed of cultivation drop greatly, but after the fetus in the belly grew larger, the belly would also become very large, which was extremely uncomfortable. She was naturally happy to earn this pain in advance. The magic was also good for the fetus. As an expectant mother, Ling Changping naturally wanted to see a good development of her future offspring. I'll have to trouble you in the future. By the way, Dad, where's Mom? Hasn't she come out of seclusion yet? Ling Changping said sweetly, and looked around again. Seeing that there was no trace of Yan Siai, she asked, "Not yet, come in, otherwise the dishes prepared by Mom will get cold later." Ling Pengyun smiled, and took a step ahead, followed the gate, and entered the courtyard. The others followed closely. The family also sat on the round table full of dishes and began to chat about what they had encountered this year. Although they hadn't seen each other for a year, there was no barrier between them as blood relatives, and they said whatever they wanted. With a cheerful Ling Changping, the banquet soon became a happy one. Ling Changsha, who had no Taoist partner and no children, was teased many times by everyone, saying that he was a tree that would never bloom. Ling Changsha refuted it, saying that he had no mood at the critical moment of cultivation. Ling Pengyun saw that Ling Changsha was like a monk, and he was a little anxious. Although Ling Changping was his daughter, she was only raised by him and did not have his blood. If his lineage wanted to continue, it still had to rely on Ling Changsha. In order to save some face for Ling Changsha, he immediately threatened Ling Changsha through voice transmission. "Okay, then I will wait for you to enter the golden elixir. After you enter the golden elixir, if you don't bring back a reliable girl, I will break your legs." Ling Changsha trembled when he heard the words in his mind, and he looked at Ling Pengyun. Seeing Ling Pengyun's eyes full of fierceness, he didn't think Ling Pengyun was joking. Although he was rebellious, he was also a little afraid of Ling Pengyun. It just so happened that he also planned to not have to worry about his lifespan and take care of his Taoist partner to enjoy life for a period of time after the Jindan. It would be even better if he could have a descendant. The family was happy, which was the wish of most family cultivators. Without any hesitation, he nodded and agreed to this matter. At this time, a fiery red figure shone in all directions and quickly flew out from the depths of Bingling Valley. Ling Pengyun was the first to notice this and turned his head to look over. His expression also became happy, and he muttered, "The breath of the 5th level of Jindan. I didn't expect that Madam had been in seclusion for so long, just to break through the bottleneck." Soon, the fiery red escape light stopped in front of the round table where everyone was, and Yan Siai's figure appeared. "Congratulations to Madam for breaking through the realm. I hope Madam will continue to be prosperous. But Madam, when you were in seclusion 20 years ago, didn't you go to comprehend the spiritual kitchen? How did you break through the cultivation?" Ling Pengyun said with a smile. "It was a coincidence that I had been in seclusion for a while to comprehend a secret method of the spiritual kitchen. I suddenly had an epiphany while practicing. In order to seize that opportunity, I turned to polish my realm. After all, I spent so much time and it worked." Yan Siai said. "This is a good thing," Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Ling Changsha and others who were sitting at the round table also noticed Yan Siai's arrival, and they congratulated Yan Siai one after another. Everyone also made room for Yan Siai. The whole family finally got together and had a truly reunion New Year's Eve dinner. 5 months later, the fetus in Ling Changping's belly developed well in advance because of the wood vein Zuinigan technique performed by Ling Pengyun, and was born very smoothly on this day. This is a boy. Because the child was conceived in winter by Ling Changping, the child was named Linghan by Ling Changping and Lin Fan. After the child's spiritual roots are detected in the future, the child can be given the Ling family's generation name. If the child is immortal, he must be placed in the mortal realm. After all, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Although Ling Chengping, who gave birth to this child, lost a lot of blood and energy during childbirth, with the help of the wood vein mysterious origin technique, her essence was not shaken. After a few days, she recovered and was full of life. Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie also left Bingling Valley with peace of mind and headed for Zhongzhaoxiuxin World. Between Zhongzhaoxiuxin World and Bihaongxiuxin World, there is a red flame desert that stretches for tens of millions of miles. This place is covered by a third-level red flame that never extinguishes all day long. The land has also turned into a dead end, without a trace of life, only red flames and sand, and a large area of special red flame monsters transformed from red flames, and even many golden elixir monsters. Even for a golden elixir cultivator, it is extremely difficult to cross it alone. However, it is said that the land was also a spiritual land tens of thousands of years ago, but tens of thousands of years ago, the famous burning demon Fire Phoenix clan had a fire phoenix that was transformed into a god, and a demon king that was transformed into a god, and the two fought for several years. The desert was burned by the red flames of the fire phoenix, and now the red flames on that land are also left by the fire phoenix. As for who will win and who will lose between the two ancient Daojins, no one knows. The most convenient and safest way for cultivators in the northern wilderness to cross such a dangerous place is to use a fourth-level teleportation formation under the Fuayan Immortal Sect, one of the three major immortal sects. Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie used the teleportation formation of this sect and spent some spirit stones to quickly arrive at a market called Shifu in the Zhongzhao Immortal World. This market is very famous. Even before Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie came here, they had already heard of the reputation of this market. The reason for this is that this market was established by an old Yuanying force called the Jinfu sect in the Zhongzhao Immortal World. This sect is powerful. Even among the countless righteous forces in the prosperous Zhongzhao Immortal World, this sect can be ranked in the top 5. Moreover, this sect takes the talisman as the foundation of its way. Not only does it have 3 or 4 fourth-level talisman makers, but there is also a 4th-level top-grade talisman maker master hidden in the sect. It can be said that there is no force in the entire Zhongzhao Immortal World whose talisman skills can surpass those of this sect. It is said that the founder of the Fuayan Immortal Sect in the Northern Wasteland Cultivation World was a Yuanying ancestor of this sect. 10,000 years ago, that ancestor also received the support of the Jinfu sect, which successfully opened up a large area in the Northern Wasteland Cultivation World and established a Fuayan Immortal Sect. Over the years, the two sects have never lost contact. It can be said that the Fuayan Immortal Sect is a subsidiary force of the Jinfu sect, but no one dares to tell this secret. At the same time, there are rumors that after the Jinfu sect supported the Fuayan Immortal Sect, many powerful righteous forces in the Zhongzhao Cultivation World were jealous of the interests of the Northern Wasteland Cultivation World, but the Jinfu sect formed an alliance with the forces behind the other two major immortal sects in the Northern Wasteland Cultivation World, and the three forces combined to forcibly repel those peepers. It was even established that the Yuanying forces of the rest of the cultivation world could not enter the Northern Wasteland Cultivation World. Chapter 877, Qingshi Mountain Range Situation. However, although the three major forces in the cultivation world, such as the Jinfu sect, have announced that no cultivators can enter the Northern Wilderness Cultivation World, the Northern Wilderness Cultivation World is a very big and tempting piece of cake. Especially in the past few thousand years, as the Northern Wilderness Cultivation World has gradually developed, the strength of the righteous in the Northern Wilderness Cultivation World is no longer weak. Many Yuanying forces in other cultivation worlds can't wait and secretly cultivate a group of giant forces in the Northern Wilderness Cultivation World. They also want to cultivate Yuanying forces, but Yuanying cultivators are difficult to cultivate after all. It is too arrogant to directly send Yuanying cultivators to take charge, and they are bound to be suppressed by the real rulers of the Northern Wilderness Cultivation World, such as the Jinfu sect. However, the rulers of the Jinfu sect and others were not stupid. Over the years, they had always known that the Yuanying forces in other cultivation worlds had intervened in the Northern Wasteland Cultivation World, but they had never made it clear. Instead, they had used the branches of those Yuanying forces in the Northern Wasteland Cultivation World to invade the demons and monsters. With the intervention of those Yuanying forces, They gradually suppressed the demons and monsters. This situation also brought great benefits to the Jinfu sect and other rulers of the northern wasteland cultivation world. The Shifu market, where Ling Pengyun and others were located, was also the northernmost market under the Jinfu sect, and even the market closest to the northern wasteland cultivation world in the entire Hongxiao cultivation world. In the early years, the Jinfu sect also occupied this geographical advantage, which made it the first force in the Hongxiao cultivation world to take advantage of the northern wasteland cultivation world. For this reason, this market has been vigorously developed by the Jinfu sect. Not only does this place have a quasi-4th level spiritual vein, it has also been built into a quasi-large market, with a daily flow of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. It is extremely prosperous and is known as the second largest market under the Jinfu sect. Inside, there are endless levels of various spiritual objects, and there are also many high-level strongmen. To reach a large market, a flow of 200,000 cultivators is required. This scale of Shifu market also has several teleportation arrays, which can go to other medium-sized markets under the Fuyan Immortal sect. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai are also people who have seen the world in the Wuban Heizhuxin world. They have been to many large markets. This time they came here for urgent matters. They just simply wandered around in this market and saw the various unique spiritual objects in this Hongxiao world. They directly took a teleportation array in the market and rushed to the south. The scope of Hongxiao world is very large, but it is divided into two parts. The righteous forces occupy the tens of billions of miles of land in the south, and countless righteous forces have divided this land into 48 continents. The demons and monsters occupy a piece of land in the east, named Boundless Jade Forest, where there are countless monsters. It is said that the most powerful demon clan, the Jade Golden Crystal Ape clan, has a demon king in the state of transformation, and its strength is extremely strong. Of course, the righteous forces are not weak either. It is said that there are traces of Yuanshan Daojin, but Yuanshan Daojin rarely appears. The strength of the two major forces is also almost the same. In the past 10,000 years, the confrontation between the two forces has been evenly matched. The target of Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai's visit this time, the Qingshi Mountains, is in the Boundless Jade Forest. Although the Jinfu sect also has a territory adjacent to the Jade Boundless Forest, if you want to reach the Qingshi Mountains from the Jinfu sect into the Jade Boundless Forest, you need to cross several Yuanying Demon Clan territories, and the journey is probably hundreds of millions of miles. The journey is extremely long and dangerous, which is not a wise choice. For this reason, Ling Pengyun and his wife also went all the way west, crossing the territories of several major forces of the righteous Yuanying, and entered the westernmost Yan'yu continent. This continent is quite special. It is a land of casual cultivators, and has always been occupied by casual cultivators of the Yan'yu city lineage. Yan'yu city is actually a large market town with a large flow of people, but because the control of the city is in the hands of the Yan'yu city lord's mansion, and the people of the Yan'yu city lord's mansion have never had the intention to establish a force, they have always just been adhering to the heart of the Tao and practicing with peace of mind, which is why the city is used as a prefix. However, the origin of the city lord of Yan'yu city is very extraordinary. The city lord of this city is the famous Yan'yu Zhenjin. His strength is very extraordinary. He's a well-known Yuanying Zhenjin. At the same time, this Taoist is also the lord of Yan'yu continent. Every cultivator who wants to occupy the spiritual veins of Yan'yu continent to practice Taoism must hand over a sum of spiritual stones to this Taoist. Not long after that, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai arrived at the southernmost tip of Yan'yu continent and the closest border city to the Jade Boundless Forest, Yan'yu City, with the help of the teleportation array. They used this place as a base and walked directly into the Boundless Forest. The two entered the boundary of the Boundless Forest. This time, they understood why this place was called the Boundless Forest. At a glance, they saw trees and lush flowers and plants everywhere. Ling Pengyun lowered his head, looked deep into the ground, and secretly regretted it. The wood vein power here is extremely strong, at least 1 or 2 times stronger than the wood vein power in the family's ice and snow forest. If I can use the wood vein power deep in this place to practice the spiritual plant's secret method Kanglin Wood Yuan longevity art, it may take less than 200 years to practice that art to at least perfection, and increase my lifespan by 120 years. It's a pity, there are countless monsters here, and I can easily be detected by the monsters when I activate the wood vein power. It's impossible to practice the wood element longevity art here. Then, he took Yan Sidai and carefully sneaked into the depths of the boundless forest. After crossing several giant and monster tribes, they successfully arrived outside the Zhuangzi Mountains. The Zhuangzi Mountains are not very large, with only tens of thousands of miles of territory. Due to the imbalance of gravity, many monsters cannot bear the gravity and leave the territory. Over time, there are not many monsters living in it. Only the swallowing gold ape clan, the master of this territory, lives in it all year round. They use the unbalanced gravity of the mountains to forge their bodies with special methods, swallow the spiritual iron veins that are bred from time to time in this land of unbalanced gravity, and absorb the Zhengjin Qi in the spiritual iron to forge their bodies. Therefore, the monster apes of this tribe are particularly strong, and this tribe mostly fights enemies with their physique. In addition, Ling Pengyun and his wife also found out that there are more than a dozen giant and demon kings in this tribe, and even demon kings with perfect giant exist. And this tribe, like several surrounding giant and demon tribes, is backed by an old Yuanying demon tribe called Splitting Earth Bear clan around this territory. It is said that there are many Yuanying in this Splitting Earth Bear clan. The gold swallowing ape clan in the Zhuangzi Mountains is considered to be one of the most powerful giant and monsters under the demon clan, and has a very high status in the earth-splitting bear clan. The fact that this clan can occupy this precious land of the Zhuangzi Mountains is also because of the protection of the earth-splitting bear clan. However, just when Ling Pengyun and his wife were about to step into the Zhuangzi Mountains, two monks quickly approached from a distance. This situation made Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai extremely alert, and they also took out several magic weapons to prepare for the enemy. 5 updates today, 1 more update, and 4 updates tomorrow. Sorry, brothers, I will definitely return it. Chapter 878 The Land of 5 Veins. However, one of the 2 cultivators who came over spoke to Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai. My 2 Taoist friends, we are independent cultivators from Yan'an continent. May I ask if you are also planning to cross the Zhuangzi Mountains? Ling Pengyun's expression changed when he heard this. He also saw that the 2 cultivators who came over had no hostility and their cultivation was as high as the middle stage of the golden collar. They did not get closer after reaching 1,000 feet away. Ling Pengyun also asked with doubts. From what I heard from you, are you 2 planning to go to the other 4 Zhuangmei places? The couple did not hide it. Among them, the middle-aged male cultivator wearing a white Taoist robe, with a tuft of beard on his chin, and a fury-like appearance replied. Yes, are you 2 Taoists on the way? If so, how about crossing the Zhuangzi Mountains together? The gravity disorder in the Zhuangzi Mountains is really troublesome, and the mountains are too small. It is possible that the Swallowing Gold Ape clan will find them. This clan is really difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, you will fall into it. As an old-fashioned Yuanying demon clan, the earth-splitting bear clan has many treasures under its command. And there are also 5 mountain ranges named Zhuan under its command. In addition to the Zhuangzi Mountains, the 4 more famous places under this clan are Zhuanayan, Zhuangqi, Zhuanmu, and Zhuanjin. There is a special true fire in the Zhuanayan Mountains. If there is a special secret method to help, the true fire can be activated to temper the strength of the spiritual consciousness. There are many spiritual ponds in the Zhuangqi Mountains. The spiritual water in those spiritual ponds is very special. Like the gravity of the Zhuangzi Mountains, they have the effect of forging the body. It's just that the gravity of the Zhuangzi Mountains is more painful, while the spiritual water of the Zhuangqi Mountains is easier. The wood vein power in the Zhuangmu Mountains is extremely rich, and there are many wood-attributed spiritual veins, and a large number of spiritual medicines and plants are bred there. That place is also known as the Medicine Garden of the Splitting Earth Bear Clan, the overlord of the surrounding billions of miles of land, and that place is also managed by the Split Earth Bear Clan. The Zhuangzheng Mountains are filled with countless Zhengjin Qi, which is beneficial to the magic tools and magic treasures made of spiritual iron. Although it cannot directly improve the grade of magic tools and magic treasures, it can improve the quality of magic treasures. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun also saw that the middle-aged couple also had a levy on themselves, otherwise I am afraid that the couple would have already said which treasure land they were going to. Seeing that their cultivation bases were all in the middle stage of the golden collar, and they had to go to other treasure lands that were as dangerous as the Zhuangzi Mountains to seek opportunities. Without thinking too much, Ling Pengyun could guess that the couple must be extraordinary. You know, Even he himself had made a lot of preparations for the trip to the Zhuangzi Mountains, so he dared to come. Then, he used his divine sense comparable to the perfection of the golden elixir to scan the 4 directions, and explored the surroundings for thousands of feet. Seeing no trace of other people, he agreed. My wife and I are naturally happy to have 2 of you accompany us. The few of them chatted for a while, and Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai also made a heavenly oath with a middle-aged couple not to attack each other during their companionship. After this oath was made, the 2 sides became less vigilant and became more harmonious. During the chat, Ling Pengyun also learned that the couple's Taoist names were Bishan and Bian, and they came from a city called Bishan City in the north of the Yan'an continent. This city is also considered a market town, but their real names were not revealed. After entering the foundation building stage, casual cultivators basically use their Taoist names as their names, and only cultivators from powerful forces will use their own names. For example, when a cultivator from the Ling family is outside, as soon as he mentions his name, the other party basically knows his background. Yan'an continent is a place for casual cultivators. Although casual cultivators in this area can rent the spiritual veins, they cannot establish any family or sect in it. Therefore, if the cultivators in this area have the idea of establishing power, they basically follow the practice of Yan'an city, using the city as the foundation, building a market, and using the city as the name, and they must be loyal to Yan'an city, the overlord of Yan'an continent. In fact, it is not much different from the power of families and sects, but the medicine remains the same. However, using the city as the name will not shake the reputation of Yan'an continent as a place for casual cultivators. After all, which place for casual cultivators will have a family sect? Once you enter a family sect, you are no longer a casual cultivator. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai in Bishan City had never heard of it, so they did not ask much. At this time, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai also told Bishan and Bian that they were not crossing the Zhuangzi Mountains, but would stay in the Zhuangzi Mountains. Bishan and Bian were a little sorry about this, but they did not say much, nor did they ask much. Then, the 4 of them stopped talking and went into the Zhuangzi Mountains together. The first step into the Zhuangzi Mountains, Ling Pengyun felt 100 pounds heavier. And the deeper he went into the Zhuangzi Mountains, the greater the gravity. Just stepping into the 3,000 miles of territory, the gravity reached a terrifying 10,000 pounds. If ordinary key training or foundation building cultivators came here, they would probably be crushed into meat paste by gravity. The Bishan Bian couple were also forced to circulate their spiritual power to protect their bodies. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai were fine. Both of them practiced physical training techniques, and their bodies were particularly strong. They could still withstand the 10,000 pounds of strength. This situation also caused the Bishan Bian couple to be slightly surprised, and they felt more and more that Ling Pengyun and his wife were extraordinary. When the 2 met, although they saw that Ling Pengyun and his wife were both in the jade realm, Ling Pengyun and his wife had always been protected by the breath-retaining technique, and it was difficult for them to detect the exact cultivation level of Ling Pengyun and his wife. They could only guess that Ling Pengyun and his wife were not weaker than them, and that was why they had found Ling Pengyun and his wife to travel with them. At this moment, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai, 2 cultivators who were also practicing the way of the body, were looking with interest at the gold-swallowing apes near the road who were using the special gravity of this place to forge their bodies. The gold-swallowing apes were tall and burly. The gold-swallowing apes in the early stages of key training were 3 feet tall, with black hair, and through those hairs, you could see their skin gleaming with the color of spiritual iron. In addition, most of the gold-swallowing apes Ling Pengyun saw were holding an iron rod made of spiritual iron, and at least they had an ordinary iron rod. Even some of the key training gold-swallowing apes were like this. Occasionally, you could see the gold-swallowing apes waving their sticks, making continuous sounds of breaking through the air, full of domineering power. This stick technique looks quite mysterious, and each stick is stronger than the other. It's fine that the gold-swallowing apes that have entered the foundation building stage can master it, but there are also quite a few gold-swallowing apes in the key training stage who can master this stick technique. This is extremely strange. It seems that the gold-swallowing ape clan is really as the outside world rumors. Because they have lived in the Zhuangzi Mountains for many years, they are no longer comparable to ordinary monsters. As of now, the intelligence of this clan is far superior to that of monsters of the same level, and because of their intelligence, the monster apes of this clan have learned that stick technique, and their strength has been indirectly improved. No wonder the gold-swallowing ape clan, which is said to be extremely difficult to reproduce, can become a capable general under the huge Yin-Yang monster clan and be granted to guard the Qingshi Mountains, Ling Pengyun said secretly. Chapter 879, The Treasure Land of Qingshi Mountains appears. After going thousands of miles deeper into the Qingshi Mountains, when they were about to reach the inner area of the Qingshi Mountains, Ling Pengyun, Yan Sidai, and Bishan Bian and his wife saw a golden ape in the early stage of the Jade realm, which was dozens of feet long and as powerful as the sky, and brought 100 golden apes in the foundation building realm to control a flying boat. They looked around as if they were inspecting this area and did not miss any place. Ling Pengyun glanced at the flying boat and his eyes lit up slightly. A medium-sized flying boat at the prototype level of a magic weapon? It's just that the refining process is a bit rough, but judging from the aura of this flying boat, the person who refined this flying boat must have melted a lot of good things into it. In the future, it will be a natural thing for this flying boat to enter the third level. It won't take long, it's a treasure. At this time, Bishan's Henren's eyes lit up. It is extremely rare for a giant-level gold-swallowing ape to lead a patrol. It seems that the news that a treasure is about to be born in that place is true. Fellow Taoist Ling, Madam Ling, the gold-swallowing ape clan is good at refining weapons. The patrol teams of this clan basically have magic weapons that can see through illusions, conceal breath, and other disguises. Let's find a place to hide. If we are discovered here, it will be troublesome. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai's expressions moved when they heard this, and they nodded. Then they followed Bishan's Henren and his wife Bian's Henren and hid in an abandoned mine cave on a nearby barren mountain that was suspected to have been mined for ore. This mine cave has large spaces and small spaces, and it stretches for nearly 1,000 feet, probably a small mineral vein. The four of them directly reached the deepest part of the mine cave and stopped. At this moment, Bishan's Henren's wife, Bian's Henren, also summoned a small glass lamp, which turned into a large piece of white cloud and mist to cover everyone. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai couldn't help but take a step back. Bishan's Henren also spoke at this moment. The mist used by fellow Taoist Ling and Madam Ling is to conceal the aura. My husband and I have no other intentions. Ling Pengyun's spiritual sense swept through the mist and saw that the mist was indeed only used to conceal the aura, and the concealing ability was not weak. If it were not for his powerful spiritual sense, I am afraid that his spiritual sense would be difficult to penetrate the concealing mist. He lowered his eyes and fixed his eyes on the small third-level medium-quality colored glass lamp in Madame Bian's hand. The aura of this magic weapon is almost the same as that of Madame Bian. This treasure must be her life magic weapon. Looking at the effect of concealing the mist, the quality of this magic weapon is estimated to be extraordinary. It is probably a top-level middle-level magic weapon. The cultivation method practiced by this Madame Bian is probably also extraordinary. Ling Pengyun withdrew his thoughts and asked his own doubts at this moment. Fellow Taoist Bishan, my wife and I have been in seclusion for the past few years. After coming out, we went straight here. I wonder if you can give me some advice on how to mobilize the Golden Core Realm gold-swallowing ape to lead a team to inspect the treasures in this area. Taoist Bishan showed a hint of surprise, but he was also frank and did not hide anything, and said directly, "The matter of the treasure is not a secret. Since you don't know, I will tell you about it. Recently, there are rumors in the outside world that there is an ownerless third-level treasure pond that can produce body-refining spiritual water in a secret place in the Qingshi Mountains under the command of the Earth-splitting Bear Clan. It is about to enter the third-level middle-grade realm. And as everyone knows, when the spiritual pond is upgraded, it will be blessed by heaven and earth, and there will be a lot of spiritual water of the same level in the spiritual pond. After the spiritual pond enters the grade is as high as the third-level middle-grade realm. There will be a lot of third-level middle-grade body-refining spiritual water in it. This kind of spiritual water is extremely precious. The most critical thing is that the treasure pond has no owner. If it is true as the news says, I am afraid that the group of dragon mane elephants in the Qingshi Mountains don't know where the place is. My generation of cultivators can also occupy that place and continuously mine the spiritual water produced in it. Although these spiritual waters are difficult to attract the attention of the overlord of this area, the Earth-splitting Bear Clan, it is a great supplement for the group of dragon mane elephants in the Qingshi Mountains. The dragon mane elephant and the gold-swallowing ape tribe are both demon tribes that focus on refining their bodies. Both tribes belong to the earth-splitting bear tribe. The Zhuangzi Mountains occupied by the gold-swallowing ape tribe are the only way for cultivators from the Yan'an continent to go to other Zhuangmei. This means that whenever the dragon mane elephant tribe, including the other demon tribes, produce precious things in the Zhuangmei, the gold-swallowing ape tribe in the Zhuangzi Mountains will send heavy troops to patrol the territory to prevent cultivators from crossing the mountains and allowing our generation of cultivators to snatch those treasures. And now that the gold-swallowing ape tribe has a golden elixir ape monster that fell in the Zhuangzi Mountains, it has also increased the possibility that there is an unknown third-level treasure pond in the Qingshi Mountains. I won't hide it from you two fellow Taoists. I am a formation master and have mastered some special methods to be more proficient in ordinary spiritual veins. The purpose of my wife and I coming here this time is to go to the Qingshi Mountains to try our luck and see if we can find an opportunity to get the spiritual pond. I am somewhat confident about this, but I still lack some manpower. Fellow Taoist Ling and your wife are very powerful, and this is the first time you have heard of this news. I think when you came here, you didn't have any idea about the third-level treasure pond. Now that you know this news, are you willing to go to the Qingshi Mountains with us? After hearing this, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai, who have seen many storms, were somewhat moved. Both of them are body cultivators, and they also know how difficult it is to improve the level of body cultivators. In the outside world, body refining spiritual objects are rare. Most of their body refining resources come from the body refining pills made by Ling Yunhong. However, the raw materials required for those pills are the golden pills of the golden pill monster kings or the meat of monster beasts. Although many golden pill monster kings were killed during the family monster rebellion, the golden pills and monster meat of those golden pill monster kings have other uses, and they cannot be used to make pills. Therefore, Ling Pengyun and his body refining resources have long been exhausted. Furthermore, due to the strangeness of the Qingshi Mountains, the spiritual water produced by the body refining treasure pools there is several times more effective than the spiritual water of the same level in the outside world. However, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai are not rookies. Ling Pengyun also asked at this moment. Fellow Taoist just said that the news of the ownerless spirit pond appearing in the Qingshi Mountains has spread to the outside world. I think that many cultivators have gathered there now, and there must be quite a few monsters among them. If fellow Taoist can really lead my wife and me to find the spirit pond that is about to be upgraded to a higher grade, my wife and I will naturally be willing to take a look. But if fellow Taoist cannot, not only will our trip be in vain, but we will also take huge risks. If fellow Taoist has a treasure or means to find the spirit pond, please take it out for us to see and give my wife and me a clear idea. After saying that, Ling Pengyun took Yan Sidai and made an oath to the heavens, based on which they would not reveal the means mastered by the Bishan and Bian couples, and would not plot against the two of them. Chapter 880, Spirit Seeker. Seeing Ling Pengyun and his wife like this, Master Bishan thought for a long time, looked at his wife, and exhaled again, then said, Dao is very thoughtful. I am sure I can find the ownerless spirit pond because although I am a formation master, I focus on the more unconventional spirit-seeking path in the formation. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai were shocked. Dao is a spirit-seeking master. Master Bishan nodded, and then took out a very special formation plate, on which there was a long black needle made of unknown material, just like an enlarged version of a compass, and he also spoke. You can say that this is my natal vein-finding array. Fellow Taoists can see if it's real, but I hope you two won't reveal this matter, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. Seeing his affirmation, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai looked at the vein-finding array again. It was indeed the same as the legendary vein-finding disc. They couldn't help but look up to Bishan's Henren, who was only in the middle stage of the golden elixir. The path of soul finding is a minor path, which belongs to the path of array formation. The mainstream of the path of array formation is to arrange array formations. Although this path of soul finding is a side door, it has a very strong attainment in vein finding. Even if the spirit vein is hidden in the 10,000 miles of land, the soul-finding master can find it. For example, if there is a potential mineral vein protected by special soil, it is difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect it, but the soul-finding master has a high probability of finding it. It can be said that this soul-finding master is a huge treasure. However, it is extremely difficult to comprehend this path of soul-finding, which is dozens of times more difficult than becoming a formation master. It can be said that the cultivators who can enter the soul-seeking path are 1 in a billion. At least, there are no more than 5 soul seekers with some reputation in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world, and they are all in those Yin-Yang sects. As for their grades in the soul-seeking path, Ling Pengyun does not know, but their grades are definitely not high. Perhaps, there are some soul seekers who are unwilling to show up, but they must not be many. The Kanglan Baha'i sect of the Boundless Sea immortal cultivation world, which is related to the Ling family, has gone through tens of thousands of years and has produced several soul seekers, but there are none now. Daoao is really a hidden talent. I really admire you. Daoao, don't worry about the soul-seeking master. My wife and I will definitely not spread this matter. My wife and I are also willing to go deep into the Qingshi Mountains with the 2 of you to find the spirit pond. However, how should the benefits of the spirit pond and the spirit vein where the spirit pond was born be divided? Such a person is enough for Ling Pengyun to compliment, and he also made another promise. He knew what Master Bishan was worried about. Although the methods mastered by the soul seekers were powerful, they were also a potential danger. It was said that the soul seekers in the northern wilderness cultivation world were not from the Yin-Yang sects, but once they became famous, they were all in the Yin-Yang sects. Ling Pengyun had never heard of those soul seekers being able to go out alone. I'm afraid that those soul seekers have lost their freedom and become pulse-seeking puppets. Under such circumstances, Master Bishan was willing to take the risk to reveal the matter of the soul seekers. Naturally, he had other extremely important plans. He also said, half of the spiritual water produced by the feedback from the heaven and earth in the Lington this time will belong to you too, and the ownership of the rest of the spiritual objects will belong to me and my wife. Ling Pengyun frowned when he heard this condition. Fellow Taoist Bishan, this amount of benefit is a bit too little. My wife and I want 80% of the spiritual water produced by the spirit pond this time. If fellow Taoist Bishan is willing, we will have the future ownership of the spirit pond and the spiritual vein where the spirit pond is located. It will take as long as 300 years for a 3rd-grade medium-grade spirit pond to produce 3rd-grade medium-grade spiritual water. My wife and I have lived for more than 200 or 300 years, and we have no chance to wait until the day when the spirit pond produces 3rd-grade medium-grade spiritual water on its own. Fellow Taoist is asking for too much in terms of spiritual water benefits. Why don't we both take a step back? Fellow Taoist Ling and Madam Ling, although the 2 of you have an 80% share of the spiritual water benefits, you only take 50% of it, and I will buy the other 30% at the market price. Fellow Taoist Ling, I'm afraid the purpose of your coming to the Qingshi Mountains is to search for spiritual iron. As long as you are willing to agree to the division of spiritual water benefits I proposed, I can promise to do my best to search for the spiritual iron you want here for you. Ling Pengyun was a little surprised when he heard this. Daoao Bishan, can you accurately search for a certain kind of spiritual iron with the spiritual search method you master? Daoao Bishan nodded. Yes, but it is more difficult. The probability is also small, and it will take a long time. Even if I don't find the spiritual iron you want or the spiritual iron has been discovered and developed by the gold-swallowing ape clan, I can find 3 small or 1 medium-sized mines that have not been discovered by the gold-swallowing ape clan in this land rich in spiritual iron as compensation. Ling Pengyun saw such generous conditions, so he naturally agreed immediately. Daoao said so, I will not say more about the previous division of the benefits of the spiritual pond, I agree to this. When will we set off for the Qingshi Mountains where the ownerless spiritual pond is located? Seeing Ling Pengyun's agreement, Zhenren Bishan was delighted, and he also spoke up. Of course, the sooner the better. How about we set off now? Because of the help of Bishan's Henren in finding the heavy Yuanling iron, Ling Pengyun postponed the search for the spiritual iron. After all, he and Yamsiai's search for high-level heavy Yuanling iron veins in the Qingshi Mountains was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was just because the probability of finding high-level heavy Yuanling iron was higher here, otherwise they would not have the idea of looking for a needle in a haystack. Ling Pengyun also nodded and agreed to Bishan Zhenren's proposal. Yamsiai has always been centered around Ling Pengyun, so she naturally would not refuse this. Afterwards, Bishan Zhenren also took out a Yuanhan contract refined by a late giant and cultivator and asked Ling Pengyun and the others to sign it. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and Yamsiai were both shocked. Yuanhan contracts of this grade are rare. However, thinking that Master Bishan was a pulse seeker, and this identity was special, They just thought that Master Bishan was being cautious. They also saw that the content of the Yuan Han contract was the same as what they had just agreed on, and there was an additional clause that could not be disclosed to the outside world. Master Bishan's identity as a pulse seeker was not a trap, so the two of them signed the Yuan Han contract one by one. Master Bishan and Madame Bian also signed it. The contract also split into 4 Yuan Han marks, which flew into the sea of consciousness of Ling Pengyun and the other 4. After that, if Ling Pengyun and the other 4 changed their minds and violated the agreement of the contract, the Yuan Han contract in the sea of consciousness of the person who violated it would also explode and blow it into pieces. Although there are means to circumvent the Yuan Han contract in this world of immortal cultivation, none of them are extremely precious. They waited here for a while, and when the group of gold-swallowing apes patrolling in the flying boat from the outside world left this area, they also left the mineral vein site. It wasn't long before Ling Pengyun and his companions were spotted by a patrolling giant middle-stage gold-swallowing ape with the help of a special third-level middle-grade patrol mirror. Fortunately, Ling Pengyun reacted quickly and immediately took action. With the cooperation of Yan Sidai, he killed it in a few breaths, thus avoiding the tragic situation of being besieged by the gold-swallowing ape clan. The killing of the middle-stage giant gold-swallowing ape also aroused the anger of the gold-swallowing ape clan. Ling Pengyun and his companions hid for more than half a month until gold-swallowing apes were killed in several other places in the Qingshi Mountains. The gold-swallowing ape clan reduced their forces to search for their traces. Ling Pengyun and his companions also took advantage of this opportunity and spent a few more days before successfully crossing the Qingshi Mountains. This road is really difficult to walk. If the Qingshi Mountains had no gravity and no gold-devouring ape clan, and were just an ordinary place, why would we have to spend so much time? I'm afraid we could cross it in just a few hours. In a barren forest, Ling Pengyun looked up at the Qingshi Mountains behind him, feeling a little emotional. And the Bishan's Henrin beside him also complimented him at this moment. It was thanks to fellow Taoist Ling that we were able to cross the mountains. If it weren't for a fellow Taoist who killed the monster in a few breaths, my wife and I would have had a hard time surviving the disaster. Ling Pengyun smiled mysteriously and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are too polite. Even without my help, I'm afraid that with your strength, you too can still safely cross the mountains." Chapter 881 Mysterious Spirit-Seeking Method. There was something special in the eyes of Bishan's Henrin, but neither of them mentioned it much. After chatting for a few more words, the group headed straight for Qingshi Mountain range. It took half a day to cross a forest without spiritual veins, and everyone stepped into the Qingshi Mountain range. The water vapor in the Qingshi Mountain range is indeed extremely rich, and this kind of water vapor is enough to be comparable to the water vapor in the boundless sea, which also attracted Ling Pengyun's surprise. There is no lake here, but the water vapor is rich. It's really strange. I don't know why this place has become so strange. Ling Pengyun was secretly shocked. In addition, the trees in the Qingshi Mountain range are also growing very well because of the rich water vapor here. They are at least several feet tall. The sunlight in the sky is therefore blocked by countless trees, and it is difficult to shine in, making this place a little humid and becoming a favorite place for many poisonous insects and snakes. Ling Pengyun even saw several groups of rare insects in the outside world, which are only a little bit short of being ranked in the top 100 powerful strange insects of the northern wilderness cultivation world. However, those strange insects were not very skilled, at most they were at the foundation building stage. Although they were relatively strong among the same stage, they could not hurt Ling Pengyun and the other 4 giants, and they did not even notice Ling Pengyun and the others. Ling Pengyun was so rare that he caught all of them and planned to hand them over to the 2 strongest beast masters in the family, Lin Fan and Ling Libing, to see if they could cultivate a batch of strange insects themselves, and then tame them and hand them over to the clan members to increase their strength. If they were not kept for their own use, of course they would be looked down upon. Those strange insects were only helpful to ordinary key training and foundation building cultivators, and the chance of entering the giant stage was extremely slim. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun naturally did not pay much attention to them. Among the top 100 strange insects, only the top 30 had precedence of entering the giant stage. Only strange insects with such potential would interest Ling Pengyun. As for the top 100 strange insects that were ranked later, they were able to make the list because they relied on their own strength, far exceeding that of their peers. After arriving at this area, The spirit seeker Bishan Henren also took out his pulse-seeking disc. Then, Bishan Henren also took out a glass bottle containing a third-level body-refining spiritual water, and poured the body-refining spiritual water into the pulse-seeking disc. The array disc also flashed with spiritual light, and after Bishan Henren cast several special spells, the long needle on the array disc began to shake continuously. But the long needle seemed to be affected by something and never stopped. It has been like this for several days, and the long needle finally stabilized and turned to point to a place deep in the Qingshi Mountains. Bishan Henren also looked happy at this moment, and greeted Ling Pengyun and others. "Everyone, my life-seeking spirit array has found a third-level body-refining spiritual pond. Follow me to see it." Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie heard this and looked at each other, their hearts full of astonishment. Although they knew the magic of the spirit seeker, they did not expect that the spirit seeker would have such means. This incident also made them more alert and curious. They followed Master Bishan and Master Bian. After spending several days lurking on the road, they encountered several giant and dragon mane elephants with tens of thousands of low-level monsters patrolling the territory, and constantly searching in some barren valleys and mountains. This incident also made Ling Pengyun and others guess that the ownerless body-refining spirit pond had not been found by the dragon mane elephant clan. Ling Pengyun and the other four were more motivated, and they also wanted to find the ownerless spirit pond as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they dragged it on, the risk of the ownerless spirit pond being exposed would be even greater. The dragon mane elephant clan was not good at refining weapons, nor were they good at other arts. The giant and dragon mane elephant monster kings that Ling Pengyun and others encountered this time also carried some magic weapons to detect monks, but their grades were not high. In addition, with the guidance of Ling Pengyun, a monk with powerful spiritual consciousness, Ling Pengyun and others were not discovered in time. Gradually, the group also went deep into the Qingshi Mountains and entered the inner area of this area. Finally, the four of them stopped near a small valley. However, they did not dare to go forward, because there were many demon elephants of the dragon mane elephant clan, the overlord of the Qingshi Mountains, in that small valley. With the help of the perfect giant in consciousness, Ling Pengyun even noticed that there was a dragon mane elephant in the middle giant in realm. At this time, Master Bishan looked at the shining spiritual plate in his hand, and there was a little more helplessness between his brows. The place my pulse-finding disc finally pointed to was that small valley. Because of the close distance, my pulse-finding disc can probably sense the aura of the body-refining spirit pond in it. Although the spirit pond has entered the third-level realm, it is still far from the third-level middle-grade realm, and it is not our goal on this trip. Looking at the large number of dragon bristle elephants in the valley, it is estimated that the place is one of the third-level body-refining spirit ponds that the dragon bristle elephants have already discovered. We can only go to other places and look for the ownerless body-refining spirit pond we are looking for on this trip. After saying that, Master Bishan and his Taoist partner Master Bian left this place first. Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie recalled Master Bishan's mysterious exploration method just now, and looked at the small valley full of dragon bristle elephants stationed, and became more curious about the spirit-finding path in their hearts. Previously, the doubts about Master Bishan were reduced a little. At least, Ling Pengyun used his spiritual sense to detect the existence of a third-level spirit vein in the small valley. However, doubts still exist. Who knows if Master Bishan is swindling and has already discovered the spiritual veins in it to lower the guard. The two were stunned for a while, and then followed again. In the next 3 or 4 months, Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie followed Master Bishan and his wife to wander around the Qingshi Mountains, spent 5 third-level body-refining spiritual ponds, explored 5 third-level body-refining spiritual ponds, and explored all the third-level spiritual ponds in the entire Qingshi Mountains. During this period, they also encountered the giant and realm dragon mane elephant that patrolled this area several times, and experienced several fierce battles, but neither side suffered casualties or made any achievements. They also encountered several giant and cultivators, with high and low cultivation levels, and like Ling Pengyun and others, they all turned around in this area, and most likely they were searching for the ownerless spiritual pond. However, those people did not bring any exploration magic weapons, so they did not find Ling Pengyun and others in the dark, and Ling Pengyun and others did not rashly step forward to talk to them. Originally, Master Bishan was planning to invite one of the late giant and cultivators to join the team to strengthen the team and make the search safer, but Ling Pengyun stopped him. Although the benefits of the spiritual pond would not be lost to him. However, Ling Pengyun did not want to cause any trouble when he really found the ownerless spiritual pond. Master Bishan saw Ling Pengyun's objection, and considering the powerful strength that Ling Pengyun showed in the Qingshi Mountains, he did not dare to anger Ling Pengyun, so he agreed to Ling Pengyun's proposal. At this time, on the top of an old tree, Ling Pengyun, Yan Sidai, and Madame Bian all stared at the soul-inducing disc in Master Bishan's hand, with the pointer constantly shaking. However, after half a month, the pointer on the soul-inducing disc still did not stop, and detected a new third-level body-refining spiritual pond. Master Bishan also sighed helplessly on this day. Calculating the time, I have been searching for the third-level body-refining spirit pond with this array for a full month. According to experience, even if I wait any longer, this pulse-finding disc will hardly produce any results. I can only use that trick. Upon hearing this, Madame Bai Yan's face also showed a few more worried expressions. It was obvious that she knew something. However, she did not say much. She understood how important the spirit pond opportunity place was to her husband and herself. Although Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai really did not understand what Master Bishan was going to do, they did not ask. Master Bishan also closed his eyes at this moment and sat cross-legged on a branch. Chapter 882, Bidao searching for the pulse. It was not until the night fell and countless stars appeared that Master Bishan took action. He raised his hand and pinched his fingers, casting several special spells on the pulse-finding disc in front of him. The disc trembled and projected a piece of spiritual light, which was extremely gorgeous. Master Bishan's expression was condensed, and he actually spit out a mouthful of blood on the pulse-finding disc. The art of Bidao pulse-finding. Urgent. The spiritual light trembled, and then scattered everywhere in a disorderly manner, and also emitted countless suction forces, absorbing the starlight shot down by countless stars in the sky into the body, and gradually emitting starlight, as if it had turned into a sea of stars. Among them, there were 7 stars that were extremely dazzling. Ling Pengyun watched this scene and his eyes condensed. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper. At this moment, Master Bidao pinched his fingers again, and the long needle on the pulse-finding disc suddenly began to rotate at a very fast speed, and it turned into a phantom. The sea of stars projected by the pulse-finding disc continued to flicker with starlight. After waiting for a while, Master Bidao saw that the long pulse-finding needle had not stopped yet, and his face became more solemn. He then spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood on the pulse-finding disc, and took out a glass bottle from the storage bag and poured blood continuously, throwing it on the pulse-finding disc, until the glass bottle was empty. The projected star began to move, turning into starlight containing countless array patterns and merging into the long pulse-finding needle, and the long pulse-finding needle gradually stabilized. The long needle swayed and finally stopped, pointing to the north. Master Bishan saw this, secretly relieved. His face was full of joy, and he exclaimed, "We have located the ownerless spirit pond in the north. Fellow Taoist Ling, Madam Ling, please follow me. The location I found with my secret method can only last for half a day. Once this time period has passed, if we haven't arrived there yet, I will never be able to find it even if I spend my whole life." After saying that, he hurriedly followed the pulse-finding disc and headed north. His wife, Madame Bian, was not happy. Instead, she sighed in great sorrow and followed him. Ling Pengyun noticed this scene subtly, and looked at the back of Master Bishan, who suddenly became a little hunched, and the many white hairs that suddenly grew on his head, and his eyes fixed. "I'm afraid that this fellow Taoist Bishan has paid a heavy price for using the pulse-finding technique just now." Yan Sidai, who was standing aside, also sent a voice message to Ling Pengyun at this moment. "My husband, did you notice the large amount of blood that fellow Taoist Bishan poured from the glass bottle onto the pulse-finding array just now? That blood contains the blood of our human race, but no spiritual energy. It should be the blood of a mortal. And using mortal blood as the source to locate the location of the ownerless spirit pond here, I'm afraid it's different. Maybe the two are related." Ling Pengyun nodded. "Your guess is possible. Fellow Taoist Bishan, as a casual cultivator, not only has the talent of searching for spirits, but can also find the inheritance of searching for spirits and upgrade this path to the 3rd level. The opportunity must be great. The quality of the cultivation method practiced by Madame Bian is also not low. The 2 couples must be extraordinary. Regardless of whether the matter of the ownerless spirit pond is true or false, be careful." Yan Sidai said. "Understood, my husband." Then, The two of them stopped talking and chased after Bishan and Bian. Because the direction indicated by the pulse-finding array was far away from the depths of the Qingshi Mountains, the four of them did not encounter any elephant monsters from the Dragon Mane Elephant clan along the way. Even if they did, they would have used Madame Bian's special magic weapon to hide. The four of them would have stayed away from the sacred mountains that were set up with detection arrays, and did not approach them easily. Ling Pengyun and his four companions were also very convenient. In the half-day when Master Bishan used the secret method to activate the pulse-finding array, they arrived at the place indicated by the pulse-finding array. This is a desolate valley, which is not very large, only about a few dozen feet. It is also full of trees, and is inhabited by several wolf monsters in the early stage of key training and dozens of wild wolves that have not entered the grade. Fellow Taoist Bishan, are you sure this is the place? Ling Pengyun looked at the desolate valley in front of him, and asked Master Bishan with a little doubt. Of course, as long as my pulse-finding array disc guides, there has never been an error. The ownerless spirit pond must be in this valley, but there is a high-level array or the power of heaven and earth to protect it, otherwise the Dragon Mane Elephant clan would have discovered the ownerless spirit pond hidden in the dark here. My pulse-finding method can only accurately locate the area of the spirit pond in this desolate valley. As for where it is, we still need to find it ourselves. Dig 3 feet into the ground, fellow Taoist Ling. Bishan's Henrin said with great confidence, then put away the pulse-finding array disc in his hand and set up a third-level middle-grade breath-retaining array around the desolate valley. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun scanned the desolate valley with his spiritual sense, and saw that he did not notice anything unusual. He then took Yan Siai and the Bishan's Henrin couple into the desolate valley together and began to use magic weapons to dig. With the effect of the breath-retaining array, the noise of their digging 3 feet into the ground did not spread out. As long as the Golden Core Demon King of the Dragonless Mane Elephant clan came here with a magic weapon for exploration, no one would notice it. The magic weapon for exploration in the hands of this clan is extremely sensitive to formations, so when they were deep in the Qingshi Mountains, Bishan's Henrin did not dare to use formations to avoid it. As for the wolf pack in the desolate valley, they were killed by everyone and put into storage bags to prevent the blood from leaking out. Soon, when the four of them dug 1,000 feet deep into the valley, they touched some soil containing the power of heaven and earth. These soils are not spiritual objects like ordinary soils. Once they leave their original place, they will become ordinary objects. However, as long as these special soils containing the power of heaven and earth are the companions of many mineral veins and spiritual veins, with the help of the connection between those mineral veins and spiritual veins, and the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, these special soils can have a special shielding effect as long as they are still in place. Even if there are cultivators from the outside world who use their spiritual sense to scan them, it is difficult to find the mineral veins and spiritual veins under those special soils. The higher the grade of the mineral veins and spirit veins, the stronger the effect of the soil containing the power of heaven and earth. And everyone was also happy to see the soil containing the power of heaven and earth. At this time, Bishan's Henrin, who presided over the search for the spirit pond, also said, "Don't destroy the soil containing the power of heaven and earth on a large scale. I will dig it down." After saying that, he used a flying sword magic weapon to dig a 2-foot-wide circular deep pit. However, this deep pit only extended downward for a few feet before it touched a huge cave. A strong water spirit also spread out from the deep pit leading to the cave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883, Quyuan Devouring Beetle. The aura of the third-level spiritual vein must be from that place. It is not in vain that I spent so much of my life this time. On the wrinkled face of Bishan's Henrin, an excited smile appeared, and he muttered to himself, and immediately set up a special bend to send all the water spirit energy gushing out of the cave back to the underground cave, and sealed the cave with a band to prevent the spirit energy inside from leaking out, so as to prevent the birth of spirit energy in this desolate valley from being noticed by the Overlord Dragon Mane Elephant clan. Then, Bishan's Henrin put away the smile on his face and said something meaningful to Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai. "Fellow Taoist Ling, Madam Ling, this desolate land has a third-order water vein, and my vein-finding array also led us here. The spiritual pond we are looking for this time must be here. However, before entering, I hope you two will not forget the agreement between us. Ling Pengyun's spiritual sense swept through the cave. Although it was blocked by the special soil surrounding the cave, and there seemed to be other special means in the depths of the cave that blocked his spiritual sense, it was true that there was a third-order water vein in the cave. He also nodded with some expectation. The Yuan contract has been signed. How dare we violate it, fellow Taoist? Don't waste time, so as not to cause more trouble. Upon hearing this, True Man Bishan said no more, nodded lightly, and took the lead with his wife True Man Bian to follow the pit into the underground cave. Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie followed closely behind. This cave is probably several feet wide, with an unknown length. It is winding and tortuous. There are many fluorescent beads on the surrounding rock walls that shine brightly, making the place extremely bright without a trace of darkness. Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie also fixed their eyes on those fluorescent beads, both showing surprise. Fluorescent beads are a low-level spiritual object, and their only function is to emit light. However, this object is also considered a mineral, and the sizes vary when mined. However, the fluorescent beads embedded on the rock walls here are not only the same size, but also evenly distributed. It is obvious at a glance that the fluorescent beads here are artificially embedded on those rock walls. In addition, Bishan's Henrin once said that the outside world inexplicably spread the news that there is an unowned spiritual pond in the Qingshi Mountains, but no one knows who spread it. Thinking of this, his brows suddenly frowned, and his vigilance in his heart suddenly reached the extreme. Inadvertently, he also approached his wife Yan Xie, intending to take his wife Yan Xie away if something unexpected happened. Of course, he was also certain about his own strength. Otherwise, he would not have risked following Master Bishan here. At this moment, a series of rapidly flapping wings suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Soon, a large piece of blue smoke floated over from the depths of the cave. But Ling Pengyun looked closely and immediately found something wrong. That was not smoke, but small insects the size of a fingernail, with a pair of sharp horns on their heads and covered with solid shells. However, the colors of those insect shells were somewhat different. Most of the insect shells were blue-black, but there were more than 200 insect shells with blue shells, and those shells were covered with a few water droplets. The total number of insect monsters in the insect swarm was probably more than 10,000. Although most of them were in the key training stage, there were more than 300 insects in the foundation building stage. The 5 largest insects, which were as big as a fist and had 3 water droplet patterns on their shells, had cultivation levels as high as the Golden Core realm. 2 were in the early Golden Core realm, 2 were in the middle Golden Core realm, and 1 had already entered the late Golden Core realm. At this time, True Man Bishan said to Ling Pengyun, "Fellow Taoist Ling, Madam Ling, those are Qian-devouring beetles. They like to eat any water-based spiritual objects, even water-based magic weapons. Their shells are extremely strong, and they are physical spiritual insects. They also master some water-based magic techniques and are quite powerful. Please be careful. My wife and I will block the 2 Qian-devouring beetles in the middle stage of the Golden Core, as well as the other small insects in the Key Training Foundation Establishment realm, the other 2 in the early stage of the Golden Core, and the demon insect in the late stage of the Golden Core. Fellow Taoist Ling and Madam Ling will be relied on." After saying that, his wife, True Man Bian, took out her 3rd-level mid-grade life magic weapon, the glazed small lamp, and conjured up a large amount of smoke from it, which directly involved the group of Qian-devouring beetles that attacked. The smoke had a hallucinogenic effect, and the group of demon insects in the Key Training and Foundation Establishment realms were affected by the smoke and suddenly became confused and flew around in place. Among them, the 2 Qian-devouring beetles in the middle stage of the Golden Core were especially taken care of by the smoke and also fell into the illusion. At this moment, Master Bishan also used a set of 3rd-level medium-quality earth formations. After spending 3 breaths to set it up, the formation also transformed into a large amount of earth and stabbed into the cloud, knocking many low-level monster insects to the ground. However, Master Bishan and Madam Bian had no intention of resisting the 2 monster insects in the early Jinden stage and the late Jinden stage in the insect swarm. They also let the 3 insect monsters leave the hallucinogenic smoke and the earth formation. After Ling Pengyun heard Master Bishan's description of the group of monster insects, he kept recalling the insect monster Qian-devouring beetle. He was very familiar with the name of this insect monster. After a short half-breath, he finally thought of the origin of this insect monster. This insect monster also exists in the Northern Wilderness Cultivation world, and this insect monster is also ranked in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness Cultivation world's strange insect rankings, but it is only ranked at the end. The cultivators in the Northern Wilderness Cultivation world have only discovered a few Qingshi-devouring beetles that have completed their foundation. The Pseudo-Dan realm has never found it. Although this insect monster is quite powerful, it is very picky about what it likes to eat. It will not eat anything other than water spirits. This makes it extremely difficult for the Qingshi-devouring beetle clan to find food on the boundless swamp, which indirectly leads to extremely difficult reproduction and improvement of cultivation. Ling Pengyun does not know the situation of the Qingshi-devouring beetle clan in the Hongzhou realm. However, among the group of Qingshi-devouring beetles here, there are more than 200 demon insects that are somewhat different from the Qingshi-devouring beetles recorded in the classics. According to the description in the classics, the Qingshi-devouring beetle should be blue-black, which is the appearance of most of the insect monsters here. There are no pure blue Qingshi-devouring beetles, which makes Ling Pengyun unsure that those insect monsters are Qingshi-devouring beetles. After all, the demon insect clan is the most exclusive, and those who are not from the same clan will be killed. This matter also made him a little confused, but now that he is in a dangerous situation, he dare not be too distracted. Immediately, he summoned out the two third-grade top-grade life-saving magic weapons, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Treasure Pearl and the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Treasure Shield, from his golden elixir. Chapter 884, Mutated Demonic Insect. The Bahei Heavy Yuan Treasure Shield trembled with spiritual light, and a 3-meter-long light curtain was transformed, covering itself and Yan Sai beside it. The Bahei Heavy Yuan Treasure Orb turned and grew in the wind, turning into a giant blue iron bead that was 150 meters long, and killed the late giant and Qingshi-devouring beetle that was released by the Bishan's Henrin couple. At the same time, Ling Pengyun also said to Yan Sai, "Madam, the two early giant and Qingshi-devouring beetles are in your hands." At this moment, the late giant and Qingshi-devouring beetle saw the Bahei Heavy Yuan Treasure Orb coming, and immediately opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp little teeth, and countless blue spiritual lights gathered in its mouth. In just a moment, it spit out a large stream of water covered with blue spiritual light. These water flows exude a magical breath, and as if they contain 1,000,000 pounds of power, they temporarily blocked the speed of the Bahei Heavy Yuan Treasure Orb that contained gravity. Then, the insect burst out at an extremely fast speed, turning into a blue shadow and directly hitting the Zhanglong Bahei Changyun Baozu, causing a sound of iron and steel. Zhang. The Bahei Changyun Baozu not only completely stopped moving forward the next moment, but was also slowly retreated by the large amount of water magic weapon spit out by the late giant and demon insect and its fist-sized body. In addition, the insect monster's mouth was not idle. It opened its mouth and kept biting on the Bahei Changyun Baozu with its sharp teeth, making a series of piercing sounds. After a while, it bit a small hole on the Changyun Baozu. Ling Pengyun saw this scene and his face was immediately filled with surprise. How can this strange-looking Qingshi-devouring beetle be so strong? And the mimic-shaped water flow life magic weapon it has used is not weak either, and its quality is probably of the middle level. Based on this strength, I'm afraid that this demon insect, whose cultivation level is at the 7th level of the Golden Core, is not inferior to the Demon King of the same level at all. The individual strength of the insect demon clan is generally weaker than that of the demon beasts and cultivators of the same level, and this clan also relies on numbers to win. Qingshi-devouring beetle is no exception, but the insect demons of this clan are slightly stronger than ordinary insect demons, but they are still a little behind the demon beasts and cultivators of the same level. Ling Pengyun thought that at least 1/3 of the Qingshi-devouring beetles here looked a little strange, and he saw that the remaining pure blue demon insects were also extraordinary, so his face lit up. Could those blue-shelled demon insects have mutated like the key training wind shadow tiger in Li Hu's hand? Thinking of this, he became more interested in the group of Qingshi-devouring beetles in front of him. He also turned his head and looked at the entire area, and immediately saw that the strength of the other pure blue Qingshi-devouring beetles was far superior to that of ordinary Qingshi-devouring beetles, and it seemed that a couple of Bishan's Henrin and Bian's Henrin had already discovered this. Now, half of the more than 200 mutant Qingshi-devouring beetles in the insect swarm at the key training and foundation building stages have been captured alive by the couple of Bishan's Henrin and put into a beast control bag, and there are only 100 mutant monster insects left in the insect swarm. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun frowned immediately. At this time, He still couldn't help but know the real intention of Bishan's Henrin, who had offered to help stop the group of key training and foundation building insect monsters. This fellow Taoist Bishan's behavior is really immoral, and his mind is deep. Those mutant insect monsters have fallen into the hands of the couple of Bishan's Henrin, and the couple will naturally not spit them out easily. Ling Pengyun didn't want to conflict with Bishan's Henrin, who is a pulse finder, so he could only swallow this loss. However, since he already knew, he could only not let the remaining hundreds of mutant monster insects in the insect swarm fall into the hands of Bishan's Henrin and his wife. Immediately, he summoned a powerful magic weapon such as the thunder mirror from his storage bag, and directly repelled the Qian-devouring beetle that had established a certain advantage, and pursued it and suppressed it, so that the insect could no longer be violent. Ling Pengyun no longer had any worries. He roared, and his whole body suddenly flashed with golden spiritual light. A layer of golden luster also appeared on his skin. His body also grew to 5 feet in size, turning into a golden giant. As soon as he stepped on the ground with his feet, he turned into a golden shadow and directly broke into the low-level insect swarm more than 10 feet away, and directly used his hands to capture the mutant Qian-devouring beetles in the key training and foundation building stages. Seeing this, the Bishan's Henrin couple no longer concealed the fact that they were capturing mutant demon insects. However, they all used magic weapons to penetrate deep into the insect demon group, knocked out the mutant demon insects, and then put them into the beast bag. Their speed was not as fast as Ling Pengyun, who captured the mutant insect demon alive. In the end, Ling Pengyun captured 72 of the remaining 100 mutant demon insects, and the Bishan couple captured more than 40. Seeing that there were no mutant insect demons in the insect group, Ling Pengyun casually captured more than 500 ordinary Qian-devouring beetles. He then left the insect group and turned to attack the demon insect in the late giant stage with all his strength. Although Ling Pengyun wanted to stay with this insect, it was also a giant demon beast, and it also had a giant in its body. After entering the giant stage, it also had some intelligence and mastered the means of self-destructing the giant. It was harder to capture such a giant-level insect demon than to send to heaven. However, it is said that some high-level beast masters have mastered the means to imprison the self-destruction of the giant, so they can easily capture the giant demon beast. In desperation, Ling Pengyun had to kill it. After only 100 breaths, the insect demon in the late giant stage was forced to use various defensive methods by Ling Pengyun, but these methods were like thin paper in front of Ling Pengyun, a strong man with a strength comparable to the peak of the 9th level of giant, and they were broken at a single blow. However, the shell of its body was indeed solid, only 1 point weaker than the ordinary defensive magic weapon of the same level. For this reason, Ling Pengyun spent some time to break the shell of the insect demon, and then sacrificed her life spell, the Blue Sea Sky Sword technique, and then cut the insect demon in two with one sword. After collecting its body, Ling Pengyun rushed to support Yan Si'ai. Yan Si'ai's cultivation level was as high as the 5th level of giant, and her body cultivation reached the 3rd level of giant. In her hand, she also had a powerful magic weapon such as the Zhuanyang treasure lantern, which was a top-grade 3rd level. With her own strength, she could severely suppress the 2 insect demons in the early giant stage who were fighting against her. If it continues to drag on, the winner will inevitably be Yan Si'ai. Now, with Ling Pengyun's help, the 2 giant early stage insect monsters were defeated and were quickly killed by Ling Pengyun and Yan Si'ai. After cleaning up the bodies of the 2 giant early stage insect monsters, Ling Pengyun also had time to look at the battle situation between the Bishan couple. Although the 2 couples had good cultivation and the magic weapons in their hands were of good quality, they were now suppressing the 2 giant and middle stage insect monsters they were fighting against and the remaining 3,000 or 4,000 low-level insect monsters. Chapter 885, Treasure Jade Lotus. However, the couple had insufficient combat experience, and most of the magic weapons in their hands were auxiliary magic weapons. Only the 3rd level medium-grade formation that Bishan's Henrin took out was more powerful, which also led to the fact that the 2 of them did not have much advantage. Ling Pengyun thought that Bishan's Henrin was not kind just now and planned to swallow those low-level mutant monster insects that were easy to catch. He did not want to talk about morality with Bishan's Henrin and planned to rob the monster. Then, he called Yan Si'ai and mobilized the attack means to kill one of the insect monsters in the middle stage of giant. Although Bishan's Henrin and his wife wanted to stop it, they had no reason. After all, the monster was here, and it was not theirs alone. Ling Pengyun and his wife could naturally attack, Under such circumstances, in order to maximize their interests, Bian and his wife directly gave up the giant insect monster attacked by Ling Pengyun and his wife, and turned to attack the other giant insect monster together to prevent this giant insect monster from being robbed by Ling Pengyun and his wife. However, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai did not want to tear their faces apart. They just wanted to teach the Bishan couple a lesson, so they attacked one of the giant and middle stage insect monsters. Therefore, after killing the remaining giant and middle stage insect monster and collecting the insect monster's body, the two of them also attacked the last giant and middle stage insect monster, but they did not use their full strength. They just assisted the Bishan couple in their attack, so as to kill the last giant and middle stage insect monster as soon as possible, so as to avoid the news of the battle here from being spread and causing other troubles. They did not intend to snatch the last giant and insect monster. It didn't take long for the last giant and insect monster to be killed by everyone. Not long after, the remaining key training and foundation building realm key and devouring beetles were also killed. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Ling and Madam Ling. I didn't expect you two to be so strong. It's a great honor for my wife and I to be able to make friends with you two. We killed this last insect demon in the middle stage of the golden elixir together. Its golden elixir is worth almost the same as its body. How about we take the golden elixir and the body and divide the benefits of this demon equally? Bishan's Henrin looked at Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai with a little awe, took a deep breath, and forced a smile on his face. He complimented Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai and said generously, "If my wife and I took this benefit, wouldn't you and your wife not even get a complete golden elixir demon insect in this battle? This makes my wife and I look greedy. Since we have formed an alliance, it is natural for both sides to help each other. You can take the body of the middle stage of the golden elixir. After this trip is over, I hope that you will do your best to search for the spiritual iron I want in the Qingshi Mountains for me." Ling Pengyun said with a little weirdness. When Master Bishan and his wife heard this, they were more ashamed. How could they not know that Ling Pengyun was blaming them for wanting to embezzle those low-level mutant monster insects? The two looked at each other. Master Bishan was also a man. He also took out 30 key training realm key and devouring beetles that were in a coma and handed them to Ling Pengyun. "Just now, I saw that Dao only captured 60 or 70 mutant monster insects. These 30 mutant monster insects are my return gift. It is just enough for Dao to make up 100 mutant monster insects." Ling Pengyun was a little surprised when he saw this. He glanced at Master Bishan, and without being polite, he raised his hand to collect those monster insects and said lightly, "It's time to go to the depths of this cave." Then, he and Yan Sai took the lead and walked towards the depths of the cave. After Master Bishan and his wife quickly cleaned up the battlefield, they followed. Soon, the four of them arrived at the deepest part of the cave. However, there was a third great superior breath-retaining formation and a defensive formation protecting this place, blocking the way of Ling Pengyun and others, and they could hardly see the scene inside. However, the two formations may have had many loopholes due to the withering of time, and their power was only about 20% to 30%. In addition, there was no one controlling this formation, so it was difficult to exert its full power. Ling Pengyun and others easily broke it and saw a 3-meter-sized spiritual pond and a white and jade-like lotus pod with a strange appearance growing in the center of the spiritual pond. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai's eyes were immediately attracted by the strange lotus pod. Both of them knew a lot of spiritual plants, and they immediately recognized the origin of the lotus pod. They were also shocked, and even their faces showed a bit of surprise that they could not control. The eyes of the Bishan's Henrin couple were also fixed on the lotus pod, and their faces showed a fiery color. Bishan's Henrin was still talking nonsense, whispering with a hint of madness. "There really is a precious jade lotus pod here, really? Ha 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 ha, I can finally recover some of the lifespan I lost." However, his expression soon returned to normal, and he and Madame Bian moved away from Ling Pengyun and his wife, looking at them with a little caution. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai were naturally the same. For a moment, a special atmosphere spread among the four people. The reason why the four people were like this was all because of the strange white jade lotus pod growing in the spiritual pond. The lotus pod was called Precious Jade Lotus Pod, and its grade was as high as the 3rd level middle grade realm, and there were 9 3rd level middle grade lotus seeds growing on the lotus pod. The precious jade lotus seeds are a kind of spiritual object that increases lifespan. Although the effect of this object is far less than that of the spiritual fruit of the same level that increases lifespan, each third-level middle-grade lotus seed can only increase lifespan by 40 years, but this object can swallow up to 3 at the same time. Taking all 3 is enough to increase lifespan by as much as 120 years. It is a rare treasure. In the entire northern wilderness immortal cultivation world, this item has not appeared in the past 3,000 years. Other third-level spiritual objects that increase lifespan have appeared, but they have only appeared a few times. In terms of impact alone, they are not as strong as the 9 precious jade lotus pods here. Although Ling Pengyun and Yan Cai are only over 160 or 170 years old, they still have enough lifespan and can live for 200 or 300 years, but they will not think that there are too many treasures that can increase their lifespan by 100 years. As for the spiritual pond, it is also the spiritual pond that they are looking for on this trip that is about to enter the third-level middle-grade body refining. There are also a lot of spiritual waters in it, but they are only first-level spiritual waters. However, as long as the spiritual pond can successfully advance and receive the feedback from heaven and earth, at least most of the spiritual stones in the pond can be transformed into third-level middle-grade spiritual waters. At that time, the value of this spiritual pond will be high. In addition, everyone has also found out the true grade of the water vein here, which is a third-level middle-grade water vein. If not, the spiritual pond here will hardly reach the third-level middle-grade realm. After a while, Master Bishan broke the silence and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, we have signed a Yuan-Han contract before. I hope that fellow Taoist Ling and Madam Ling can keep that agreement. Except for the benefits of the spiritual water, everything here belongs to me and my wife." But fellow Taoist Enna hit it off right away. "Since the lotus pond here has bred 9 lotus seeds, my wife and I can only use 3 at most, and we need 6 in total. My wife and I have no children, so the extra 3 lotus seeds can belong to fellow Taoist." Ling Pengyun's expression changed when he heard this. At this time, such a precious thing as the precious jade lotus pod appeared, and Master Bishan had just seen the special color of the lotus pod. When he thought about the agreement that Master Bishan had previously required that except for the benefits of the spiritual water, the rest of the benefits belonged to Master Bishan and his wife, he also realized that something was wrong. The 2 fellow Taoists have already known about the precious jade lotus pod here. The debt was paid off. The agreement between Ling Pengyun and Master Bishan and his wife was guaranteed by a Yuan-Han contract. Chapter 886 Lin Pengyun's Tomb. True man Bishan did not hide it, but nodded slightly and said, "Your guess is right. Since you already know my identity as a pulse finder, I will not hide it from you. Please look there." After saying that, True man Bishan pointed to a place a few feet away from the left side of the spiritual pond. Ling Pengyun turned his head and saw a small mound of earth in the area, and a stone tablet in front of the mound, with a lot of small words written on the stone tablet. After carefully reading the words, he took a breath of cold air in his heart. The stone tablet recorded the life story of a third-level upper-grade pulse finder named Lin Pengyun. According to the records, Lin Pengyun, like true man Bishan, was born as a casual cultivator in the Yan'an continent, but Lin Pengyun's bad luck made him discovered by the Yan'an continent's overlord Yan'an City, and Yan'an City invited Lin Pengyun to enter the city, but as a pulse finder, Lin Pengyun did not lack wealth at all, and did not want to become a pulse finder puppet of Yan'an City, so he refused. Unexpectedly, Yan'an City actually planned to force him to enter the city alive. Fortunately, he was quite powerful back then, and was very proficient in the art of earth escape. Despite being seriously injured, he managed to escape the encirclement of Yan'an City. He also understood that going to other righteous realms would be tantamount to seeking death, so he escaped directly into the demon realm, and relying on the large number of demon beasts in the demon realm, he cleverly slowed down the pursuit of Yan'an City. After going around in circles, Lin Pengyun relied on the secret method of finding veins to find this secret place created by the great power of heaven and earth. Back then, when he found this place, the water vein here was only of the 3rd grade lower level, but the layer of soil around this spiritual vein that could cover the divine sense exploration was not much weaker than it is now. Even if a giant and perfect cultivator activated the 3rd grade upper grade exploration magic weapon, it would be difficult to explore this place. In addition, there is also the body refining spirit pond here, and there is a precious jade lotus growing in the spirit pond. Lin Pengyun himself was seriously injured and his lifespan was short, So he settled down here and lived out his life hiding here. When he was bored, he would leave this water vein and wander around. By chance, he saw a group of newly born key training realm Qian devouring beetles. For unknown reasons, there were 2 pure blue mutant insect monsters among them. Lin Pengyun, like Ling Pengyun, had a curious idea at that time. He had a lot of opportunities because of his early years as a pulse seeker and also got a lot of inheritance. One of the 3rd level beast control inheritances recorded a strong insect control technique. He immediately caught all the key training realm Qian devouring beetles and brought them to this water vein to cultivate. In the decades when he had the longest lifespan, he used the spiritual water produced by the spiritual pond here to successfully cultivate the mutant insect king to the golden elixir realm, and the number of insects also multiplied to thousands. However, before his lifespan ran out, he did not want the insects he had cultivated to die with him, so he lifted the animal taming restrictions placed on the insects, giving them a way to live. Relying on years of cultivation, he let the free insects protect this place. The insects were not stupid either. This place had rich water spirits and a spiritual pond for body refining, which was a treasure land, so they all agreed to this. As for the precious jade lotus pods that also had some water attributes, they still existed here and were not eaten by the insects. They were also left there intentionally by Lin Pengyun. Moreover, at the end of the tombstone, Lin Pengyun left a meaningful sentence. When I was alive, I spent decades using secret methods to change the pattern of the spiritual veins here, which has strengthened the connection between this spiritual vein and the heaven and earth. The special soil around the spiritual veins here, which is like a natural concealment formation, has also increased its efficacy by several times. Under such circumstances, those who can find this place are not my descendants, but I'm afraid they are Yin-Yang seniors. If you are my descendant and have also embarked on the path of finding veins, I think you have also used those powerful and special methods of finding veins that can bring endless wealth. However, your lifespan must have been consumed a lot. The precious jade lotus here is a gift from me, your ancestor, to help you. But remember, although the method of finding veins is powerful and can bring endless wealth, compared to wealth, lifespan is the most important. This way of finding veins can be practiced but used less. I hope my descendants can remember what I said today. And if the senior who found this place is a senior in the nascent soul realm, I hope that the senior will kill the 5 giants in Yan'an City for me and help me vent my anger because of the great opportunity here. Those greedy people in Yan'an City made me eat a lot of bones. If it weren't for those greedy people, maybe I still have the chance to explore. At this point, there was nothing else to say. However, Ling Pengyun could feel a sense of helplessness from the last sentence that his path was blocked. Perhaps without the group of casual cultivators in Yan'an City, Senior Lin Pengyun, who once reached the late Jiandan realm, would have the opportunity to reach Jiandan perfection or even impact the nascent soul. Ling Pengyun retracted his distracting thoughts and looked at Master Bishan again, revealing a bit of scrutiny. Although Master Bishan and the master of this place, Lin Pengyun, are both pulse finders, Master Bishan's pulse finding skills have only reached the level of the 3rd level middle grade, far inferior to Lin Pengyun. Moreover, when Master Bishan was looking for this place, he made many special moves. Ling Pengyun would not believe that Master Bishan had no relationship with Lin Pengyun, the owner of this place. He also asked calmly, "So, you are the descendant of Senior Lin Pengyun? Then the news of this place was also spread by you? Then the origins you said before were all false?" Master Bishan nodded. "Yes." Ling Pengyun asked in confusion. "Didn't Senior Lin Pengyun get hunted down by the cultivators of Yan'an City? Did you, the descendant of Senior Lin Pengyun, get hunted down by the casual cultivators of Yan'an City? Did Senior Lin Pengyun leave this treasure land before he was alive? Why did you spread the news of this place? Aren't you afraid of causing unnecessary trouble?" Master Bishan said with a wry smile. Back then, Patriarch Ling Pengyun had 2 sons. The eldest son had the ability to find meridians, and was taken by Patriarch Ling Pengyun to practice. Although the second son, Lin Zuinin, did not have the talent for finding meridians, he had superior spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots, and a very high talent for talismans. Patriarch Ling Pengyun had a far-sighted vision and had taken precautions. He used his lifespan as a price to activate a secret technique for finding meridians, and severed the cause and effect between him and him. He was secretly sent to the powerful nascent soul sect, the Golden Talisman Immortal sect, to practice. After that, this person showed a very high talent for talismans, and was valued by a friend of the ancestor who was a quasi-4th level talisman maker in the sect, and was accepted as a disciple. Chapter 887 Secret. Even if the cultivators of the Yuanying Force in Yan'yu City used special secret methods, they still couldn't find the two sons, so the two sons survived. I am the bloodline left by Lin Zuinun, the second son of Lin Kengyun. After Lin Kengyun came here that year, he dared not leave this place. The news that this place has the ownerless spirit pond and the precious jade lotus was told by Ling Kengyun, who severed the cause and effect between it and several mutant Qian devouring beetles, and ordered those monster insects to enter the territory of my human race and meet with his second son, Lin Zuinun, to tell them. But Lin Kengyun was afraid that Lin Zuinun would reveal the news of this place, and he also estimated that after Lin Zuinun knew about this place, he would be involved in unnecessary cause and effect and bring disaster. Therefore, Lin Kengyun only told Lin Zuinun that the Qingshi Mountains had the ownerless spirit pond and the precious jade lotus, and a method that only a 3rd level pulse finder from my lineage could find this place, and I spread the news that this area of Qingshi Mountains has this spiritual pond, and I also intend to find some manpower. Don't be afraid of being laughed at by fellow Taoists. Because of my special identity as a spiritual vein master, I have never made close friends. I also have my wife, the only person I can trust, by my side. The dragon mane elephant clan in the Qingshi Mountains is strong. I want to search for the spiritual pond here, but I am afraid there will be risks. For this reason, I thought of spreading the news that there is an ownerless spiritual pond here, so that we can take this opportunity to recruit manpower in this area. It is too risky to directly recruit manpower in the outside world as a vein finder. In addition, I also want to gather a group of people to deal with a group of Qian devouring beetles that my ancestor released here. These insects are wild in heart, and I am not my ancestor, so it is difficult to control them with secret methods. Only by killing them can we enter them. In addition, I have other plans to gather so many people here. This matter still requires the help of fellow Taoist Ling and Madame Ling. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard it, and said, I didn't expect there are such secrets. So, fellow Taoist is related to the Golden Talisman Immortal Sect? Fellow Taoist is a member of the Golden Talisman Immortal Sect. Then could you tell me a little about your future plans? This way my wife and I can consider it. Taoist Master Bishan's expression moved slightly, and he looked at his wife, Taoist Master Bian, beside him, and then explained to Ling Pengyun. My lineage has no spiritual relationship with the Golden Talisman Immortal Sect. The story of Patriarch Lin Kengyun happened more than 1,000 years ago. Although his second son, Patriarch Lin Zuinun, also entered the Golden Core stage and even reached the late Golden Core stage to become a 3rd-rank top-grade talisman maker, his descendants were not up to the standard. After another Golden Core was born, none of their descendants reached the Golden Core stage again and fell into decline. After that, my lineage was targeted by various forces of the Golden Talisman sect, resulting in heavy casualties. After giving up the large amount of wealth left by Patriarch Lin Zuinun and seeking the protection of a strong man, the ancestors of my lineage gained a glimmer of hope and were able to leave the Golden Talisman Immortal Sect. After hundreds of years, there are not many people in Patriarch Lin Zuinun's lineage, and I am the only cultivator left. And before, I was able to find this place by relying on my own blood essence and the blood of my other mortal compatriots. As for what I want to plan, let's first solve the issue of the division of interests here. Ling Pengyun suddenly realized, he saw that Master Bishan had told him so much. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, the story was reasonable. At least he saw that Master Bishan wanted to make friends with him. If not, Master Bishan could have refused to answer him. He was also polite and bowed to Master Bishan. Your lineage has really been through trials and tribulations, and it is not easy for you to reach your current state under such circumstances. I really admire you. Master Bishan smiled and said, Dao, you are too polite. It's time to get down to business. The division of wealth here will still be based on what we agreed on before. When the spiritual pond here enters the 3rd level and is nurtured by the heaven and earth, 80% of the 3rd level medium quality spiritual water will belong to you, but my wife and I can use spiritual stones to buy 30% of it, and 3 of the 9 lotus seeds produced by the precious jade lotus will belong to you. Do you agree? As long as Dao agrees, the rest of the things can be discussed. Even if I look for a few more mineral veins in other places for Dao. Over the years, I have also obtained a lot of high-level spiritual iron. Maybe I have what Dao Yao needs in my collection. However, if Dao Yao intends to violate the agreement, you need to think more about the Yuan Han contract we signed before. Even if Dao Yao has extraordinary means to avoid the constraints of that Yuan Han contract, I am sure that Dao Yao and Madame Ling can stay here forever. Ling Pengyun frowned slightly at the threat from Bishan's Henren, but seeing that Bishan's Henren looked confident, it didn't seem fake. Moreover, his ancestors came from the powerful Yuanying sect of Jinfu Xianzong, so it was normal for him to have powerful means of life-saving. Maybe there was a spiritual object like the quasi-4th-level spiritual talisman. In addition, the Yuan Han contract that he, Yan Sai and Bishan's Henren and his wife signed was of the 3rd-level upper-grade realm. To cover up the binding power of this level of Yuan Han contract, a quasi-4th level or even 4th level means of avoiding the power of heaven and earth is required. Ling Pengyun didn't have such a treasure. In this way, if he violated the agreement at this time, he and Yang Sai would probably be killed by the backlash of the Yuan Han contract. And Ling Pengyun was still thinking of asking Bishan's Henren, the Pulse Seeker, to help search for quasi-4th level or above heavy Yuanling iron in the Qingshi Mountains, which was rich in heavy Yuanling iron. Ling Pengyun was more or less unwilling to break up with Bishan's Henren. Now, Master Bishan is willing to make up with the mineral veins, and it seems that he is easy to talk to. After hesitating for a while, Ling Pengyun said, "Let's do it according to the agreement. The mineral veins must be 3 medium-sized 2nd-level mineral veins. In addition, I want to take one more thing. That precious jade lotus pod belongs to me." Master Bishan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. From the previous battle with the Qian devouring beetle, it can be seen that the strength of Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai is far from ordinary cultivators. In particular, Ling Pengyun's strength is probably at the 8th or 9th level of the golden collar. If he is placed in a tall and large Yuanying sect, he is enough to become a Yuanying seedling. Master Bishan is indeed afraid that Ling Pengyun and the others have high-level spiritual objects that can circumvent the power of heaven and earth, which can break the previous Yuan Han contract and fight with him. Although he has a few life-saving items in his hands, he has no idea whether he can kill a strong man like Ling Pengyun, and the previous threat is just a formality. Although the 3 2nd-level medium-sized mineral veins were rare, he mastered the methods of a vein finder, and was best at searching for mineral veins hidden deep underground. He was confident in searching for mineral veins, and even knew that there were 3 2nd-level medium-sized mineral veins that had not yet been excavated, but they had no channels to sell them, so they had been kept in his hands. He could accept this. However, Master Bishan had some surprises in his heart. The precious jade lotus pod was a treasure in the world. It was not like ordinary spiritual plants that had seeds. This thing had no seeds. It was bred by heaven and earth and could only grow in some spiritual ponds. Chapter 888, Planned Items, News from the Secret Realm. In addition, the most important thing is that the precious jade lotus pod can grow normally like ordinary spiritual plants during the period of nurturing lotus seeds. However, if the lotus seeds of this lotus pod are taken away, this lotus pod will directly turn into a mortal object and wither for 1,000 years before it can nurture lotus seeds again and enter the path of Taoism. If you want this lotus pod, it will take about 1,400 years to reach the current state. This time is not short. To be honest, Bishan's Henren himself does not value this lotus pod itself, but only values the lotus seeds that this lotus pod is nurturing now. After all, after 1,400 years, he is afraid that he will have turned into a piece of yellow earth. The lifespan of the nascent soul is only 1,000 years. Only the legendary strong people in the God transformation realm can safely spend 1,000 years of life. This is also the reason why he was surprised that Ling Pengyun wanted to take the precious jade lotus pod. However, as long as Ling Pengyun did not ask for more precious jade lotus pods and had no intention of taking action, he immediately said, "Okay, Ling Dao, then we have a deal." Ling Pengyun said with a smile. "Of course. Now that the division of interests has been agreed upon, could you please elaborate on the matter that you mentioned earlier and require my wife and I's help in planning?" Taoist Master Bishan said with a hint of heat in his eyes. "Okay, I'll tell you about it. This time, I called for the spread of the news here. What I really wanted to plan was the dragon mane elephant king, who is in the perfect golden elixir stage, and the queen elephant, who was in the late golden elixir stage and gave birth to the baby elephant half a year ago. The Dragon Mane Elephant clan is the same as the group of gold-swallowing apes in the Qingshi Mountains. Although their individual strength is very strong, their reproduction ability is not good. Now, the baby elephant born to the Elephant King and the Elephant Queen is also their only offspring, and it is rumored that their offspring is extremely talented. Not only does he have a talent comparable to a second-grade spiritual root, but he also inherited his father, the Elephant King's not-quite spiritual body. There is a great probability that he will enter the realm of perfect golden elixir in the future. My wife and I currently have no spiritual beasts, and my wife and I plan to establish a family and pass on the bloodline of our Lin family. Therefore, I plan to take the baby elephant away, tame it into a spiritual beast, and make it the guardian spiritual beast of my Lin family. And my plan is to let the group of cultivators attracted by the ownerless spirit pond help me contain the golden core demon king of the Dragon Mane Elephant clan, so that I can take the opportunity to enter the clan's territory and snatch the baby elephant. Ling Pengyun took a breath of cold air when he heard this. The Dragon Mane Elephant clan, the overlord of the Qingshi Mountains, is no weaker than the group of gold-swallowing apes in the Qingshi Mountains. There are more than a dozen golden core demon kings in this clan, and there is also a golden core perfection demon king sitting in charge. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to enter the heartland of this clan and snatch the baby elephant. The most important thing is that the Qingshi Mountains where this clan is located is not large, with only tens of thousands of miles of territory. It is not far from the other 4 Xuanmei places that are also heavily guarded by the demon clan. The relationship between the demon clans and these 5 Xuanmei is very good. As long as one place is in danger, the other demon clans will definitely support it. With the speed of the Golden Core Demon King, it will arrive in less than a few hours. It can be said that moving a place in the Qingshi Mountains is like poking a hornet's nest. You are really brave. This is extremely dangerous. If something unexpected happens, I am afraid that all the cultivators who have reached the Golden Core perfection will perish here. Ling Pengyun said in a deep voice. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Ling, if I am not sure, I would not tell you about this. This matter still depends on you and Madam Ling, please help. Bishan Henrin said confidently. What can you give me and my wife? If it is true as you said, the baby elephant is worth a lot of money, and it will be very valuable when it grows up. Ling Pengyun said. How about a golden spirit vein that is about to enter the 3rd stage and its accompanying Zhengjin treasure refining spirit pond? The advancement of that spirit vein will only happen in the last 6 months. By then, I can help fellow Taoists to move that golden spirit vein away. I have a method that can reduce the loss of the spirit vein's origin when it migrates, and can ensure that the grade of this spirit vein does not drop after the migration. The treasure refining spirit pond that accompanies this spirit vein has a strong foundation. As long as the grade of the spirit vein is upgraded and feeds back to the spirit pond, this spirit pond will surely enter the 3rd stage. Since the birth of this pond, the spiritual liquid it has bred has not been used and has been kept. Now there is a whole pool of quasi 3rd level spiritual water. When the spirit pond enters the 3rd stage, those quasi 3rd level spiritual waters in the pool will surely enter the 3rd stage. I see that fellow Taoist's iron bead magic weapon is powerful and is made of spiritual iron. With the help of that pool of spiritual liquid, it should be no problem for the power of the iron bead magic weapon to increase by 10%, and it may also be possible for the quality to be improved. Taoist Master Bishan said. Ling Pengyun said without any hesitation. This benefit is not enough. My iron bead is already of superior quality. If it is a whole pool of 3rd grade medium grade Zhengjin refining spiritual water, it may be able to improve its quality. A mere 3rd grade low-grade spiritual water is completely impossible. It only increases the power by 10%, which is insignificant. I don't need that 10% of power. Bishan Henrin showed some difficulty on his face. After hesitating for a while, he said this. I know the entrance to a broken secret realm. According to the records in the inheritance I obtained, the secret realm was said to belong to the White Shadow sect, which was completely destroyed by the demon race tens of thousands of years ago. However, the White Shadow sect was attacked by the demon race at that time, and the secret realm was a secret realm with extremely fragile surrounding space. If there was no strong person to protect it, any nascent soul cultivator could easily break the restriction and enter it. The top leaders of the White Shadow sect saw that they had no hope of survival, and did not want the secret realm to become the property of the demon race. When the sect was breached, the top leaders of the sect directly exiled the secret realm into the endless void. However, This sect also left a trump card. As long as we use the corresponding objects, we can locate the location of the secret realm at the corresponding time. By then, the space where the entrance to the secret realm is located will become extremely fragile. As long as we work together, we can break it and enter it. Fellow Taoist Ling, are you interested in exploring that secret realm? It is said that there are many good things in that secret realm. Most of the wealth of the White Shadow sect is in it, and there are even things that can help condense the nascent soul. As long as you are willing to help get that baby elephant, I will take you to that secret realm in 3 years. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up slightly. He is only over 100 years old now, and he has every hope of reaching the nascent soul in the future. If there is really something that can condense the nascent soul in that secret realm, it is not impossible for him to take the risk. As long as he can get it, he can pave the way for the future. After all, although the Ling family is strong now, they have not yet reached the point where they can help him reach the nascent soul. In addition, the Kanglen Baha'i sect will not give him the nascent soul chapter of the Kanglen Baha'i Sutra, which is the follow-up to the sect's Kanglen Baha'i Sutra, because he is only a guest elder. He also plans to try his best to get a water-based nascent soul technique to prepare for the future. Although the Ling family has many golden elixir techniques, the only righteous nascent soul technique is the fire cloud treasure. Although Ling Pengyun has 5-element spiritual roots and can practice any technique, his water spiritual root is the highest talent. If he has the opportunity to enter the nascent soul, he will naturally follow the old way and practice water-based techniques. If he switches to the fire cloud treasure, not only will the time required to switch to practice extend for countless years, but his future practice speed will also be hindered. Is this true? Ling Pengyun asked. Chapter 889 Secrets of the Secret Realm. Of course it is true. If it weren't true, I wouldn't have told you. After saying this, Master Bishan also swore an oath to the heavens, indicating that this was true. If so, are there any remaining cultivators of the White Shadow sect in the secret realm? Ling Pengyun asked, expressing his concerns. Fellow Taoist, you may not know that small spaces like secret realms are usually fixed to our immortal world and belong to our immortal world. But once the secret realm loosens and flows into the endless void, the secret realm will be severely damaged, and the space inside will collapse in a small area. Moreover, if there are cultivators in it, they will be repelled by the endless void. The secret realm is not a real world, and there is no great power to protect the cultivators in it. We cultivators rely on the power of this immortal world to practice cultivation. Unlike spiritual plants and monsters, we still have some natural power and vast power. Therefore, most of the time, we cultivators will be taken care of by the collapse of space during our exile in the secret realm. Only nascent soul cultivators can survive in such a situation. As for us giant cultivators or foundation building and key training cultivators, I am afraid there is no way out. And according to records, the nascent soul of the White Shadow sect had already died in the monster attack tens of thousands of years ago. After the small secret realm was exiled to the endless void, every 60 years, a piece of space in the secret realm will become fragile, and we cultivators will have the opportunity to enter and exit freely. It has been 60 years. Even if there were cultivators who entered the secret realm to avoid the demons when it was exiled, I am afraid they would have died tragically in the space collapse. Bishan's Henrin explained. So there is such a reason. Taoist friend is really knowledgeable. I really admire you. However, according to Taoist friend, wouldn't we cultivators who enter it also be rejected by the endless void, causing the space to collapse? Ling Pengyun frowned, and there was another worry in his heart. The Ling family did not master the secret realm, so they were not familiar with the secret realm. Although the 5th level treasure ghost fairy lamp that Ling Pengyun obtained came from the Huishan sect and was knowledgeable, the ghost fairy lamp rarely awakened. Even if Ling Pengyun wanted to ask about the secret realm, he would hardly have the opportunity to ask. I also saw these things about the secret realm in the inheritance I obtained in my early years. As for your concerns, don't worry. 3 years from now, the space of one of the entrances and exits of the secret realm will become fragile once every 60 years. By then, that small secret realm will be able to barely connect to a world of immortal cultivation, and the space inside will become more stable, and will not repel us. But there is only 1 month left. We only have this 1 month to search for the Banished sect inheritance in the secret realm safely. After a month, the secret realm will be affected by gravity and will fall into the endless void again. During this period, If there is a 4th level formation master in the nascent soul realm who can arrange a 4th level top grade traction back to immortality formation in the secret realm, maybe the secret realm can be truly pulled back to a world of immortal cultivation and become a truly permanent safe little world. It's a pity that the grade of the traction back to immortality formation is too high. Otherwise, if we can get a secret realm, it would be really wonderful. Taoist Master Bishan said with a little longing. Okay, then I'll accept your previous proposal to snatch the dragon mane elephant king's cub, but 3 years later, my wife and I will each have a place to enter. In it, the benefits gained by oneself belong to oneself. The golden spirit vein and the Zhengjin treasure pond that you mentioned before, I also want them. Ling Pengyun thought about it for a while after hearing this, then nodded slightly. The spiritual objects found in the secret realm can be taken by oneself, but the inheritance of the Beiyang sex skills must be shared. I need to establish a family, and I need a large number of skills inheritance as a foundation. I can also give the refining treasure Zhengjin Lington, but I need to wait for the Taoist couple to help me get the dragon mane elephant king cub, and then I can give it to the 2 Taoist friends. Bishan's Henrin had already made a choice between the refining treasure Zhengjin Lington and the golden spirit vein. He and his wife did not practice gold-attributed skills. He had already found the higher grade golden spirit vein and the refining treasure Zhengjin Lington through a map left by his ancestor Lin Pengyun. The magic weapons in his hands had also been tempered by the high-level spirit pond. He did not feel too distressed, so he nodded. At this moment, he was also slightly happy in his heart. Previously, he had watched Ling Pengyun fight, and he also saw how strong Ling Pengyun was. If Ling Pengyun helped, he would have a greater chance of getting the heir of the dragon mane elephant king. Moreover, after what happened just now, he also saw that Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai did not have the kind of high-level spiritual objects that could evade the power of heaven and earth. If not, I am afraid that the 2 of them would have already taken action and swallowed up the 9 extremely precious jade lotus seeds and other spiritual objects here. Under this situation, it is safer to continue to cooperate with Ling Pengyun. Moreover, the trip to the secret realm 3 years later is not without the slightest danger, which is why he is willing to tell Ling Pengyun about the precious secret realm. Ling Pengyun had no objection to the sharing of the inheritance of the skills proposed by Bishan's Henrin, and it would not harm his own interests, so he nodded. Okay, let's do it as you said. Bishan's Henrin bowed to Ling Pengyun and said politely. Then I will rely on you in the future. After saying that, he pointed to the precious jade lotus growing in the spiritual pond beside him. Fellow Taoist, the spiritual vein here is of the 3rd grade middle grade. Although this precious jade lotus was born from the heaven and earth, it is also connected to the spiritual vein of this place like the spiritual pond, but the difference is small. If the spiritual vein of this place does not improve, the grade of the lotus will not be improved. I will just pick the lotus seeds from the lotus pod. He immediately used the method of controlling objects to carefully pick the 9 lotus seeds on the precious jade lotus pod. He packed them in 9 3rd-grade soul-locking jade boxes that he had prepared long ago, 3 of which were given to Ling Pengyun, and the other 6 were put into his storage bag. Ling Pengyun opened the 3 jade boxes and checked the 3 lotus seeds. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the lotus seeds, he put them away with peace of mind. At this moment, the body of the precious jade lotus pod, which was originally white and tender like jade and like a work of art, quickly turned yellow and its aura quickly fell. In less than 3 breaths, the lotus pod turned into yellow-brown color, and the straight lotus stem seemed to be weak, bent by the lotus pod on top. There was no trace of spiritual energy in its body, and it turned into an ordinary lotus pod. Although everyone saw this scene for the first time, they were not too surprised because they knew the situation of the precious jade lotus pod. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890 Or Trading. The next moment, Ling Pengyun soared directly above the spiritual pond and began to transplant the precious jade lotus in the pond with a secret method of spiritual plants. The lotus pond was not deeply connected to the 3rd level medium quality water vein under the cave, so it was not difficult to transplant it. The original foundation of this precious jade lotus pond was not bad, and it did not suffer much damage after the transplant. At least, Ling Pengyun dared to ensure that when this lotus pod took more than 1,000 years to recover from the injury of its origin, its grade could still be maintained at the 3rd level medium quality realm. He put the lotus pod in a jade box and then stopped. At this time, the Taoist master Bishan on the side also complimented him. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist is actually a 3rd level spiritual plant husband. It's really enviable. Because they explored this place together and agreed to explore the secret realm 3 years later, the relationship between them became closer. Ling Pengyun also said with a bit of joking. You are too polite, fellow Taoist. It is really enviable that you can master the art of finding veins. I am afraid that you have never been poor since you entered the Dao. Bishan's Henrin said. Hey, fellow Taoist, although this art of finding veins is good and can find spiritual veins and mineral veins hidden deep underground, it is not very useful in practice. I dare not sell it to you, for fear of following the footsteps of my ancestor Lin Pengyun. It can be said that you have a mountain of gold but dare not use it. This is also the reason why I plan to establish a family. I want to use my family to whitewash those spiritual objects and then turn them into cash. If we follow the way of those scattered cultivators in the Yan'an continent, it will be too dangerous to turn those spiritual veins and mineral veins into cash with the hands of scattered cultivators. I think fellow Taoist is not an ordinary person, but comes from those big forces. Can fellow Taoist swallow some spiritual iron ore produced by 1st level mineral veins? Ling Pengyun was quite interested when he heard this, but he was also a little speechless to Bishan's Henrun. This person, whenever he talks a lot, must have something to say. The 1st level spiritual iron ore is also valuable. I want as much as you have, Taoist Bishan. The ore was just dug out from the mine, and there are many debris in it. It can only be transformed into spiritual iron after refining. The ratio is generally 10 to 1. Seeing Ling Pengyun's big tone, Master Bishan guessed that there was a lot of power behind Ling Pengyun, at least one of the old-fashioned giant forces, with many weapon refiners behind him. He hesitated for a moment and also reported 1/3 of the 1st level ore he had. 2 million jin, Taoist, can you take it? Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up. As long as he took this batch of ore, refined it into magic tools and sold it, it could bring at least 1 million spiritual stones of pure profit. Of course I can take it. However, the amount of this spiritual iron ore is too large, and it will take me time to refine it. Can you sell it to me at 50% of the market price? Master Bishan said with a little dissatisfaction. Fellow Taoist, you are really taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. If I were not short of manpower, I would have refined the ores. I will at most give in to 70% of the market price. Ling Pengyun agreed without any hesitation. Okay. Fellow Taoist, among the 2 million jin of ore, what percentage of the 1st grade, low grade, medium grade, and high grade ore are there? He can still make money at 70% of the market price, and he can earn more spiritual stones after refining them into magic tools. The 1st grade, low grade, medium grade, and high grade ore are 1 million jin, 600,000 jin, and 400,000 jin respectively. According to the market price, this batch of ore is 630,000 spiritual stones. We are old acquaintances, so fellow Taoist, just give 600,000 spiritual stones. Only accept spiritual stones in cash, no spiritual objects will be used as collateral. Bishan's Henrin looked at Ling Pengyun like an old fox. Although his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the golden core, he is also a vein seeker. Although he has no shortage of spiritual veins to cultivate, he dare not sell the spiritual veins and mineral veins he has found, so as not to be targeted by others and expose his identity as a vein seeker. He actually does not have many spiritual stones in his hands. If it were not for his wife being a quasi-3rd level weapon refiner, he could rely on the spiritual iron from the 3rd level spiritual iron ore vein he found to forge quasi-magic weapons and sell them to cash in spiritual stones. Otherwise, he and his wife would have difficulty in taking out the cultivation resources. And 600,000 pieces of spot spiritual stones are actually extremely huge. Ordinary golden core cultivators simply cannot take them out. If it is a real estate spiritual object worth so many spiritual stones, they can take out more. But spiritual stones are not easy to spend. Okay, but I don't have so many spiritual stones on me. When the matter of the dragon mane elephant cub is over, I will gather some and give you the 600,000 spiritual stones. By then, I hope that fellow Taoist will prepare the 2 million caddies of 1st level spiritual iron ore. Ling Pengyun gritted his teeth and said, Okay. Bishan's Henrin said happily. Once the matter was settled, Ling Pengyun raised his hand and used the object control technique to take 3 peanut-sized insect eggs in a corner of the third-level body refining spirit pond that were slowly absorbing the body refining spirit water into their bodies. I want these 3 insect eggs. Then, his eyes were fixed on the rock wall full of small holes on the right side of the spirit pond. Inside this cliff wall should be the nest of the Qian-devouring beetles that guard this place. With just a thought, he used the object control technique to take out hundreds of blue-black, peanut-sized insect eggs from the inside of the rock wall full of small holes. It's a pity that there are only ordinary Qian-devouring beetle eggs. Ling Pengyun secretly felt a little sorry. Although the ordinary Qian-devouring beetles are also quite powerful, and after forming a group, they will cooperate in fighting and are extremely powerful. But when facing a group of monsters of the same number and the same level of cultivation, the Qian-devouring beetle group is still weaker. After all, the insect swarm has always been famous for its fast reproduction speed, fast progress in cultivation, and winning by numbers in battle. The strength of a single individual is not strong. For example, the strength of the Qian-devouring beetle is only about 60% to 70% of the same level of monsters. However, the mutated Qian-devouring beetle has 80% to 90% of the strength of monsters of the same level, and is not much different from the strength of monsters of the same level. Ling Pengyun wanted to get more mutated Qian-devouring beetles, so as to cultivate a powerful insect swarm with those mutated monster insects as the source and become his own helper. According to the number of monster insects of that scale before, it would be a headache for him to face it alone. He was not polite to collect the distracting thoughts. He did not share the hundreds of ordinary insect eggs with Master Bishan, but directly put them into the beast bag. Because the more fragile insect eggs in the insect nest had been taken away, he directly used the magic weapon to bombard the rock wall where the insect nest was located, blasting a huge hole, and the inside of the monster insect nest also appeared in front of everyone. Thumb-sized passages led directly to a huge space of several dozen feet in size. There were thousands of water-based spiritual plants and spiritual objects, such as water-based spiritual iron placed on the ground, but most of them were not of high quality, and many of them had small holes bitten out. Obviously, these were all food for the group of Qian-devouring beetles. Chapter 891 The plan begins. Ling Pengyun still accepted all the orders, intending to use this batch of water-based spiritual objects to cultivate the thousands of ordinary sunflower-eating beetles and the hundreds of mutant demon insects that he had captured before. Finally, his eyes fell on the 10-acre third-level low-grade spiritual field next to Lin Qingai's tomb on the right side of the spiritual pond. The foundation of this 10-acre spiritual field is extremely weak. It does not seem to have been developed by a spiritual planter. It is more like it was originally a low-level spiritual field. Later, because the spiritual energy here is too rich, plus a long period of accumulation, it has been upgraded to the third level. There are also 42nd-level Fengying spiritual fruit trees planted sparsely on it. There are also 5 spiritual fruit trees whose cultivation has reached the quasi-third level, and they are only one step away from entering the third level. As for whether they can enter the third level, it depends on whether they have the opportunity. This tree belongs to water, and the spiritual fruit it bears is also a water-attributed spiritual fruit. Without thinking too much, Ling Pengyun knew that this was the cultivation nourishment left by Lin Qingai, the ancestor of Bishan's Henren, for the group of sunflower-eating beetles that originally stationed here. The intelligence of insects like Qian-devouring beetles is lower than that of monsters of the same level. Even if ordinary monster insects have entered the golden core stage, their intelligence is not very high. It is estimated that Lin Qingai has no choice but to find this batch of spiritual trees that can produce water spiritual fruits in a certain period of time and plant them here. If the golden core monster insects among the group of insect monsters were allowed to plant water spiritual plants on their own, I don't know how much they would be wasted. In the end, Ling Pengyun and Bishan's Henren each took half of the batch of 40 Fengying spiritual fruit trees. The spiritual field belonged to Bishan's Henren as agreed. Because he would not leave this place for the time being, Ling Pengyun did not transplant those spiritual trees immediately, but asked Bishan's Henren, "Dao, when did you start to snatch the only offspring of the dragon mane elephant king?" Bishan's Henren asked. "We have just experienced a great battle. When we have recovered to a state of complete victory, we will start the plan. If it takes too long, perhaps the dozens of giant and cultivators who are attracted by me with the ownerless spirit pond will leave this Qingshi Mountain range because they have not made any contribution. Before, when they were looking for the ownerless spirit pond in the entire Qingshi Mountain range, they had seen dozens of giant and cultivators in this small mountain range. Okay. Ling Pengyun responded, and took Yan Siai to the corner of the cave, set up a formation around them to guard against the Bishan's Henren couple. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the spiritual energy here to restore their spiritual power. The Bishan's Henren couple did the same. Time passed slowly. 5 days later, Ling Pengyun and the other four had recovered to a state of complete victory, and they also left the underground spiritual vein here and returned to the outside world. The four of them also scattered. Ling Pengyun, Yan Siai, and Madame Bian went to the 3 or 4 giant monks who were searching for the body refining pond that was about to enter the 3rd level middle grade realm in the Qingshi Mountains. They told those giant that they already knew the location of the spirit pond, but the 3rd level spirit pond hidden in the dark and not occupied by the dragon mane elephant clan was actually occupied by a group of Qingshi devouring beetles. They also took out a recording disc with those contents as evidence. Thus, they invited those giant monks to hunt the Qingshi devouring beetles in the ownerless spirit pond together. Although those giant monks were suspicious of Ling Pengyun and others, the value of a body refining treasure pond that was about to enter the 3rd level middle grade realm was too high. As long as the spirit pond entered the grade, they could at least get a batch of body refining spirit water worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, there was at least one high-level spirit vein at the spirit pond. This matter was extremely attractive to the dozen giant and cultivators who came here. Many of them were giant and cultivators from the nearby Yan'yu continent. For this reason, 13 of the dozen giant and cultivators were led to Desolate Valley by Ling Pengyun and his 4 companions. After meeting, everyone fell into a stalemate. But at this moment, several rays of light flew towards the Desolate Valley from all directions. A loud shout followed. Finally, I have found you, the human ants who sneaked into my Qingshi Mountains. Let's see where you will escape today. The giant and cultivators present only saw it, and their faces changed drastically. 3 dragon-maned elephants in the giant realm. The face of a giant and cultivator in the late middle stage changed drastically. Immediately, he and the 12 giant and cultivators looked gloomily at Ling Pengyun, Yan Siai, and Madame Bian, who brought them to this desolate valley. But suddenly, a black-robed monk appeared from deep underground, and took Ling Pengyun and the other 2 away from this area quietly, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, everyone used magic such as turning soil into iron, but still failed to stop Ling Pengyun and the others. Isn't it the earth escape technique? Everyone was surprised. But the 3 giant and level dragon mane elephants from the outside world had already arrived, and they didn't have time to think about it, so they immediately used magic weapons to resist the enemy. Although there were only 3 dragon mane elephants attacking, the 3 dragon mane elephants were all at the middle stage of the giant realm, and their strength was extraordinary. When they joined forces, they were not at an advantage against the 13 giant monks in the desolate valley, but they also held the 13 giant monks for a while. Soon, several more giant and level dragon mane elephants were held back. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the desolate valley, in a dense forest, Ling Pengyun and others quietly emerged from the ground and appeared next to an old tree. Fellow Taoist Bishan, your vein-finding escape technique is truly miraculous. It is not afraid of being sealed by the soil, and the speed is also quite good. It is indeed a top-notch escape technique. Ling Pengyun recalled how he escaped at high speed by following the veins deep underground with the help of Master Bishan, and could not help but marvel at it. It is just a strange and lewd technique, not worth mentioning. After saying that, Master Bishan looked towards the direction of the desolate valley. Seeing that the desolate valley had already gathered 7 members of the dragon mane elephant clan at the golden core realm, his face also showed a bit of joy. There are 15 golden core demon kings in the dragon mane elephant clan. Even if there are hidden golden core demon kings, it is estimated that there will not be more than 2 or 3 more. Now, nearly half of the golden core demon kings have come here. And the dragon mane elephant clan will not miss this opportunity to kill the 13 golden core cultivators in the desolate valley. There will be more golden core demon kings in the dragon mane elephant clan there later. Now we just have to wait. Previously, the 3 golden core dragon mane elephants that first attacked the desolate valley were led by Bishan's Henren. His vein-finding escape technique is an escape technique that can run on the earth veins, wood veins and other natural veins, and even on the spirit veins. As long as the natural veins are continuous, This escape technique will be difficult to interrupt. It is extremely difficult to cut off the natural veins. Ordinary cultivators can only break them with the help of special formations. Golden core cultivators can cut them with the help of some special means, but such techniques are extremely rare. Therefore, this technique can be called the best escape technique by Ling Pengyun. Basically, once this technique is performed, no one can stop it without a formation. Then, Bishan's Henren, Ling Pengyun and others sat down and began to meditate. After waiting for about half a cup of tea, 8 giant and level dragon mane elephant demon kings arrived in the desolate valley and besieged the 13 giant and cultivators in the desolate valley. Even the dragon mane elephant king and the elephant queen of this clan, who were in the perfect giant and realm, came. Adding together, there are now as many as 15 dragon mane elephant demon kings in the desolate valley. This clan can be said to be the elite. Most of the cultivators in the desolate valley are in the early and middle stages of the giant stage, and there are only 2 cultivators in the late giant stage. If there were not a few third-level formation masters among them, who set up several third-level formations, I'm afraid those giant and cultivators would have died tragically at the hands of the giant and demon king of the dragon mane elephant clan. I'm afraid they can't hold on for long now. Let's hurry to the dragon mane valley, the clan of the dragon mane elephant clan. Bishan's Henren looked at the desolate valley in the distance where spiritual power fluctuations were constantly coming out, and spoke to Ling Pengyun, Yan Siai and others. Ling Pengyun and others naturally had no objection. Bishan's Henren also performed the pulse-finding escape technique again, and took Ling Pengyun and others directly to the Dragon Mane Valley deep in the Qingshi Mountains. The Qingshi Mountains are not big, only tens of thousands of miles in range. Soon, they arrived within 10,000 feet of the Dragon Mane Valley. Chapter 892 Breaking into the Valley. Deep underground. In a vein. Ling Pengyun and others were protected by a ball of yellow light, so they could move in the vein deep underground. One more foot ahead, we will enter the attack range of the formation protecting the Dragon Mane Valley. Fellow Taoist Ling, Madam Yen and Madam will leave it to you to find out whether there are any golden elixirs hidden by the Dragon Mane Elephant clan in the Dragon Mane Valley. Master Bishan said to Ling Pengyun and others. Well, you must deal with the matter of the cub as soon as possible. If there are golden elixirs hidden by the Dragon Mane Elephant clan in the Dragon Mane Valley, I'm afraid those golden elixirs are also the backup of this clan. The strength of those golden elixir monster kings must not be weak. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Ling Pengyun simply replied. Understood. Master Bishan said solemnly. My husband, be careful. I'll be waiting for you here. Madam Bin looked at Master Bishan affectionately, her face full of worry. Madam, if you can't beat me, just leave. Don't do anything stupid. Tinger is still young, she needs someone to take care of her. Bishan's Henren knew his wife's temperament, so he said quickly. Upon hearing this, Madam Bin's body trembled, and there was a little more water in her eyes. She nodded to Bishan's Henren. Seeing this, Bishan's Henren felt relieved, and he followed the veins deep underground and entered the Dragon Mane Valley within 10,000 feet. However, the Dragon Mane Valley's Valley Protection Formation did not notice the approach of Bishan's Henren. Obviously, the vein-finding escape technique was showing its power again. Ling Pengyun, Yan Siai, and Madam Bin, who were still staying in place, performed the earth escape technique on their own and retreated a distance. Then they returned to the ground and flew towards the Dragon Mane Valley from the air in a fair and square manner. The noise was so loud that they were noticed before they entered the Dragon Mane Valley within 10,000 feet. The next moment, countless roars of giant elephants were heard from the Dragon Mane Valley. Yuans, entering my Qingshi Mountains to look for the so-called unknown third-level spiritual pond is fine, but now you have the audacity to come to my clan's land. You are really looking for death? A furious voice came from the valley. Then, a dazzling blue escape light rose from the Dragon Mane Valley and attacked Ling Pengyun and others. At the same time, a blue giant mountain flew out of the blue escape light and smashed towards Ling Pengyun and others first. The Dragon Mane Elephant Demon King at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core. But this elephant is dying. I guess this elephant is the former Great Elder of the Dragon Mane Elephant Clan, Xiang Yuan, who is hidden in the dark by Taoist Bishan. Ling Pengyun narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand and summoned the Bahai Changyin Treasure Orb and the Hualai Treasure Mirror and other attack magic weapons to attack, directly blocking the attacking blue giant mountain magic weapon and the blue escape light. The blue escape light also revealed its original form. It was a beast as tall as a hill, with blue fish-like scales on its body, like dragon scales. There was also a blue-white tusk several dozen feet long on each side of its mouth. It also carried a sense of vastness, which made it look extremely powerful. It's not weak. No wonder it dared to attack our clan while the other demon kings of our clan went to destroy the 13 giant monks, and our clan's defense was empty. Xiang Yuan looked at Ling Pengyun with fear, and a murmur rose in his heart. At this time, Yan Xi and Bei Yan Zhenren, 2 giant and mid-stage cultivators, also launched a series of powerful attack magic weapons. Xiang Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong, and it also roared, asking for help from the other Dragon Mane Elephant clan members in the valley. Suddenly, 2 Dragon Mane Elephant demon kings in the middle stage of Jinden and one who had just entered the Jinden realm, with extremely strong vitality and young age, came to support the Dragon Mane Valley. The number of demon kings hidden in this tribe is more than we expected. Ling Pengyun frowned, raised his hand and patted the beast bag on his waist, and summoned the spirit beast Pengyun Peng from it. Stop the Dragon Mane Elephant that has just entered the golden elixir. Then, he called out to Yan Xi and Madame Bian on the side. Madame Bian, you stop the 2 demon kings in the middle stage of the golden elixir respectively, and leave the Xiangyan at the peak of the 9th level of the golden elixir to me. After saying that, he summoned the Beihei Heavy Yuan Bao shield to prop up a huge light curtain to protect everyone, and mobilized the magic weapons that he had sacrificed with all his strength, and launched a series of powerful attacks to bombard the Xiangyan demon king, which was barely able to suppress it. Feng Yingpeng has been in the Jinden realm for many years, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 1st level of the Jinden realm. He has also mastered the lower level magical power Feng Yingkon. Even if the Dragon Mane Elephant Demon King, who has just entered the Jinden realm, has the top lower level bodybuilding magical power of the Dragon Mane Elephant clan, the Dragon Mane Kui Iron Technique, and is as solid as a magic weapon, Feng Yingpeng is still superior to him. Yan Xi and Madame Bian both have many magic weapons of high grade, and they also fought against the Dragon Mane Elephant Demon King in the middle stage of the Jinden realm on equal terms. How can the strength of this human ant be so strong? The Xiangyan Demon King, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Jinden realm, saw the situation here and was quite anxious. He looked at Ling Pengyun and was extremely afraid. Judging from the current situation, Ling Pengyun and other cultivators still have an advantage, and there is a high probability that they can leave this place smoothly. He is still thinking about entangled with this group of people, and wait for the Jinden clan members who went to strangle the 13 Jinden cultivators in the deserted valley thousands of miles away to come back, and then kill Ling Pengyun and others. Time passed slowly. 100 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, huge spiritual power fluctuations suddenly came from the Dragon Mane Valley. Damn human ants, you actually sneaked into my clan's territory. If you dare to touch the spiritual objects in my clan's territory, my clan will definitely chase you for thousands of miles. Xiang Yuan, who was fighting with Ling Pengyun, suddenly changed his face and roared at Ling Pengyun. At this moment, Ling Pengyun looked at the direction of the Dragon Mane Valley with interest, and there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Bishan could really enter the Dragon Mane Valley quietly without touching the quasi 4th level valley protection formation. This method is probably comparable to that of a Yuanying cultivator. This pulse-finding method is really magical, but the exclusive talent required for this method is too high. Otherwise, if I can practice this technique at the same time, I can act more secretly in the future. He sighed slightly, and then thought about it carefully. However, I didn't expect that there was a hidden Jinden Demon King in the Dragon Mane Valley. Looking at the aura it exudes, it is estimated that it is a Dragon Mane Elephant Demon King at the peak of the early Jinden stage. If we add this elephant, the 4 Demon Kings here, Xiangyan, and the 15 Demon Kings in the Desert Valley thousands of miles away, this clan has a total of 20 Jinden Demon Kings. This Dragon Mane Elephant clan is strong. If it is placed in the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm, such a large clan can be said to be a seedling of Yuanying forces. And such a force, the Earth-splitting Bear clan has as many as 4 or 5 under its command, which is really terrifying. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but take a breath. When the strongest Thunder Rat Demon clan under the command of the Yuanying Demon clan, the Red Gold Bear clan near the family, was completely victorious, there were only a dozen Jinden Demon Kings at most. This is because the Thunder Rat clan, which was originally extremely powerful, took over the family assets of the Thunder Yuan Depen clan, which is why it is so strong. After withdrawing his distracting thoughts, Ling Pengyun also put all his mind into the battle, and let Ling Pengyun, Madame Bin, and Feng Yingping fall from the air to the ground, close together, and prepare to retreat. At this time, Xiang Yuan, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core, also sacrificed the array disk of the Dragon Main Valley Protective Valley Array, and first relied on the array disk to transform into a huge enemy trapping light curtain, trapping the Dragon Main Valley. Afterwards, it summoned the attack array weapon of the Protective Valley Array, Qingshi Mountain, which was a black mountain. Its grade had entered the level of quasi 4th level spiritual treasures, and its aura was extremely extraordinary. Once this object appeared, it flashed with a flash of spiritual light and grew to a size of several feet, carrying a momentum that crushed countless voids, and smashed towards the direction of the Dragon Main Valley. Chapter 893 Endless Troubles. At the same time, a painful elephant cry was heard from the Dragon Main Valley. Immediately after, True Man Bishan quietly appeared from the depths of the ground beside Ling Pengyun and others, thus indirectly avoiding the Qingshi Mountain spirit treasure. However, True Man Bishan was not in a good condition at this time. He was pale, with a slight blood stain at the corner of his mouth, and his Taoist robe became extremely worn and looked extremely embarrassed. "Husband, how did you become like this? Is your injury serious?" Madame Bin asked True Man Bishan with a distressed look on her face. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai also cast curious glances at him. "This matter is too complicated. We have wasted a lot of time just now. I am afraid that the 15 giant and demon kings who went to encircle and suppress the 13 giant and cultivators thousands of miles away have also received the news. If they come back and surround us, it will be bad. Let's leave this place first." After saying this, Master Bishan suppressed his injuries and once again performed the mysterious vein-finding escape technique. He led Ling Pengyun and others and Feng Yingping into the depths of the ground, and quickly escaped to the distance along the power of the ground veins deep underground. It took several days until they left the territory of the Earth-splitting Bear Clan and the Jade-boundless forest of the Demon Clan and entered the territory of the Orthodox Flame Domain continent. Master Bishan then led everyone to stop in a dense ordinary forest. Master Bishan was already injured, and he had been running for several days in a row, and his face became a little paler. At the same time, he and his Taoist partner Madame Bin were also a little afraid that Ling Pengyun and his wife would take advantage of the situation, so they stayed away from Ling Pengyun and his wife. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai also noticed this, but they didn't care. Ling Pengyun also asked curiously, "Dao, isn't the last hidden demon king in Longzong Valley only at the peak of the early giant stage? How did Dao get injured like this? Did you get the only cub under the only giant and perfect demon king of the Dragonzong Elephant Clan?" Madame Bin also asked the confusion in her heart at this moment. "Yes, husband, how did you get injured?" Upon hearing this, Zhenren Bishan's pupils shrank slightly, but considering the high status of the cub, even if he didn't say it now, he was afraid that the Dragonzong Elephant Clan would make a lot of noise in the future, and Ling Pengyun and others would know about it, so he also said it. Although the last demon king left in the valley has only reached the peak of the early giant stage, who would have thought that the demon king is also like the Dragon Main Elephant King of the Dragon Main Elephant Clan, who has reached the perfect giant stage. He has a Naka spirit body and a body that is comparable to the strength of a third-level medium-grade magic weapon. In addition, the elephant demon's consciousness is also extraordinary. It can control several magic weapons. I never thought of this. During the battle, it suddenly took out 3 magic weapons to attack me. I had no time to deal with it, so I was injured like this. After careful calculation, the elephant demon is probably as powerful as a demon beast of the 5th or 6th giant stage, with the increase of the Naka spirit body. The cub of the Dragon Main Elephant King who has reached the perfect giant stage is also obtained. After saying this, Master Bishan patted the beast bag on his waist and took out a 3-meter-long dragon mane elephant with a cultivation level of the late key training stage, extremely strong vitality, and a little immature. However, this elephant is now sleeping and motionless. At this moment, Ling Pengyun and the others were shocked when they heard what Bishan's Henren said, and they all looked at the little elephant without any intention. Spiritual bodies are extremely rare, and there are not many in the entire Yan state. In the Ling family, only Ling Changsha, the son of Ling Pengyun, has 4 golden dragons with twin spiritual bodies. Even the worst spiritual body has a bonus to breaking through various realms. The owner is basically sure to build a foundation, and even if it is to break through the Jindan realm, it can increase the probability by 10%. Some special spiritual bodies also improve strength, and powerful spiritual bodies also have a bonus to breaking through the Yuanying realm. As for the Nakui spiritual body, it is one of the several spiritual bodies inherited from the bloodline of the dragon mane elephant family. If the dragon mane elephant gives birth to a spiritual body, it is mostly this Nakui spiritual body. The dragon mane elephant family with a spiritual body can absorb the power of the sunflower water between heaven and earth to temper their physique and consciousness, etc., and greatly improve their strength. It can even increase the probability of breaking through the Yuanying by half for those who have this spiritual body. Another Naka spirit. Counting the elephant monster at the peak of the early Jindan stage, the dragon mane elephant king of this tribe, and the cub in the hands of fellow Taoist, this tribe has 3 people with Naka spirits. This blessing is really strong. I am afraid that this generation is the generation of this tribe's turnaround. Under such circumstances, fellow Taoist holding this baby elephant is not a good thing, but a disaster. In my opinion, it is better to give up this cub and save your own life. After exclaiming for a while, Ling Pengyun looked at the unconscious baby elephant next to Bishan's Henren, with a little more fear in his brows, and kindly advised. The dragon mane elephant clan can be placed in the Qingshi Mountains by the earth-splitting bear clan and intends to cultivate this clan. It is only a matter of time for this clan to turn around in the future, but I didn't expect the blessing of this clan to come so quickly. If I had known this, perhaps I would not have plotted against this elephant. Bishan's Henren sighed with a little regret. But now that I have it, I can't bear to give it up. I can only take it with me. Ling Pengyun heard this and secretly praised Bishan's Henren for his courage. The dragon mane elephant clan is now blessed with a lot of blessings. The dragon mane elephant king of this clan has a perfect golden elixir in a spiritual body. His lifespan has just passed 1,000 years. He can only be considered middle-aged. There is a high probability that he will enter the nascent soul realm in the future. Whether it is a nascent soul cultivator or a demon beast, they can master the method of finding objects by cause and effect. Moreover, the dragon mane elephant clan is highly valued by the earth-splitting bear clan, which has many nascent soul Daojins. Maybe, when the dragon mane elephant king sees that his offspring has been robbed, he will ask the nascent soul of the earth-splitting bear clan to use the method of finding objects by cause and effect. By then, the little elephant will not only be a demon beast with extraordinary potential, but also a time bomb. However, when you think of the extraordinary means of the pulse finder, it is extremely mysterious. Based on our previous interactions, fellow Taoist Bishan has always been very steady in his conduct. Since he knew the situation of the dragon mane elephant clan, he still dared to get the baby elephant. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Bishan is also somewhat confident that he can hide the baby elephant. And his confidence is probably still the method of finding the veins. Then, Ling Pengyun also spoke. Since fellow Taoist is determined to take the cub, I won't say anything more. Now, the matter of the cub is over. I wonder when fellow Taoist will help me search for the spiritual iron I want in the Qingshi Mountains in the earth-splitting bear territory. Zhenren Bishan said with a little apology. I'm afraid that because of the cub earth-splitting bear, the land of the country will not be peaceful for some time to come, so the matter of going to the Qingshi Mountains to find spiritual iron will have to be postponed. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me for this matter. I will definitely do what I promised. In the future, I can give you an extra 300,000 kilograms of first-grade spiritual iron as compensation. By the way, I don't know what kind of spiritual iron you are planning to search for. What grade is it? Over the years, because of my vein-finding skills and my curiosity, I also know that there are many spiritual iron veins in other places. Maybe there's what you want in them. Seeing that Master Bishan was so polite and took the initiative to give away 300,000 kilograms of first-grade spiritual iron, Ling Pengyun didn't care too much about postponing the matter of going to the Qingshi Mountains to find spiritual iron. Fellow Taoist, you are too polite. I just happened to be looking for a batch of spiritual iron, so I shamelessly accepted the spiritual iron you gave me this time. As for what I want to find, it is a 4th-level heavy Yuan Bao iron, and it must be at least 10 kilograms. This is also in line with the agreement we made at the beginning. After all, we agreed that you would at least find enough core spiritual iron for me to refine a quasi 4th-level magic weapon. And the core spiritual iron required to refine a quasi 4th-level magic weapon requires at least 10 kilograms. Chapter 894 Quasi 4th Level Heavy Yuan Bao Iron. Upon hearing this, Master Bishan frowned. No wonder you went to Qingshi Mountain range to search for spiritual iron. It turns out you came for heavy Yuan Bao iron. But I'm not disappointing you. Although Qingshi Mountain range is rich in heavy Yuan Bao iron due to the strange gravity there, most of them are 2nd and 3rd grade heavy Yuan Bao iron. There haven't been a few kilograms of 4th grade heavy Yuan Bao iron in the past 10,000 years, not to mention that you're still looking for those heavy Yuan Bao iron veins that haven't been discovered by the demon race. It's like picking up a bargain. Even if my ancestor Ling Pengyun were alive, I'm afraid he wouldn't be sure to find this grade of heavy Yuan Bao iron in Qingshi Mountain range. I wonder if the grade of the heavy Yuan Bao iron you're looking for can be reduced to the 3rd grade upper grade. Although Ling Pengyun knew the truth of what Master Bishan said before, he would take the risk to follow Master Bishan to do so many big things, all for the sake of asking Master Bishan to help search for high-grade heavy Yuan Bao iron. Don't joke, fellow Taoist. How can a 3rd grade upper grade heavy Yuan Bao iron be used to refine a quasi 4th grade magic weapon? The Tenjin heavy Yuan Bao iron I want can be reduced to a quasi 4th grade at most. His expression turned cold, and his aura at the 7th level of the golden core immediately pressed down on Master Bishan and Madame Bian. Although the aura was not powerful, Ling Pengyun's aura was overwhelming, and it also contained a monstrous murderous intent, and Master Bishan and his wife were also stunned for a moment. Fellow Taoist, you'd better think it through. If you violate the agreement, you will also have to bear the backlash of the 3rd grade upper grade Yuan Hun contract. Ling Pengyun spoke coldly and said another sentence. Upon hearing this, Master Bishan sighed with a distressed look on his face, patted the storage bag on his waist again, took out a fist-sized piece of black spiritual iron from it and threw it to Ling Pengyun. Dao, you misunderstood. Even if it is a non-Yuan Hun contract, how could I violate the agreement and deceive Dao? The quasi 4th grade heavy Yuan Bao iron is quasi 4th grade. In the early years, I got a 5 Jin quasi 4th grade heavy Yuan Bao iron by chance. Dao, take it first. In this way, I still owe Dao another 5 Jins of quasi 4th grade heavy Yuan Bao iron. Ling Pengyun looked at the spiritual iron in his hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Dao, it turns out that Fu Yu has collected spiritual irons of this grade. However, I think this piece of heavy Yuan Bao iron was also found by Dao from a certain heavy Yuan Bao iron vein. Do you have a 3rd grade heavy Yuan Bao iron? Bishan's Henren smiled bitterly as if you had expected it. I can't really hide it from you, fellow Taoist. I do have quite a few 3rd grade heavy ingot irons, but 3rd grade heavy ingot irons are precious. I won't sell them. I'll only exchange them for defensive magic weapons of equal value, or defensive spiritual objects, or 3rd grade lower and middle grade cultivation resources, etc. In addition, I need to remind you that there are too many of those precious irons, and I can't use them, so I don't have them on me. I've put them somewhere else. So, even if you have enough spiritual objects to exchange now, you need to trade them later. Ling Pengyun replied. Okay, I don't have that many high-grade spiritual objects on me, so I'll use 3rd grade lower and middle grade cultivation pills to exchange them later. But we still need to talk about the amount of the transaction first, so that I can prepare the amount of cultivation pills to exchange in advance. Although his 2 life-saving magic weapons, the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Pearl and the Jade Sea Heavy Yuan Shield, have reached the limit of 3rd grade magic weapons, they don't need ordinary 3rd grade heavy ingot iron. However, the family's 3rd level middle grade alchemist Ling Yunhong and 3rd level spiritual plant husband Maya Ozi Ling Wanchuan and other core members all practiced a Bihai Zhenjing. The 2 life-saving magic weapons they refined, the Bihai Chong Yuan Pearl and the Bihai Chong Yuan Bao Shield, urgently need the 3rd level Bihai Chong Yuan Bao iron, which is extremely rare in the outside world. Beishan Zhenren's expression moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Dao, how much treasure iron do you plan to take? Ling Pengyun asked back. How much do you have? What is the grade? Beishan Zhenren said. I can take out 100 kilograms and 30 kilograms of 3rd level lower and middle grade Chong Yuan Bao iron respectively. This batch of spiritual iron is less and the price is more expensive. Without discounts, according to the market price of 3rd level lower and middle grade Chong Yuan Bao iron, it is worth 1,000 and 1,500 spiritual stones respectively. Can Dao afford this batch of spiritual iron? Ling Pengyun said happily. Of course I can eat it. I'm sure you have some third-grade upper-quality heavy ingot iron. Can you give me 20 pounds? When Ling Yunhong refined the two life treasures, they were both made from a piece of third-grade lower-quality heavy ingot iron. If you want to upgrade the two magic weapons to the third-grade upper-quality realm, you need to sacrifice at least 10 pounds of third-grade upper-quality heavy ingot iron in each. Bishan's Henren hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Ling Pengyun had such a big appetite and seemed to be a bit wealthy, he nodded. I do have third-grade upper-grade heavy Yuanbao iron, and I can sell 20 kilograms to you, but third-grade upper-grade heavy Yuanbao iron is extremely rare, and my requirements are not high. These 20 kilograms of precious iron can be exchanged for 7 third-grade middle-grade cultivation pills, which is about 1 third-grade middle-grade cultivation pill for every 3 kilograms. If you don't want to trade like this, then forget it. And the value of the 130 kilograms of third-grade lower and middle-grade spiritual iron reached 145,000 spiritual stones. You also need to give me a batch of cultivation pills of the same value. Ling Pengyun heard this and quickly agreed to this matter. Okay. Now, Ling Yunhong, the strongest alchemist in the family, has already entered the realm of third-grade middle-grade alchemy. Over the years, he has a good success rate in refining third-grade middle-grade cultivation pills, and the success rate of refining third-grade lower-grade cultivation pills is even higher. It is not difficult to come up with a batch of third-grade lower and middle-grade cultivation pills. When Master Bishan saw Ling Pengyun respond so quickly, he was slightly surprised and began to guess which power was behind Ling Pengyun. Then, Ling Pengyun discussed with Master Bishan about the remaining 5 caddies of quasi 4th grade heavy Yuanbao iron. After many discussions and bargaining, the two finally agreed that 2 years later, they would go to the Qingshi Mountains, which is rich in spiritual iron, to search for the remaining 5 caddies of quasi 4th grade heavy Yuanbao iron. The period would be 1 year. Just after this matter was over, they could directly try to go to the Baiyang sect secret realm. Because the Qingshi Mountains are not large, 1 year is enough for Master Bishan, the vein finder, to search the Qingshi Mountains 2 or 3 times. In such a long time, if a heavy Yuanbao iron vein containing quasi 4th grade spiritual iron is found, it would be the best. If the output of quasi 4th grade precious iron is large, Ling Pengyun and Master Bishan will share the remaining quasi 4th grade precious iron equally, apart from the 5 caddies of precious iron that needs to be given to Ling Pengyun. The remaining grades of heavy Yuanbao iron are also divided equally. If it took such a long time, but no quasi 4th level spiritual iron could be found, it can be basically confirmed that the Qingshi Mountains have not yet produced quasi 4th level precious iron. Bishan's Henren was constrained by the Yuanhan contract. Ling Pengyun agreed that as long as Bishan's Henren paid double the other types of quasi 4th level, he and Bishan's Henren could cancel the Yuanhan contract together. The Yuanhan contract can be erased with the joint efforts of the signatories, but the Yuanhan contract will also become nothingness. Bishan's Henren had no choice but to accept this. Once the matter was settled, everyone parted ways. Bishan's Henren and his wife did not know where they were going. Ling Pengyun guessed from the tone of the conversation with Bishan's Henren just now that Bishan's Henren was probably planning to leave Zhongzhouxiuxin world. He would not come back in a short time. He probably wanted to take the offspring of the Dragon Mane Elephant King to other Xiuxin worlds to avoid the limelight. Ling Pengyun considered that he was now in Zhongzhouxiuxin world. The journey back to his family was too long, and it was not worth it to use the teleportation arrays of major forces on the way. Therefore, he and his wife Yan Cai went to the Yan'an city at the core of the Yan'an continent. Yan'an city covers an area of 100,000 miles, like a giant beast crawling on a grassland stretching for millions of miles, with a magnificent momentum. There are countless monks living in the city, and people are coming and going on the streets, interweaving and very lively. Every breath, there are a large number of monks, entering and exiting from the major gates of the city, making the whole city gather vitality. From a distance, you can also see that in the depths of Yan'an city, there are several thousand-foot-high walls surrounding an area, and a huge light curtain covers it. And that places the inner city of Yan'an city, which is not open to the public. Only monks trained in Yan'an city can enter it, and the city lord's mansion of Yan'an city is also in it. In addition, the inner city covers a small area of only about 100 miles, but it has 10,000 first-grade high-quality spiritual veins, 362nd grade spiritual veins, 18 third grade spiritual veins, and 1 4th grade spiritual vein. It can be said that there are spiritual veins everywhere. You can encounter a spiritual vein every few meters. The spiritual energy is extremely rich. It is said that the city lord of Yan'anyu City, Yan'anyu Henjin, and his disciple Yangui's Henjin, both live in it and sit in this city. This city is also relying on these two Henjins to stand beside the earth-splitting bear clan and not fall. And Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai, relying on their giant cultivation, also entered the city very smoothly, and rented a giant cave that was barely big enough for giant cultivators to practice in a cave area deep in the outer city of Fangxi. Chapter 895, The Origin of Bishan's Secret Realm. At the same time, the countless demons stationed in the Qingshi Mountains where the Dragon Mane Elephant clan is located, as well as the other 4 surrounding Xuanmei lands, all spread out in all directions, searching for traces of Ling Pengyun and others. As the search area of this group of demons became larger and larger, more and more demons gathered in this team. In the end, tens of millions of demon beasts participated in it, and the territory of the earth-splitting bear clan, which is hundreds of millions of miles in territory, was also searched by this group of demon beasts. It was a pity that they still did not find traces of Ling Pengyun and others. On the other side, deep in the territory under the command of the earth-splitting bear clan, the Dragon Mane Elephant King of the Dragon Mane Elephant clan, who is in the Golden Core Perfection realm, and his Taoist companion, the Dragon Mane Elephant Queen, were both kneeling under a towering spiritual mountain. After waiting for several months, there was movement in the towering spiritual mountain. A slightly rough male voice also came from the top of the mountain. "What brings you to here?" Upon hearing this, the dragon-maned Elephant King at the foot of the sacred mountain was immediately delighted, and he also told this story of his only offspring being robbed by a human cultivator. In order to attract the attention of the person in the mountain, he even told the fact that the offspring had an Aka spirit body. "You two are blessed, and you gave birth to a baby elephant that has the hope of forming a half-born infant. Not bad. However, how could a cultivator snatch your offspring from your clan's land? Could it be a human at the nascent soul stage?" The voice on the top of the mountain was a little more puzzled. "Not really. Some time ago, there were rumors that there was an ownerless spirit pond in the Qingshi Mountains where my clan is located. Many human giants sneaked into the Qingshi Mountains of my clan because of this. I don't know whether the ownerless spirit pond is true or not. Anyway, in the end, for some reason, 13 giant cultivators gathered in a desolate valley. After I knew about this, I wanted to kill all the 13 giant cultivators, so I sent 90% of my clan's giant and demon kings to surround the 13 giant cultivators. It was also during this opportunity that a giant and mid-stage cultivator who had mastered some advanced escape technique did not even activate my clan's protective formation and directly entered my clan's land, thus directly snatching my son away. 2 third-level middle-grade golden elixir spiritual objects bred on our third-level upper-grade clan guarding spiritual tree, the snow plum fruit tree, were also stolen. If our clan's golden core demon king hadn't discovered the thief in time, I'm afraid even our third-level upper-grade clan guarding spiritual tree, the snow plum fruit tree, would have been transplanted away." The Dragon Mane Elephant King complained. "A golden core mid-stage cultivator who could quietly break into your clan's quasi-4th-level formation. Interesting. By the way, are the 13 golden core cultivators who broke into your clan killed?" The voice on the top of the spiritual mountain was a little more energetic. "Killed." At this point, the Dragon Mane Elephant King spit out a storage bag from his mouth, and summoned out 13 corpses of cultivators who looked like humans. "I would like to present these 13 corpses of giant and monks to you, Master, and ask you to help me find my son. After so many years, your elephant head is still so pleasing. I have been in seclusion for some years, and I haven't eaten such delicious food for some time. I miss it. I will take 3 heads to taste, and you can take the other 10 corpses of giant and monks back. I will help you find your son. Wait for me for 3 days, and I will see if I can use the law of cause and effect to see if your son is still alive and see if I can find your son's current location. Wait for me for 3 days." A voice came from the top of the sacred mountain, and a demonic force emerged from it, sweeping the corpses of 3 giant and demon kings in front of the Dragon Mane Elephant King to the top of the sacred mountain. The Dragon Mane Elephant King and the Queen Elephant, who were kneeling on the ground, were also lifted up by a spiritual force. The Elephant King and the Queen Elephant looked at each other and were both happy. One day later, the top of the sacred mountain. In a huge cave quiet room, there was a yellow-haired bear monster that seemed to be about 10 feet tall, not much different from an ordinary monster in size, but with a monstrous aura. It sat cross-legged on a white jade cushion like a monk, constantly reciting spells in silence, and its claws kept gesturing and casting special spells. It was also surrounded by a black curtain of stars, which seemed extremely secretive. The white jade cushion also exuded a few traces of the aura of spiritual treasures, and it seemed to be a quasi-4th-level magic weapon. After a while, the starry sea around the bear suddenly trembled, and instantly turned into countless spiritual lights and shattered. The bear also had a look of doubt on his face. Huh? Why did Xiongyan's offspring disappear in this world as if silently, and there was no connection with Xiongyan and the cause and effect of the dragon mane elephant clan? It shouldn't be, even if his offspring died, it should be found. Thinking of this, the bear's pupils trembled slightly. Could it be that a cultivator who is good at the way of cause and effect has covered up or cut off the cause and effect of Xiongyan's offspring? Thinking of this, it immediately confirmed this guess. First, the cultivator who snatched the little bear mastered the escape technique that can avoid triggering the quasi-4th level formation. Now, he has come into contact with a cultivator who masters the mysterious way of cause and effect, or he himself has mastered this profound way. It's really interesting. It's a pity that we don't know his whereabouts. Otherwise, if we can capture him alive and search his soul, we can find out the truth. On the other side, the easternmost part of the entire cultivation world. The Supreme Buddha Kingdom cultivation world. A special place. Zhenren Bishan and Madame Bian, as well as a 13 or 14-year-old girl who looks very similar to them, stood on an open space, watching the surrounding void nervously. This place is only 300 feet in size, a plain, but it is full of vitality and the spiritual energy is extremely rich. There are even many clouds formed by the spiritual energy floating in the air because the spiritual energy is too rich. Outside the plain, there was nothing but emptiness. There was no land or ocean, just nothing. If you look closely, you can find that there is a special transparent light curtain covering the approximately 300 zang plain where Madame Bishan, Madame Bian, and the little girl are. But at this moment, the special light curtain is shaking. It seems that the light curtain will collapse in the next moment. But soon, the light curtain returned to calm. Master Bishan and his wife also breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, does this mean that we have successfully used this secret realm to avoid the cause and effect investigation performed by the nascent soul? The little girl also asked Master Bishan at this moment. Yes, if the nascent soul who uses the cause and effect exploration method succeeds, the cause and effect separation formation around this secret realm will also be broken. The secret method of using the pulse to conceal the cause and effect that I set on the little elephant will also be broken, and I will be backfired. But now everything is fine, which means that we are safe. At least, it is safe for the near future. It will be difficult for the dragon mane elephant clan to find the nascent soul for a long time. As long as we keep the little bear here for a while, after the storm, we can basically let the little elephant go out to the outside world. The spiritual energy here is rich, and it will not slow down the little bear's cultivation progress. Bishan's Henrin said with a smile. Now, the place where Bishan and his wife are is no longer the world of cultivation, but a secret realm affiliated with the world of cultivation in the Supreme Buddha Kingdom. Although this secret realm is only 100 feet in size and cannot even be considered a small secret realm, its foundation is at least a medium-sized secret realm. According to Master Bishan's guess, the secret realm here only withered due to time, and the original spiritual veins in the secret realm were exhausted for unknown reasons. The secret realm had no spiritual power to support it, so it gradually collapsed and evolved to its current size. Back then, if Master Bishan had not discovered this place, he relied on the formation method to move himself and the 8 3rd-level spiritual veins, 300 2nd-level spiritual veins, and 3,000 1st-level spiritual veins hidden in the dark that Master Ling Pengyun found 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, I am afraid that this secret realm would have long ceased to exist in this world. The transparent light film around the secret realm is called the Cause and Effect Isolation Array. It is a 4th-level middle-grade formation that specializes in isolating the way of cause and effect. It can be regarded as an upgraded version of the breath-retaining array. If a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, who is not proficient in the way of cause and effect, is not necessarily able to explore this place, and there are very few cultivators in the late nascent soul stage in each cultivation world. It can be said that this place is a perfect place to save lives. As for how this place was found, there are some ups and downs. Decades ago, when Bishan Henren, who had just entered the realm of Jinden, relied on the method of searching for veins to enter the world of cultivation in the Supreme Buddhist Kingdom, he accidentally entered the cave of a Jinden perfect cultivator. By chance, he found this place according to legacy of the cultivator. Because he saw the cause and effect formation here, he also valued this place, so he spared no effort to move a large number of spiritual veins and stabilize this secret realm. At the same time, this place became the place for their cultivation. And this place was named Bishan Secret Realm by the couple. Apart from the two of them, only their daughter Lin Yating knew about this. The little girl was Lin Yating, born to Bishan's Henren and Madame Bian. She just turned 14 this year. She is a double spiritual cultivator with excellent cultivation talent, and inherited Bishan's Henren's talent in formation. In the future, as long as she enters the Jinden, there is a high probability that she can become a third-level formation master. As for the branch of the formation, the path of finding the pearls, Lin Yating does have some talent, but not much. According to the estimation of Master Bishan, Lin Yating can only enter the entry level in the future, and there is little hope for her to enter the second level. However, Master Bishan is still relatively happy about this. After all, in the past 1,000 years, there have been only 3 cultivators with a talent for finding the pulse in his lineage. One of whom is the ancestor Lin Pengyun, the second is his eldest son, and the third is Master Bishan. Moreover, the ancestors Lin Pengyun and Master Bishan have accumulated a huge fortune for the old Lin family. Master Bishan does not ask for his children to achieve such and such in the future, as long as they are safe and sound. Of course, if the achievement is high, it is naturally the best, but if not, it is okay. That's good, it was scary just now. Lin Yating said with a bit of fear on her face, as if she had survived a disaster. Chapter 896, First Entering the White Shadow Secret Realm. You are such a young girl, you have never seen the world. Madame Bian said indulgently. It's because you and Dad don't let me go to the secret realm. I haven't been out of the secret realm for a year. Lin Yating complained. With your cultivation level of the middle stage of key training, if you go out and encounter the evil Buddha, you will die without knowing how. Be honest and follow our agreement. Once you enter the foundation building stage and your strength reaches that of ordinary foundation building stages, your mother and I will let you out of the secret realm and you can go wherever you want. Why don't you practice quickly? Do you really want to stay in the secret realm for the rest of your life? Your mother and I will be so annoyed that we will die. Zhenren Bishan scolded with a smile. I know. When Lin Yating heard about the evil Buddha, her face became more fearful. She also responded with a few words, then turned around and stepped into a spiritual mountain with a third-level spiritual vein to practice. Madame Bian looked at the spiritual mountain that Lin Yating entered, but her face was still full of worry. Husband, according to Yating's training speed, I'm afraid that within 10 years, she will be able to enter the foundation building stage. Do we really want to let her out to the outside world then? The two Buddhist factions of good and evil in the Supreme Buddhist Kingdom's cultivation world outside the secret realm have been in civil strife for nearly 100 years, causing the monster tribes adjacent to the Supreme Buddhist Kingdom's cultivation world to gain the upper hand. I'm afraid that this chaos will continue for 100 years or even thousands of years. This situation is extremely dangerous. Taoist Bishan said. Madam, both of us were born as independent cultivators. We have achieved our current level of cultivation by ourselves. We have experienced countless life and death. If I had an elder to help me enter the foundation building stage when I was young, I would have laughed to death. It is good for her to be able to protect Yating in the foundation building stage. Her cultivation path has just begun. She needs to do everything on her own. Furthermore, I have used a secret method of observing luck in the path of searching for veins. I have also observed that Yating's luck is quite strong. The possibility of her encountering an accident and dying tragically is very small. Madame Bian heard this, but she was still worried. Seeing this, Zhenren Bishan smiled and said, Madam, we should also go to feed the hundreds of spirit beasts in this secret realm, otherwise the hundreds of spirit beasts will complain again, and then this secret realm will be noisy again. After saying that, he took Madame Bian to the various spirit veins in this secret realm. Although there were only 3 of them in this secret realm, The Bishan master and his wife wanted to establish a family, so they relied on various methods to get a lot of cubs of at least late-stage foundation-building monsters, and kept them in this secret realm to serve as the pillars of the family to be established in the future. Time passed slowly. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the spring of this year, at the beginning of spring, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai left Yan'an City and arrived at a barren mountain on the border of Yan'an continent. After waiting for several days, the Bishan couple arrived as scheduled, and the two parties met. The two parties briefly reminisced about the past and chatted about the situation in the territory of the earth-splitting bear clan. Seeing that the incident of the theft of the Dragon Mane Elephant Prince heir of the Dragon Mane Elephant clan had passed, and even the Dragon Mane Elephant clan did not make any effort to find him, the two parties also unanimously decided to leave Yan'an continent directly and step into the 100 million li territory of the earth-splitting bear clan, heading straight for the Qingshi Mountains. During the journey, perhaps because Ling Pengyun and his wife already knew that Bishan's Henren was a vein finder, Bishan's Henren did not hide it and directly used the vein finder technique to lead them on the road. The group also arrived at the Qingshi Mountains very smoothly. In the 1 year of searching for heavy Yuanbao iron veins above the 3rd level in the Qingshi Mountains, they did not encounter the local overlord, the Swallowing Gold Ape clan, several times. Only the 3rd level heavy Yuanbao iron veins have the possibility of breeding quasi 4th level spiritual iron, and the 2nd level heavy Yuanbao iron veins can breed at most 3rd level heavy Yuanbao iron. It's just a pity that although a heavy Yuanbao iron vein was found on this trip, it was only a newly born miniature 2nd level heavy Yuanbao iron vein. Only a few hundred kilograms of 2nd level heavy Yuanbao iron and a few kilograms of 3rd level heavy Yuanbao iron were mined, and no quasi 4th level treasure iron appeared. For this reason, it was difficult for Bishan's Henren to repay the remaining 5 kilograms of quasi 4th level heavy Yuanbao iron that he owed Ling Pengyun. According to the agreement, Bishan's Henren also had to pay double the other types of quasi 4th level spiritual iron to Ling Pengyun. However, Bishan's Henren was trustworthy. He gathered together and gave Ling Pengyun 3 caddies of quasi 4th level Qingming Bao iron, 3 caddies of Xian Bao iron, and 4 caddies of Qijing Bao iron. Although these spiritual irons were not of the same type, and it was difficult to gather the core materials required to refine a quasi 4th level spiritual treasure, they were better in quantity. After all, Bishan's Henren had already given Ling Pengyun 5 caddies of quasi 4th level heavy Yuanbao iron before, so in total, Bishan's Henren paid a full 15 caddies of quasi 4th level heavy Yuanbao iron this time. This incident also gave Ling Pengyun an unexpected surprise. As for the fact that he did not gather 10 caddies of quasi 4th level heavy Yuanbao iron, although Ling Pengyun was quite disappointed, he did not feel anything. This thing was hard to find, and he had already prepared for the difficulty of gathering it. He planned to look for opportunities in the future to see if he could get the remaining 5 caddies of quasi 4th level heavy Yuanbao iron. After this matter was settled, both parties went straight to the entrance of the White Shadow Sect's secret realm. The culprit who destroyed the White Shadow Sect, a major righteous Yuanying sect, was the Earth-splitting Bear clan. After destroying the White Shadow Sect, this clan obtained a lot of wealth from the sect and occupied the vast territory of the sect. This gradually stabilized the foundation of the middle-level Yuanying demon clan, so that they could cultivate multiple Yuanying demon kings in each generation. Therefore, the entrance to the White Shadow secret realm is also in the current territory of the Earth-splitting Bear clan. However, in order to ensure that the only entrance to the secret realm is hidden, the White Shadow sect arranged it in an extremely remote and barren land of tens of thousands of miles within the territory of the Earth-splitting Bear clan. If it weren't for the inheritance of a core disciple of the White Shadow sect 10,000 years ago, the North Mountain Master would not even look at this place. He also used that inheritance to take Ling Pengyun and others around in this barren land for several days, and then determined that the entrance to the secret realm was under a cliff. There is nothing unusual here, fellow Taoist Bishan. Where should we break the void and enter the secret realm? Ling Pengyun used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, but did not find any difference between this place and other places, so he asked Bishan's Henren. I need to wait for about 10 days, until the Lantern Festival, before I can find the exact location of the entrance. Bishan's Henren said simply. Then, everyone did not talk about anything, and each of them opened a simple cave on the cliff of this cliff to practice meditation. The Lantern Festival soon arrived, and everyone gathered in that place again. However, Ling Pengyun still did not notice anything unusual on the cliff here. But at this time, he saw Bishan's Henren took out a token engraved with the words by Ying. As Bishan's Henren pointed his fingers and entered a special spell into it, the token trembled immediately, and a wave of spiritual power spread out in all directions. After a while, the token also flew to void on its own, flashing with spiritual light, as if it had sensed something. Fellow Taoist Ling, Madam Ling, quickly follow me and work together to bombard the void where the token is. Zhenren Bishan also greeted Ling Pengyun and his wife with excitement. After saying that, he sacrificed various magic weapons and directly hit the void where the token was. Ling Pengyun and others did not dare to delay and immediately did as they were told. With the combined efforts of the four people, soon, the void around the token was broken, and a large area of infinite wind suddenly spread out from it and swept all around. Zhenren Bishan also changed his finger technique at this moment, and the token engraved with the words Beiyang suddenly spread out a black spiritual light. Then, the token turned into a black vortex and gradually grew larger, turning into a size of several feet. Ling Pengyun watched this scene and was secretly amazed. It is somewhat similar to the passage to enter the Kanglan secret realm. At this time, Zhenren Bishan exclaimed with joy. It's done. Then, he summoned a spirit beast of the key training realm and threw it into the black vortex. After waiting for a while, when he realized that the spirit beast was not in danger, Bishan's Henren also took the lead and entered the black vortex. Ling Pengyun and others followed closely. When they opened their eyes, they had come to a mountain gate with overgrown weeds, gray decorations, and no style. The plaque hanging on the top of the mountain gate also read the four words White Shadow Secret Realm. Inside the mountain gate, there were high mountains, and from time to time, there were birds singing and beasts roaring. What was recorded in the inheritance I got was indeed correct. I don't know what treasures are left in this secret realm after tens of thousands of years. Bishan's Henren muttered to himself with a happy face. At this time, a weak vibration suddenly came from the ground. Ling Pengyun, whose spiritual consciousness is comparable to that of a golden elixir perfect cultivator, suddenly changed his face. Oh no, something is approaching from underground. He immediately summoned the Bihai Heavy Yuan Bao shield, propping up a huge light curtain to cover everyone. At this time, Beishan's Henren, who was a vein finder and could use the underground veins as his eyes, also noticed something was wrong. There are 5 monsters approaching, 2 in the early Jinden stage, 2 in the middle Jinden stage, and 1 in the late Jinden stage. There are also thousands of foundation building and key training monsters coming from thousands of feet away. They are very fast and have surrounded us. I guess they are also good at earth escape. In this situation, it is difficult for me to use my vein finder escape technique. Everyone, we can only fight head-on. After saying that, he also complimented Ling Pengyun. Fellow Taoist Ling, I rely on you this time. If my wife and I are in danger later, I hope you can help me. At this moment, Madame Bai Yan and Yan Sidai also took out their magic weapons together to prepare for the enemy. Of course, we have just arrived in this strange place. Now we are in danger. We should work together to overcome this crisis. Ling Pengyun looked at Bishan's Henren, his expression slightly changed, and he spoke. Bishan's Henren was relieved after hearing this. In just a moment, 5 huge roars sounded one after another, and 5 bloody mouths suddenly broke out of the ground and pounced on Ling Pengyun and the other 4. Fortunately, with the light curtain supported by the Bahai Heavy Yuan Bao shield, the 5 bloody mouths were temporarily blocked, but the magic shield light curtain was also hit by the huge force, causing waves. Ha! After waiting for 1,000 years, it turns out that just as our ancestors passed down, there is a passage in and out of this place at this mountain gate. Human ants, die? At this time, the 5 figures with bloody mouths also appeared. They were 5 giant snakes, each dozens of feet long, with solid yellow thick scales like armor on the surface, and several feet thick, like a behemoth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897, The Power of the Jade Sea Splitting Technique. As they continued to hit the Bihai Chong Yuan magic shield light curtain, they also opened their mouths and spit out 1 or 2 magic weapons, some of which were attack magic weapons, some were defense magic weapons, and some were even trap-type magic weapons. They also propped up lines of defense like curtains around them, making them look extremely stable. At the same time, they eventually spit out third-level earth-related magic spells from time to time. In just a moment, Ling Pengyun and others were overwhelmed by the overwhelming attack. The land around them was also moving rapidly, turning into an iron land, and the earth escape technique could not be performed at all. There was also a mud cover magic weapon that covered Ling Pengyun and others, as well as the 5 giant snakes. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard what one of the snake monsters said. The monsters here actually know that there is an entrance to the secret realm. Then, he clasped his hands, and a black light appeared in his eyes, and a hidden spiritual power spread out from him. Then, the 5 ferocious yellow giant snakes froze in place for some reason, their eyes became blurred, and they stopped attacking. The magic weapons they used also stopped in the air. Spiritual Consciousness Secret Technique. Bishan's Henren was well informed and was secretly surprised. However, when he thought that Ling Pengyun might have extraordinary talent, he was relieved. After all, it was not surprising that such a talent could have spiritual consciousness techniques. And it was indeed as he thought. Ling Pengyun used spiritual consciousness techniques on the 5 golden elixir giant snakes, and that technique was the incomplete trapped spiritual consciousness technique locking God chain given by Lei Yun's Henren, the great elder of Kanglan Baha'i sect in the early years. This technique was originally created by a talented Jindan predecessor of Kanglan Baha'i sect 10,000 years ago, but the Jindan predecessor died while creating this secret technique. Lei Yun's Henren valued Ling Pengyun's talent, so he gave this technique to Ling Pengyun, wanting Ling Pengyun to help repair it, and also to see how talented Ling Pengyun was. Ling Pengyun lived up to Lei Yun's Henren's expectations. After decades of deduction, he has perfected this trapped consciousness technique from the locking God refining to 99%. Only the last bottleneck is left, which can truly win this technique and bring its power to perfection. But even so, with Ling Pengyun's current Jindan perfection consciousness strength, even if the Jindan perfection cultivator or monster, the sea of consciousness will be fixed for about half a breath, which can be said to be excellent. Go all out, after a breath, they will definitely recover one by one. Ling Pengyun said at this time. Then, he directly took out the Bahai's Hangyan or Banhuala'i treasure mirror and attacked the 2 giant snakes with the lowest cultivation level in the early stage of Jindan. He did not hesitate to consume his spiritual power, and spent 60% of his spiritual power to transform into 2 life definition magics, Bahai Xianjian, and killed them. With a few roars, the several defensive light curtains around the 2 giant snakes in the early stage of Jindan were broken, and even the 3-level inferior life defense magic weapons they respectively sacrificed were broken in half a breath. Ling Pengyun's attack methods also bombarded the bodies of the giant snakes. However, the scales on the 2 snake monsters were strong, comparable to the 3-level inferior defense magic weapons. Ling Pengyun's attack methods had just consumed a lot, and for a while, it was difficult to break the scales on the 2 snake monsters. This matter also surprised Ling Pengyun a little. Fortunately, Yan Xian Bishan's Henren and his wife offered their magic weapons in time to support them. The 2 giant snakes in the early stage of Jindan were immediately overwhelmed by countless attacks and cut into several pieces. At this time, a breath of time had passed, and the giant snake in the late stage of Jindan, with the highest cultivation, here was the first to wake up. It saw 2 of its fellow Jindan clan members die tragically, and it was immediately furious. Although this secret realm is rich in resources and has most of the resources of the Baing sect, it is full of dangers and has many powerful things. In the early years, in order to assist its 2 early Jindan clan members to enter the Jindan realm, it almost died. "You damned human race, dare to kill my people, I will make you bear it with me." After this giant snake spoke, it actually used the means to enhance its strength. It already had the 8th level of Jindan cultivation. In such a frenzy, its cultivation was directly raised to the 9th level of Jindan. With the support of this cultivation, the means of attack it launched were also several times stronger. The Bahai Heavy Yuan Bao shield was also shaken by the blow. "Evil beast, you are looking for death. If you dare to hurt my magic weapon, I will make your clan pay with your life." Ling Pengyun frowned slightly and shouted sternly. Then, he moved his mind, and the Jindan realm's life spirit plant Ren Shui Lan Yun Xiao that was usually hidden in his Jindan for cultivation suddenly exerted its power. In an instant, it sent all the gentle spiritual power contained in its body, which was comparable to that of a giant and mid-stage cultivator, into Ling Pengyun's Jinden. Ling Pengyun's Jinden, which originally had only about 30% of its spiritual power, was also filled with spiritual power. With enough spiritual power, he also exerted his strength immediately. He first called back the Bihai Heavy Yuan Baosu and Hule Baojing and other magic weapons, and attacked the giant and 9th level snake demon. Then, he pinched his fingers again, and his body flashed with blue light. 3 black shadows suddenly walked out of his body and stood beside him. At this time, the 3 shadows also flashed a spiritual light, and their figures also appeared, but they looked exactly like Ling Pengyun, even their auras were exactly the same, and their cultivation levels were not much different. The only difference might be that the bodies of the people transformed by the 3 shadows were illusory. Attack with all your strength and kill the crazy giant snake. Ling Pengyun ordered the 3 human-shaped phantoms. These 3 human-shaped phantoms were the Blue Sea Shadow Division technique, one of the 5 life-defining techniques recorded in the Blue Sea Sutra that Ling Pengyun practiced. This technique is more demanding to practice and is divided into 3 levels. One level can be comprehended in the initial, middle and late stages of the golden elixir respectively. If the cultivation level is not reached, it is difficult to comprehend the subsequent levels. In addition, the lower the level of this technique, the lower the power, and vice versa. This is why Ling Pengyun rarely used this life-defining technique when his cultivation level was low in the past. The first level of the Jade Sea Split Shadow Art, the 3 phantoms that appeared were only 30% of the original strength, not very strong. The second level of the Jade Sea Split Shadow Art, the 3 phantoms that appeared were better, with 60% of the original strength. The Jade Sea Split Shadow Art is the pinnacle of this art. The 3 phantoms that appeared were also extraordinary, with 90% of the original strength. The most important thing is that these phantoms are like real people, with independent spiritual power and consciousness, can control magic tools and treasures, perform spells by themselves, etc. As long as it is not a spiritual plant secret art that requires special arts, the 3 phantoms can be used, even if it is a magical power, as long as Ling Pengyun knows it. However, if you want to use this shadow art, you need to spend time in advance to condense the shadow, which can be stored in the golden elixir on weekdays and can be called out when necessary. Once the shadow is used and the spiritual power is consumed, the person must absorb the spiritual power to restore it. If it is broken, it will take time to condense it again before it can be successful. At this moment, the 3 human-shaped phantoms transformed by the shadow-splitting technique responded 1 sentence each and immediately accepted the order. Immediately, the 3 people each summoned 3 or 4 third-level lower and middle-grade magic weapons and fired them out. They continued to pinch their hands and condensed a series of third-level water-based attacking spells. For a moment, the giant snake that had originally used the power-enhancing spell was immediately suppressed and beaten. Countless attacks quickly engulfed it, and its offensive gradually collapsed. The several magic weapons it had fired were also knocked away one by one. Soon, it was unable to resist the offensive, and the defensive light curtains around it were also broken. However, the giant snake was decisive. At this critical moment, it directly sacrificed its most important golden elixir and spit it out, directly knocking away the attacking means such as the Bihai Chong Yuan Baosu. Then, the snake looked at Ling Pengyun fiercely. In order to save its life, it took away the magic weapons that were knocked away before, and then used the earth escape technique to drill into the ground. Although the 2 giant snakes in the middle stage of the golden elixir had broken free from the god-locking chain half a breath ago and woke up, now seeing that the Snake King in the late stage of the golden elixir had escaped, they also wanted to escape without a backbone, but their strength was not as strong as that of the Snake King, and they were directly stopped by Yan Sidai, Bishan's Henren and his wife. Seeing that the situation here was stable, Ling Pengyun did not hesitate to use the earth escape technique with the 3 shadows and chased after the Snake King who had escaped underground. The Snake King had used the magic to enhance his strength. Before long, the Snake King would fall into a weak period of the magic to enhance his strength. At that time, it would be a good time to kill the giant Snake King. Although there are many methods to enhance strength, without exception, these methods all have great side effects. Once the magic falls into the weak period of the secret method, it is rare for the caster to still have 30% of his own strength. Generally, only 10% of his strength can be retained. It is impossible to recover in a short period of time. For a giant cultivator or a demon beast, it takes more than 10 years at most, and several years at least. If a method that burns life is cast, it will take even longer to recover the essence. Ling Pengyun will not let go of this easy thing. The scales on the Snake King are strong. If they fall into the hands of some advanced weapon refiners, those scales are completely enough to serve as the main material for refining a third-level top-grade defensive magic weapon. In addition, there are many scales on the Snake King, and several pieces can be refined. If some better third-level top-grade precious iron is refined together, it may be possible to refine a superior third-level top-grade defensive magic weapon. Even if Ling Pengyun's weapon refining skills are not that high, he can still rely on the Snake King's corpse to refine a demon corpse. It can be said that the body of the Snake King is of extraordinary value to Ling Pengyun. Although Ling Pengyun is not good at earth escape, he can still barely keep up with the Snake King who escaped in front of him, at least not to let the Snake King escape directly beyond the 10,000 feet that his spiritual sense can detect. After chasing for more than 10 breaths, the Snake King saw that Ling Pengyun had been chasing him, and knew that he could not escape, so he stopped. Instead, this snake also fought desperately, and used the strongest method of increasing strength and burning lifespan that was passed down in its bloodline. Suddenly, its breath rose again, and it reached the peak of the 9th level of the golden elixir in half a breath. Finally, the breath of this giant snake became extremely smooth, and it actually entered the realm of golden elixir perfection. A breath of a big demon suddenly swept around. Its strength also became extremely strong. The magic it played, and the magic weapons with dim spiritual light, were nearly 30% to 40% stronger than before. But Ling Pengyun was not afraid. Strong bows become crossbows. Die? Then, he offered up various magic weapons, and the three shadows around him did the same. With the combined efforts of the four, they barely managed to stop the attacks launched by the giant snake with perfected golden elixir. But after a few breaths, the thousands of foundation building and key training snake monsters brought by the giant snake finally arrived. After receiving the order from the Snake King, they immediately rushed towards Ling Pengyun and performed a series of magic. Although these key training and foundation building snake monsters had lower cultivation levels, there were many of them, which caused a lot of obstacles for Ling Pengyun. Although those attacks were blocked by the Beihai heavy Yuan Bao shield around Ling Pengyun, his spiritual power was consumed a little faster. His pressure also increased a lot, causing the balance of this battle to tilt, and he and the three shadows also fell into a disadvantage. But fortunately, he did not lose directly. After several dozen breaths, the aura of the golden elixir perfected giant snake slowly receded. At this moment, it also burst out all its spiritual power to perform the earth escape technique in an attempt to make a dying struggle and escape from here. However, Ling Pengyun was quick-witted and directly sacrificed the prison water gourd that he had bought from the Immortal Cultivation world in the Boundless Sea area in his early years, summoning a large amount of black prison water, and directly involved the Snake King. Although the prison water only blocked the Snake King for half a breath due to its grade, it gave Ling Pengyun the opportunity to get rid of the low-level monsters around him. He also directly performed the physical cultivation method attached to the Zhengjin Tyrant Body Ju of the system practice he practiced. His whole body was shining with golden light, and his body also swelled to several times the size in the blink of an eye. When the strange light dissipated, he had turned into a small golden giant, and a third-level middle-grade golden spear appeared in his hand. Then, he raised the spear in his hand, and with the help of the Beihai Chongyuan Pearl and other magic weapons, he rushed to the front of the Snake King and broke through the many defensive means around it. This move also forced the Snake King to use his innate magic mud rock Yuan Guang Shade. This cover was used by it with a perfect cultivation of the golden elixir, so the defense of this cover is close to the superior third-level top-grade defense magic weapon, and is equivalent to the power of the Beihai Chongyuan Fa shield. Even if Ling Pengyun used all his means, it would be difficult to break it in a short time. However, the Snake King had fallen into a weak period of various secret methods to enhance his strength, and his cultivation had begun to decline, which indirectly reduced the power of the mud rock Yuan Guang Shade. Soon, this cover was broken, and the Snake King could only use his body to resist Ling Pengyun's attack. The two fought for dozens of moves, and finally Ling Pengyun found an opportunity and stabbed the Snake King's head with a gun. At this time, the golden elixir suddenly broke out of its body, broke through the soil, and fled to the ground. Ling Pengyun had been fighting monsters in the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation realm for many years, and he was also very good at dealing with such monsters before they died, leaving some souls in the golden elixir, and wanted to escape with the help of the golden elixir that was comparable to the power of magic weapons of the same level. I saw that a huge force of 50,000 kilograms spread out from the body of the Bahai Heavy Yuan Pearl, and the body of the escaping golden elixir suddenly sank. Ling Pengyun also stepped on the ground, and with the help of the earth escape technique, he quickly came to the golden elixir and captured it directly with a giant hand like gold. He used a soul-locking chain to seal the sea of consciousness of the Snake King's soul in the golden elixir. He took out a soul-collecting bottle and used his own consciousness to force the Snake King's soul out of the golden elixir and put it into the soul-collecting bottle. After setting a restriction on the soul-collecting bottle, he put the soul-collecting bottle away and the golden elixir was also collected. He also returned to the body of the Snake King and frowned slightly. Before the death of this Snake King, he used too many methods to enhance his strength, which consumed a lot of his original power. From now on, I will refine this corpse into a demon corpse. I am afraid that this corpse will drop at least 3 small realms, and at most I can only get a demon corpse of the 5th level of the golden elixir. What a pity. After muttering, he waved his hand and collected the Snake King's corpse. Thanks, book friend 20220214220217132 for the 800 starting coins reward. Thanks, Bakalake Mio for the 3000 starting coins reward. More for the 2 great people. Chapter 898, Secrets of the Rebellion in the Secret Realm. In addition, this monster also has 3 magic weapons, namely a flying sword, a small mountain heavy magic weapon, and a cover magic weapon. These 3 objects are all of the 3rd level middle grade, and they are all earth attributed magic weapons. Brother Pengyun has now entered the realm of false pills, and the cultivation method he practices is also earth attributed. The grade of these 3 magic weapons is also good, and they can just be used by Brother Pengyun. Then, he went to help the 3 shadows to kill the thousands of key training and foundation building snake monsters here. Because of the trapped magic weapon, the prisoner water gourd, all the monsters in the surrounding area were killed, and none of them escaped. The useful spiritual objects on the snake monsters, such as snake skin, were also collected by him with many storage spirit beads. Although their flesh and blood are also worth a lot of spirit stones, there are more of them. The storage spirit beads on Ling Pengyun's body have limited space, so they can only be left deep in the soil. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of years, the flesh and blood will decay, and this place will become extremely fertile. Ling Pengyun also rushed to the mountain gate of the White Shadow secret realm with the 3 shadows. When he left, Yan Sai and others were still fighting fiercely with the remaining 2 snake monsters in the middle stage of the golden core. However, Yan Sai and others were not weak in strength, and they had the advantage in numbers. When Ling Pengyun came back, he saw that Yan Sai and others had suppressed the 2 snake monsters in the middle stage of the golden core. It was feared that they would be killed in a short time. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Ling Pengyun also joined in with the 3 shadows. Within a few hundred breaths, everyone killed the 2 snake monsters in the middle stage of the golden core. After the battle, everyone also divided the wealth of the 2 snake monsters in the early stage of the golden core and the 2 snake monsters in the middle stage of the golden core that they had killed together. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai made great efforts, so they directly got the corpses of the 2 snake monsters in the middle stage of the golden core with higher cultivation and the highest value, and their magic weapons. The couple of Bishan's Henrin did not contribute much, so they only got the 2 snake demon corpses of the early stage of Jinden, which were of low value but also good, and the wealth on them. At this time, Ling Pengyun also asked Zhenrin Bishan, Dao Iao Bishan, did you hear a snake talking about the entrance and exit of the secret realm just now? Do you know the details? Ling Pengyun nodded solemnly. Of course I know, it is recorded in the inheritance I got. Those monsters are most likely the spirit beasts that the White Shadow sect originally kept in this secret realm, and they have reproduced. Zhenrin Bishan guessed. If that's the case, why did those monsters attack us? Logically, we can enter the White Shadow secret realm, and at least they should ask us if we are the remaining disciples of the White Shadow sect. Ling Pengyun was a little puzzled. Zhenrin Bishan then explained in detail. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the White Shadow sect was in danger of extinction, the White Shadow sect's monks wanted to leave a foundation for rebuilding the sect. The White Shadow sect's monks also lifted the master recognition restriction placed in the sea of consciousness of those spirit beasts, and instead used the beast control bell as a means of control, giving them a way to survive, so that those monsters were able to reproduce in this secret realm. According to the idea of the White Shadow sect, it also wanted some core disciples or elders who survived the crisis by chance to return to this secret realm when their cultivation was high, and use the power of those monsters to rebuild the sect. It's just a pity that those White Shadow sect disciples who survived by chance, after waiting for more than 60 years in the outside world, also returned to the White Shadow secret realm at a fixed time with the help of their location tokens. However, more than 60 years have passed, and the secret realm has undergone great changes. Many treasures such as treasures and medicine gardens in the White Shadow secret realm have been captured by the remaining monsters in the White Shadow secret realm. 3 demon beasts took advantage of this opportunity to enter the realm of golden core perfection and had the opportunity to impact the nascent soul. However, in the White Shadow secret realm, because it was only a small secret realm, the laws of heaven and earth were not complete, and it was difficult to condense the nascent soul tribulation thunder. If those demons stayed here all the time, they would not be able to enter the nascent soul for the rest of their lives. For this reason, after the 3 demon beasts with golden core perfection noticed that the surviving disciples of the White Shadow sect had entered this secret realm, they led many demons to find the remaining White Shadow sect monks, wanting them to take them out of the secret realm. Those White Shadow sect monks who survived the destruction of the sect were not fools. They naturally saw that the 3 demon beasts who had entered the realm of golden core perfection at some point and most of the demon beasts in the secret realm had no loyalty to the sect. They were afraid that once they left the outside world, they would directly abandon them and would not help them in the outside world to rebuild the White Shadow sect. Under such circumstances, they would not do as the demon beasts in the secret realm wished. Immediately, the remaining White Shadow sect monks used the beast-controlling bells that the sect had prepared long ago, hoping to use them to control the monsters. Although the beast-controlling bells were of extremely high grade, most of the monsters near the secret realm were quickly suppressed. However, the 3 monsters that had entered the golden core perfection had originally been at a low level of cultivation, only at the foundation establishment stage. Logically, their potential was not high, and they had no chance of entering the golden core perfection stage. It would have been good if they could enter the golden core stage. The original high-level leaders of the White Shadow sect were limited by the lack of high-level beast-controlling bells, so they only used 3 third-grade lower-grade beast-controlling bells as a means of controlling them. Now that they have all entered the golden core perfection stage, the 3 third-grade lower-grade beast-controlling bells are naturally difficult to control them. The 3 beasts are extremely powerful under their combined strength. Even if the White Shadow sect monks used the beast-controlling bells to control many of the originally rebellious monsters in the secret realm to help them kill the 3 monsters, those rebellious monsters did not use their full strength at all and were letting them go. This also caused the remaining monks of the White Shadow sect to be directly suppressed and beaten. Soon the monks of the White Shadow sect were defeated, and many of the White Shadow sect disciples also fell into the mouths of the monsters. If there were not a few loyal golden elixir spirit beasts in the secret realm who fought to the death to protect them, I am afraid that the White Shadow sect disciples would have been wiped out. In the end, only the owner of the inheritance obtained by Bishan's Henren, by Gang's Henren, escaped from the secret realm by chance. Fortunately, those monks who died tragically in the secret realm were all devoted to the sect. Before they died, they destroyed the entry and exit tokens of the secret realm, and the possibility of the rebellious monsters in the secret realm leaving the secret realm and becoming a disaster was eliminated. The only one who left the secret realm, Bai Gang's Henren, was also seriously injured in the battle that day, which hurt his origin. In the end, he died after only more than 10 years. Even waiting for another 60 years to return to the secret realm is impossible. In the past tens of thousands of years, the inheritance left by Bai Gang's Henren was also obtained by Bishan's Henren. Tens of thousands of years ago, the cultivators of the White Shadow sect shouldn't have left these monsters behind, and they caused such a mess. If I have the chance, I will definitely exterminate all the monsters in this secret realm. They became spirit beasts of our human race, and were supported by our human race to enter the path of Taoism, but they dared to rebel. They are really a group of ungrateful people. After listening to this, Ling Pengyun felt a little touched and angrily said, "Who said it wasn't true? According to the records, most of the monsters in the secret realm are still honest." The main reason for the change was that the 3 monsters suddenly entered the realm of golden elixir perfection for unknown reasons, which led to the real demise of the White Shadow sect in this world. However, for us, we can enter this place. In fact, We have to thank the 3 golden elixir perfection monsters. Without them, I'm afraid we would never be able to set foot in this place in our lifetime. True man, Bishan said with regret. That's true, but when we enter this secret realm, we don't get the opportunity left by the monsters, but the opportunity of the White Shadow sect. As long as we get the inheritance of the White Shadow sect in the future, we will also have more karma of the White Shadow sect. In the future, if we watch the monsters in this secret realm live well, I'm afraid our luck will be reduced a lot because of the karma of the White Shadow sect. If we want to break the situation, we have to get the inheritance and kill the monsters in this secret realm. Ling Pengyun said. Dao, you are right. In the future, when you kill the monsters in this secret realm, my husband and I will definitely do our part. When Zhenren Bishan heard this, his eyes trembled. This is a matter for the future, so let's not talk about it anymore. By the way, fellow Taoist Bishan, in the inheritance of the only surviving cultivator of the Baiyang sect, Master Bai Gang, that you obtained from the outside world, is there any record of how those 3 monsters with mediocre qualifications entered the realm of golden elixir perfection within 60 years? Seeing that his goal was achieved, Ling Pengyun stopped talking and asked instead. Master Bai Gang didn't understand this either. Back then, Master Bai Gang was the golden core perfect seed of the White Shadow sect's body refining hall, and he didn't know much about the White Shadow sect's spirit beasts. However, the inheritance left by Master Bai Gang said that the 3 monsters had undergone some changes in form. Master Bai Gang guessed that the 3 monsters had mutated, but he didn't know why the 3 monsters had mutated after birth. After all, when the 3 monsters were building their foundations, they weren't always quite ordinary. It was only during the 60 years when the White Shadow secret realm was exiled to the endless void by the White Shadow sect that they changed. There might be some secrets in it. Dao, if there is a chance, how about we go and explore this together? Master Bishan said with a little interest. Mutated after birth. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up slightly, and he remembered the thunder-winged tiger that had mutated in the key training realm that he had seen in the hands of Ling Lihu, the beast-controlling genius of the Taiyan Valley family in Yan State in his early years. Its original form was an ordinary double-winged tiger. Because of a special method created by Ling Lihu and the consumption of special spiritual objects, it led to the acquired mutation. If it is really an acquired mutation, then we should go to the place where the 3 monsters sat in meditation, or the monster clan established by these 3 monsters. Ling Pengyun replied to Bishan's Henrun. When the monster clan in the Baiyang secret realm rebelled, tens of thousands of years had passed. According to Bishan's Henrun, after the rebellion, the monster clan in the secret realm had no way to leave this secret realm. Under such circumstances, the 3 golden elixir perfect monster beasts that led the rebellion back then naturally found it difficult to impact the nascent soul in this secret realm. With a lifespan of the golden elixir monster beasts, tens of thousands of years would give them several generations to live. Chapter 899 Lifelong Allies Secret Land of 3 Treasures, 3,200 words, please subscribe. Ling Pengyun put aside his distracting thoughts and asked Master Bishan. Fellow Taoist Bishan, it's time to talk about business. Now that the group of snake monsters have been destroyed, according to what you just said, the situation in this secret realm is not good for us cultivators who control the entrance and exit of this secret realm. Should we explore this secret realm together or separately? Master Bishan hesitated for a while, then lowered his head and looked at the storage bag on his waist that contained the 2 snake monsters in the early stage of the golden elixir that he had killed before. There was a little more worry in his eyes. This also made him more determined to form an alliance with Ling Pengyun and search this secret realm. Before, he would bring Ling Pengyun and his wife into this secret realm in order to have the help of Ling Pengyun and his wife, so as to avoid accidents when he and his Taoist partner searched this secret realm. Of course, it would be best if we could go together. In addition, there is one more thing that needs to be discussed in advance. The copy of the Baiyang sect inheritance that I obtained in my early years carries a map of this secret realm. It details the locations of the spiritual medicine garden, spiritual beast garden, martial arts pavilion and other buildings in this secret realm. I can lead the way for you and your wife, but I want a bigger share of the benefits of the spiritual objects we obtain on this trip. The benefits will be split 70% between us and 30%, with 70% for me and 30% for you. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. If he had a map of this secret realm, it would be a lot easier to search for the wealth left by the Baiyang sect in this secret realm. It's a good thing that you have a map. I agree to search together. I also agree that you and your wife share more of the benefits. However, the benefits are 70% to 30%, which is too little for us. 60% to 40%, you get 10% more and we get 10% less. However, if we encounter golden elixir spirit objects and 4th level spirit objects, we need to share them equally. If you are willing to accept this proposal, we will form an alliance and advance and retreat together. If you don't agree, my wife and I are willing to search this secret land alone. Anyway, as long as we search the highest place of spiritual veins, we won't go wrong. Ling Pengyun naturally knew the reason why Master Bishan and his wife formed an alliance. For this reason, he also emphasized the idea of advancing and retreating together. Such benefits are in line with Master Bishan's bottom line. Before, he offered 70% to 30% in order to bargain. He nodded and said, "Okay, 60% to 40%, we have 60% and you have 40%. However, this matter still requires the signing of a Yuan Han contract as insurance." After saying that, Master Bishan took out a brand new Yuan Han contract. Another 3rd grade, top grade Yuan Han contract. Dao, how come you have so many high grade Yuan Han contracts? Do you have any more? Can you sell me 1 or 2? Ling Pengyun was shocked when he saw this and said something. 3 years ago, he signed a Yuan Han contract with Bishan's Henrin that did not reveal his status as a pulse finder, but it had already been used. Although the Yuan Han contract was still there was a contract in it that Ling Pengyun used not to reveal in any way that Bishan's Henrin was a pulse finder. The 3rd grade, top grade Yuan Han contract can only be made by a late giant and cultivator who consumes at least 30% of his own Yuan Han power. Yuan Han power is extremely important. After losing it, few spiritual objects can restore it. It is basically a permanent injury. Not only will it cause the cultivator's life to be deficient, it will be difficult for him to make progress in the future, and his strength will be reduced by at least 50%. If 3 Yuan Han contracts are made in a row, the cultivator's cultivation will be directly reduced to ashes and he will become immortal. In addition, this grade of Yuan Han contract is also extremely rare in the market. At least in the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world, the lower and middle grade of the 3rd grade Yuan Han contract is a rare thing, and it will never be circulated. The upper grade of the 3rd grade has never appeared, and it has been hidden by all major forces as a treasure. After all, the binding force of the Yuan Han contract is not bad. The things that can circumvent this kind of contract are extremely rare, and ordinary cultivators can hardly possess it. To circumvent the upper grade of the 3rd grade Yuan Han contract, at least the 4th grade of spiritual talismans and spiritual treasures are required. And this grade of spiritual objects, because they need to circumvent the great power of heaven and earth, the difficulty of refining is also close to the 4th grade of spiritual objects, and the 4th grade of Bai is rare in the immortal world, and the spiritual materials for refining 4th grade objects are also extremely rare. The 4th grade of Bai in the entire Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world can be counted on 2 hands. How can I have more than one of these precious things? The one I used before and this one are the only soul contracts I have. They were left by the 2nd son of Patriarch Ling Pengyun. If it weren't for the fact that you are so advanced, I wouldn't have used this thing to avoid any accidents. By the way, fellow Taoist Ling, this is also my last 3rd grade soul contract. In the future, maybe we will have other cooperation. I wonder if we can just sign a contract to never be enemies with each other and become lifelong allies. Bishan's Henrin said with a wry smile. It's a pity, but as for the lifelong allies, it's possible. Becoming a lifelong ally would not harm Ling Pengyun, but would benefit him. He did not hesitate and immediately responded. Bishan's Henrin was delighted. It would be a great benefit for him to become a lifelong ally with Ling Pengyun, a powerful cultivator who was not very familiar with him but was extremely powerful and could even fight against a powerful 9th level giant monster. He didn't know about this treasure land, but the other treasure lands were limited by his lack of strength. As long as the contract was signed, he wouldn't have to worry too much about Ling Pengyun's help in the future. Ling Pengyun would suddenly attack him. Then, Bishan's Henrin quickly drew up various agreements on the Yuan Han contract and showed it to Ling Pengyun. Seeing that there was no trap in it, the 2 parties passed a spiritual consciousness into it together. The Yuan Han contract that connected the great power of heaven and earth also used that spiritual consciousness as the source, and each of them transformed into a Yuan Han mark and passed it into Ling Pengyun's sea of consciousness. Once this matter was settled, Bishan's Henrin also took out the map of the White Shadow secret realm that he had obtained in his early years and discussed it with Ling Pengyun. According to the records on this map, this secret realm has an area of about 500 miles, and can only be regarded as a small secret realm. And this place was accidentally acquired thousands of years after the Baiyang sect was founded. Therefore, even if this secret realm was built by the Baiyang sect, the highest grade spiritual vein in it is only quasi 4th grade. The Baiyang sect's 4th grade spiritual vein is in the outside world and is now occupied by the earth-splitting Bear clan that destroyed the Baiyang sect. However, the quasi 4th grade spiritual vein here also has a companion quasi 4th grade Xianzi Lington, which can produce a golden elixir spiritual object every 70 or 80 years. The Baiyang sect valued the secrecy of this secret realm back then, and also built the sect's treasury and medicine garden in this secret realm. The quasi 4th grade spiritual vein, treasure house, and medicine garden are also the 3 most valuable places in this secret realm. But according to the records, these 3 places were occupied by the 3 rebellious golden elixir perfect monsters tens of thousands of years ago. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed. Even if the 3 monsters are dead, I'm afraid that the 3 places have either fallen into the hands of the descendants of the 3 monsters, or have been occupied by some powerful monsters. The 3 places are close to each other. Once one of them is in danger, the monsters in the other 2 places will definitely surround it. It's too risky to explore the 3 places directly. On the other hand, the White Shadow sect's Gongfa Pavilion, which is not important to the monsters, but is extremely important to us cultivators, is a good target. Although this map does not record that there are rebellious monsters occupying it, it is likely that there are monsters in that place. Otherwise, we should go to the Gongfa Pavilion ruins first to see if there are any inheritances of the White Shadow sect left behind. Master Bishan pointed to the Gongfa Pavilion on the map, which was deep in the secret realm and not far from the quasi 4th level spiritual vein and other treasures in the secret realm, and suggested to Ling Pengyun. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun looked at Master Bishan with a little bit of deep meaning. So, the shared inheritance agreement that fellow Taoist and I made earlier is waiting for me here. I'm afraid, according to fellow Taoist's plan, you don't intend to get any good spiritual objects out of this secret realm on this trip. Taoist Master Bishan smiled awkwardly, constantly pointing to various places on the secret realm map in his hand and introducing them. Fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood. According to the records on the map, although we have no hope of getting the 3 most precious treasures in this secret realm, this secret realm is the only secret realm under the Baiyang sect, and it was built by the Baiyang sect with great effort. There are also many treasures in other places in this secret realm. For example, this Baiyang lake, it is said that there are hundreds of thousands of spirit fish in it. It was an important source of spirit fish for the Baiyang sect in the past. There is also a water dragon sitting in it. The water dragon was one of the monsters that helped Master Baigang leave this secret realm. When Master Baigang left this secret realm, the water dragon was besieged by the 3 rebellious monsters. Master Baigang could not take it away, so it was left in the secret realm. I don't know if the water dragon survived that year. And there's this peach mountain. According to records, the mountain is full of spiritual peach trees, with a number reaching thousands. There are also 3 3rd-grade lower-grade spiritual peach trees. After tens of thousands of years, it is estimated that the 3 spiritual peach trees have exhausted their lifespans and died, but those spiritual peach trees must have also produced many offspring. Also, this location is known as the 2nd largest medicine garden in the Baiyang secret realm. Although there are no high-level spiritual plants in it, there is a birch forest with thousands of entry-grade birch trees, and these birch trees are good materials for refining flying boats. In addition, because there are many wood spiritual veins in that area, there is also a large spiritual field next to the birch forest for growing low-level spiritual medicines. Over the years, the monsters in this secret realm must have managed them all. We can definitely get a lot of good spiritual plants if we go there. Ling Pengyun's heart moved, and his eyes immediately fixed on the location of the birch forest on the map. A place with many spiritual trees and spiritual plants must be a place with rich wood vein power. Practicing Kanglin Wood Yuan longevity method, there will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The Kanglin Wood Yuan longevity method requires absorbing the power of wood veins into the body to temper the body and soul. The richer the wood vein power, the faster the practice of this technique. If you practice this technique in an ordinary place and have ordinary qualifications, It will take hundreds of years to practice this technique to the full Chengdu. However, this technique, when it reaches the perfect state, can increase the lifespan by more than 150 years. Ling Pengyun also attaches great importance to this technique. Chapter 900, The Flood Flushed the Dragon King Temple? Okay, then let's go to the White Shadow Sect's martial arts pavilion first, and then go to other treasured places. Ling Pengyun nodded. Fellow Taoist Ling, please take good care of my husband and wife later. It takes a long way to get to the sacred mountain where the martial arts pavilion is located. My pulse-finding escape technique is relatively concealed, so I will take you all to force it together. Seeing that Ling Pengyun, his big shot, agreed to his proposal, Zhenren Bishan felt relieved. If Ling Pengyun refused to go to the White Shadow Sect's martial arts pavilion, he and his Taoist partner Bian would not dare to go alone. Although the White Shadow Secret Realm Martial Arts Pavilion is not on the quasi 4th level spiritual vein here, it is also built on a 3rd level spiritual mountain a few miles away from the quasi 4th level spiritual vein. If there are monsters in it, Zhenren Bishan and his wife alone are not sure that they can kill the monsters in it, and it is even more impossible to kill them without attracting monsters on the quasi 4th level spiritual vein and other treasured places. But with Ling Pengyun's help, it's different. Ling Pengyun nodded and agreed to this. Then, Bishan's Zhenren used the vein-finding technique to lead everyone into the depths of the ground. He followed the underground veins silently and led everyone into the mountain gate, sneaking into the depths of the secret realm. During this period, Ling Pengyun used his spiritual sense to look at the situation in the secret realm from time to time. There are many spiritual veins in the secret realm. Even the barren land is full of spiritual energy, at least twice as strong as the spiritual energy in the barren land outside. Looking around, you can see that there are many spiritual mountains and valleys with spiritual veins standing in the secret realm, like a place of immortals. However, those spiritual mountains and valleys are occupied by monsters. The deeper you go into the secret realm, the higher the grade of the spiritual veins, and the stronger the monsters occupying them. In addition, there are many places in this secret realm where small areas have collapsed, and a large amount of infinite wind emerges from them and blows through this world. According to estimates, the areas of space collapsed together occupy at least 1/10 of this secret realm. This secret realm has been exiled in the endless void for tens of thousands of years, but only such a small amount of space has collapsed. This is better than expected. This secret realm is well managed by the monsters in this secret realm. It is estimated that there are still a lot of inheritances of the White Shadow sect. I am afraid that they have all been ruined by the monsters occupying this secret realm. Ling Pengyun thought about it with a little joy. Any secret realm has a core. If the core has no spiritual energy as a supply, the secret realm will slowly collapse. On the contrary, as long as there is enough spiritual energy to supply the core, the secret realm can continue to exist in the world. The endless void is a place full of infinite strong winds. If the secret realm exists in it, it will be destroyed by the infinite strong winds. If there is enough spiritual energy to help, the secret realm can transform into some great power to resist the destruction of the infinite strong winds, promoting the secret realm to exist in the endless void. At the same time, at the gate of the secret realm, many nearby key training and foundation building monsters, and even 2 golden elixir monsters, rushed here because of the noise of the battle of Ling Pengyun and others. However, those monsters saw that this place was already deserted, and Ling Pengyun and others wiped out all the ore as they left there, and those monsters returned empty-handed and left the place. Because the White Shadow secret realm is not large, soon, Zhenren Bishan led Ling Pengyun and others through the deep underground veins, entered the depths of the secret realm, and arrived near the sacred mountain where the Gongfa Pavilion was built. However, at this moment, this sacred mountain was covered by a formation, and the grade was as high as the 3rd grade upper realm. This situation made Ling Pengyun and others stop their pace. Fellow Taoist Ling, according to this formation, there must be monsters in that sacred mountain, and they are not weak. Should we retreat or advance? Zhenren Bishan handed the power of decision to Ling Pengyun, the strongest in the team. Ling Pengyun hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and asked Bishan Zhenren, "Dao, can you lead us into the mountain without disturbing the formation?" Seeing Ling Pengyun's reply, Bishan Zhenren thought to himself that there was a chance, and he nodded. The formation in the mountain is too high grade. If you take Dao, Madam Ling, and my wife with you, it will be difficult to enter the mountain safely. I can only take one person to safely pass through the third grade upper grade formation and enter the mountain. Ling Pengyun frowned slightly, and then made arrangements. It's okay if you can bring one person with you. Taoist friend, use your escape technique to send us away from here first, so that we won't be noticed by the monsters in the sacred mountain without the effect of your pulse-finding escape technique. Then, you can go into the mountain alone to see the situation of the monsters in it. And see if the Gongfa Pavilion originally built by the White Shadow sect is still there. If it is, try to see if you can use your escape technique to enter it. Bishan's Henren's pulse-finding escape technique is extremely powerful. 3 years ago, Bishan's Henren stole the offspring of the Dragon Mane Elephant King, who had the Naka spirit body under the eyes of the Dragon Mane Elephant clan's protective formation. Now, it is naturally nothing to enter the third level upper grade formation safely. Okay. Bishan's Henren had no objection to this. He immediately took Ling Pengyun and others away from the sacred mountain with the Gongfa Pavilion and took them to an ordinary forest without spiritual veins. After doing this, Bishan's Henren sneaked into the sacred mountain protected by the third level upper grade formation alone. However, within 1,000 breaths, Bishan's Henren returned, but his face became extremely solemn. Dao, what is the situation with the monsters in the mountain and the Gongfa Pavilion? Ling Pengyun asked curiously. The situation of the monster beast is a bit bad. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the third-grade superior spiritual vein in the sacred mountain is very close to the quasi-fourth-grade realm. Perhaps because of this, the sacred mountain is occupied by a flame demon wolf in the perfect Jindan realm. Also, I found the vein-finding formation flag and detected a formation flag aura consistent with its aura in the body of the flame demon wolf. I estimate that it is the wolf's natal formation flag. This wolf is most likely also a formation strategist, and its rank is not lower than mine. The third-grade superior formation in the sacred mountain was probably also arranged by the flame demon wolf. And this kind of mountain protection formation arranged by relying on the spiritual vein is at least 10% to 20% more powerful than the formation arranged by the formation flag. In this way, the strength of the flame demon wolf in the mountain is probably enough to rival the two perfect giant and monster beasts. But the only good news is that the Gongfa Pavilion in the mountain is still there. I also entered it and took a quick look. There are countless classics in it, just like a sea of books, and the Gongfa Pavilion is divided into 4 floors. Although I need to step on the ground to perform the meridian searching technique, which connects the heaven and earth with the power of heaven and earth to conceal my breath, and it is difficult to enter the second floor or above. But judging from the number of classics on the first floor, the Gongfa Pavilion is probably well preserved. But there is a separate third-level medium-grade formation protecting the Gongfa Pavilion. As long as one book in the Gongfa Pavilion is missing, the formation will be triggered. The third-level medium-grade formation in the Gongfa Pavilion will directly block the entrance to the second floor and will be noticed by the flame demon wolf in the mountain. Therefore, it is easy to get the inheritance classics on the first floor of the Gongfa Pavilion, but it is very difficult to get the inheritance classics on the second floor and above. Dao, in this case, do we still need to enter the mountain? Bishan's Henren's cultivation is only in the middle stage of Jindan, and he is not good at fighting. Even if his own life magic weapon is of excellent quality, his combat power is also very ordinary. If he wants to enter the mountain, he still needs to rely on Ling Pengyun. Since the Gongfa Pavilion in the mountain is likely to be well preserved, it is worth my risk. Take me into the mountain, I will stop the flame demon wolf, and you will go directly into the Gongfa Pavilion and collect the classics in it. As for the other third-level middle-grade defense formation that protects the Gongfa Pavilion alone in the mountain, I will help you break it together, help you enter the Gongfa Pavilion above the second floor, and obtain all the inheritances in it. But we have to make a deal, all the inheritances in it must be copied for me. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up and ordered. Since you have the guts, I will follow you on this adventure. The rubbing is easy to talk about. We have already signed a soul contract for this matter. How dare I violate it? As for breaking through the protective formation of the Gongfa Pavilion, I am enough by myself. You don't need to help me. The flame demon wolf in the mountain is a formation master. You can just focus on the enemy. Don't be distracted to avoid accidents. Before I came here, I specially prepared several high-level formation breaking talismans. It should be no problem to break the formation of the Gongfa Pavilion in a short time and get all the classics safely. Bishan's Henren said hurriedly. If Ling Pengyun was distracted to help him break through the protective formation of the Gongfa Pavilion after entering the mountain, resulting in a defeat to the flame demon wolf, it would be over. It's safer for you. Since it's already agreed, let's go directly to the sacred mountain. Ling Pengyun saw that Bishan's Henren was so well prepared, and the pressure on him was relieved a little. It was really easy to cooperate with such a person to plan for money and property. After that, he also sent a voice message to his wife Yan Sai. Madam, you should be careful later. No matter what happens, don't go to that sacred mountain. You can leave quickly. I have my own way to get out of the crisis. In addition, you should also keep an eye on Bishan Taoist's wife Bian, so as to prevent Bishan Taoist from playing any tricks. Yan Sai was afraid that Bishan Taoist and his wife would notice, so she also sent a voice message back. I understand, husband, I will definitely get it done. Husband, you must pay more attention on this trip. Ling Pengyun sent a voice message back. Don't worry. At this moment, Bishan Taoist also spoke a few words to his Taoist partner Bian. After a while, he performed the pulse-finding escape technique and took Ling Pengyun directly to the sacred mountain a few miles away where the White Shadow sect had built a practice pavilion. In just a few hundred breaths, the two arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain. When stepping into the mountain protection formation of the sacred mountain, Ling Pengyun had already put his hand on the storage bag, ready for any unexpected event. Fortunately, the pulse-finding and escape skills of Bishan's Henren were indeed extraordinary. The two did not trigger the mountain protection formation and entered the mountain safely. At this time, Ling Pengyun also saw the full view of this sacred mountain. This mountain is 1,000 feet high and reaches the sky. There is a huge cave and a loft on the top of the mountain. But at this moment, a huge red shadow suddenly came out of the cave. A wolf demon with the size of only 3 feet, black and red hair, extremely evil eyes, and murderous aura suddenly appeared. The wolf stood on the top of the sacred mountain, with a puzzled look on his face, looking around. What's wrong? At this time, Bishan's Henren, who was deep underground, hurriedly sent a message to Ling Pengyun. Fellow Taoist Ling, I am taking you into the mountains this time. The breath-retaining effect of the pulse-searching escape technique has weakened a lot. It is only a matter of time before you are discovered. Act quickly. Ling Pengyun's eyes narrowed, he nodded, and then he directly left the protective light of the pulse-searching escape technique and rushed out of the ground using the earth escape technique. Then, a sword sound resounded through the sky, and Ling Pengyun's strongest attack method, the Azure Sea Sky Sword technique, suddenly appeared and killed the flame demon wolf on the top of the mountain, which was looking at him in shock. Ling Pengyun's life-saving magic weapons, the Azure Sea Heavy Yuan Treasure Orb, the Lightning Mirror, and other attack magic weapons were also called out by him one after another and used. The Azure Sea Heavy Yuan Treasure Shield held up a light curtain to cover him. 3 human-shaped phantoms also separated from Ling Pengyun's body to the side. They were the 3 phantoms that were transformed by the Azure Sea Split Shadow technique. These 3 phantoms immediately understood and immediately launched a series of attack methods without much delay. In addition, Ling Pengyun raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and 5 magic coffins carrying magic energy appeared. With 5 crisp clapping sounds, the lids of the 5 coffins were immediately blown away. 5 demon corpses with different appearances, but their cultivation levels were all above the middle Jinden stage, and even Ling's only demon corpse and the late Jinden stage were brought over by him. Although, due to Ling Pengyun's level of refining, these demon corpses were only middle-level demon corpses, and were not integrated into the spirit iron to be forged into steel demon corpses, but their strength was still enough to match that of cultivators of the same level. As soon as the 5 corpses appeared, they summoned a series of magic treasures under Ling Pengyun's command, and opened their mouths to spit out a series of green nether fire and black ice. For a moment, the overwhelming attack was like a rainstorm, hitting the flame demon wolf on the top of the spiritual mountain. However, the flame demon wolf was also experienced. It quickly sacrificed a 3rd grade superior shield magic weapon, propped up a light curtain, and blocked all the attacks. But its shield was also shaken by the blow, as if it would be blown away at the next moment. However, at this moment, the flame demon wolf did not notice this at all. Instead, it raised a touch of ecstasy on its face and whispered to itself. It's a cultivator, it's really a cultivator. Tens of thousands of years have passed since that incident. My clan has waited tens of thousands of years. Finally, I have waited for the cultivator to enter the secret realm. Then, Ling Pengyun, who was constantly attacking at the foot of the sacred mountain, heard the wolf demon on the top of the mountain speak in human language. "Fellow Taoist, you are a cultivator of the White Shadow sect. I am the descendant of the spirit beast under the seed of Ngui Kong, the master of the Gongfa Pavilion when the sect was destroyed. If you are one of us, please stop immediately. Don't let the flood wash away the Dragon King Temple. Family members fight family members. I have no ill intentions." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.